politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, but kind of sunny, maybe a little cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is Hump Day. We are live. We are alive, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, ladies and gentlemen, today is, like I said, Hump Day, Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. And we got a lot going on. The beard is gone, as you guys might have noticed. The mustache is back. We're doing it. It's the eve of 9/11. It's going to be, I suspect, an extra Islamophobic 9/11, one we haven't seen since literally the 9/11 that, you know, is the OG 9/11. But on the eve of this extra Islamophobic, potentially 9/11, we are live. We're alive, and we got a lot going on. This weekend, I'm not going to be around because it's a wedding. So you already know what that means. That means that there's some craziness that's going to pop off, as always. But folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Can you cover Russia attacking NATO? I just started. You know we don't just get into it, okay? You know we don't just get into it. You need to calm down. Why are you dressed up as a wannabe country music star in Memphis? I don't know. It's just like, can a boy get cleaned up a little bit? You know what I mean? What the heck is this? What the hell? Can a boy get cleaned up a little bit? Have a little cleaned up look? Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world, in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Where'd you get the Bobby Sands shirt from today? Noah Colwin sent it to me. I don't know. But yeah, as you guys know, last night, we opened up Pee Pee Poo Poo Park once again. For those of you who are unfamiliar, it's my water park that I operate. But this is from the last time I had played. Teen. Okay, you got the slide pass and everything. Here you go. I'm about to show you what I do to people who come in for free. Nyla, 8 hours. You're about to get a show too. What I do around these parts to people who don't fucking pay. Hold on, BRB. Let me get that glove real quick. Hey, where you at? Where you at, motherfucker? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Run away!
That's right. Pee Pee Poo Poo Park was operating last night as well. Please play date everything. What is that? But question from last night. Do you clean your shower? Yes, I do. Okay. When will gaming YouTube be blessed with water park sim? What? Later. So, in any case, yeah, non-subs get that treatment too. That's how it works out here. Please do date everything. I don't know what that is. All right, folks. Personal news-wise, Pee Pee Poo Poo Park. That's fine. We did that, and then afterwards, I had to end it a little bit earlier than I normally would. And the reason why I would have to end it, the reason why I ended it earlier than I normally would, is because, as I've told you before, my brother is getting married this weekend, and he had to get a wedding cut. So I went and I got my haircut. I got him his haircut. His beard got cut too. He got it all. You know, we got him all looking dapper and whatnot. And then we went out for dinner. I've been eating like absolute dog shit. And by that, I mean, I've just been eating everything. Speaking of date everything, how about eat everything? Because that's my life, okay? That's my life. This is, I don't know where you got this photo of Pee Pee Poo Poo Park, but this is basically what it is. So that's what I've been doing. Cute Alf Mabruk for your brother. Thanks. Don't know what that means. So, is that Arabic? Is that like Mubarak? Is that what that means? Like congratulations type beat? What is this? So he's just not gonna talk about it. So you're just not gonna talk about how a guy you recently were on stream with just committed several acts of terrorism and threatened a mass shooting? I don't know if you have the credibility to brush this off. Ooh. What? What are you talking about? What the fuck? It's the new drama shit. Jarrett Maki? Who the fuck is that? What? Got trimmed? Who is that? I have literally zero clue who the fuck you're talking about, bro. Yuko? Okay. Chat baited you to cover some shooter who got caught before doing so? Wait, what the fuck? Today's gonna be so stupid. It's the DCFC guy and it's all over the place and the drama farmers are in full effect. Wait, what? What the fuck, bro? Hey, yo! What the hell? Michigan man charged with making terrorist threats in Illinois? A Michigan man has been charged with making terrorist threats in Illinois. Jared Maki, 25, from Detroit, is accused of making bomb and active shooter threats to businesses in East Alton, Illinois. Maki was charged along Illinois man Austin Blair. What the fuck? That's the DCFC guy. Ain't no fucking way. What? What the fuck? Brother. Wait, how is this my fault, by the way? Wait, I don't fucking know this dude. He's the one who reached out to us to link us up with DCFC. Brother, what is going on? What the fuck is DCFC? According to the reports, the roommate admitted to making the calls. The investigation began in July when businesses began receiving threatening phone calls. Police say the threats caused many businesses to close early. On Wednesday, the police executed a search warrant on the 200 block of Niagara Street in East Alton. Evidence was seized. and Blair was arrested. On September 6th, police located Maki at the Worldwide Technology Raceway. Maki was arrested. He was charged with 11 counts of making terrorist threats. Blair received the same charges. There is no way that this dude was doing that. No shot. This is the guy. What the hell? Dude, what is wrong with my fucking sus meter? Is it just busted? Okay, so this guy does social media for the Detroit City Football Club. And the Detroit City Football Club reached out to us and wanted us to link up with them. And we had an amazing experience in Hamtramck. Okay? We had an amazing experience in Hamtramck when we were in Michigan for the Palestine People's Conference. And he was a super chill dude. I mean, you can see him on stream. He just seems like a super chill dude. And I mean, I interact with a million different people, so it's not. According to the reports, the roommate admitted to making the calls. One report said the roommate admitted to the crimes, but I don't know if it's confirmed. I just don't understand how it could have been, how this dude who is just like so seemingly so normal. On July 28, officials broke down the alleged threats that were made. Police say on July 28, they allegedly called a Taco Bell in East Alton and said, "I see a dude with a big gun walking towards your store." Wait, what the fuck? Bro, that's crazy. Police say investigators from East Alton, Bitalto, and Wood River Police Departments worked together on the investigation. Blair was taken into custody and Maki was arrested. Maki is the sports information director for Detroit City Football Club. A team spokesman said DCFC takes the situation very seriously and that Maki is suspended from all club activities at this time. The way that chatter came in here, so you're just not going to talk about it, I guess. Yeah, what's funny about the way that chatter came in here is to make it seem like I literally made the calls or something, or I told him to make terroristic threats. Bitch, I meet a million different people when I'm out and about. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Some of these guys are so funny because they unironically, like, in their minds, like if I went to like a Taco Bell or something and people got sick at the Taco Bell that I went to, they'd be like, "Hasan, aren't you gonna talk about it? Aren't you gonna talk about how you made everybody sick at the Taco Bell?" It's like, bitch, what the fuck? How is this my fault? You know? Yo, dude, I'm gonna need you to make terroristic threats 2 months before I meet you. Yeah, that's what happened. What ended up happening was I I told him ahead of time. I was like, "Yo, dude, make sure you issue like make sure you issue bomb threats to every local business in the neighborhood before we hang out." It's a big part of what I believe in. It's so funny. Anyway. What the fuck? Anyway, this is crazy. Police say investigators from East Alton, Bitalto, and Wood River Police Departments work together on the investigation. Yeah, it's in my contract rider. Big day for the Cuomo campaign. Yeah, Cuomo campaign is about to come out and be like, a person that a Twitch streamer that Zoran Memdami met with also hung out with a guy who apparently had done months prior, allegedly, phone calls that were of terroristic nature. Legal Mindset called him a Hasan Superman. Why do you know this guy? Why do you watch these people? You've been live for like 10 minutes and you haven't even talked about the drones in Poland yet? I guess you're responsible for those too? Yeah. Anyway, that's insane. That is actually insane. He did not seem like that at all. Damn, dude. What the fuck? That's crazy that like you can just meet a dude. You could just meet a dude and you'd be like, that seems like a normal guy. He seems like a fine dude. By all indications, I mean, you look, I mean, he was on camera the whole time. Like, he just seemed like a normal ass dude. Maybe it was his roommate that was doing the craziness. Who knows? Or maybe he just had a dark side. I don't know. Yeah, inside of us, there's two wolves. The one that's like a seemingly normal wolf, and then the other one that's just like calling every local Taco Bell in in Illinois. Yeah. Lawyer is about to clip this for character witness. Yeah, let's wait for more info. Yeah, sure. I mean, this is so fun. This is funny. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than how insane. What an insane situation. All right, where was I? I love that we just started. I didn't even blast off yet. And motherfuckers are like, guess you haven't talked about this guy. It's like, how is this my fault? I don't, like, do you guys ever, some of these people that like, they revel in the drama, they just genuinely, I think in that process, like forget how to think critically, where they don't understand how things work, right? Like they just forget how like time works, for example. They forget how like normal human interactions work. Like meeting a dude in passing, and then having that dude like apparently get arrested for something that he allegedly did that is utterly irrelevant, that, you know, he didn't actually, you know, it's not like we met up and he was like, dude, I love doing terroristic threats. And I was like, hell yeah, dude, I love that. You should keep up the good work. You know what I mean? Like if that was the case, maybe you could kind of like point it back at me somehow. I don't know. But yeah. I'm sure I've fucking been around someone who, statistically, there's a probability that I've been around someone who's also murdered a person. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't mean that you know, it was like I was urging people to do that shit. Dude, most of your job is reactions. Excuse us for being overly excited to see your reactions to stuff. Nobody's blaming you. No, that guy literally was blaming me somehow. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He literally said, excuse me, I guess you're not going to talk about it. And I was like, I guess you're hiding the truth. And I was like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on to hide. You were at the DNC. You've been in the room with a lot of murderers. True. That is also true. That is valid. You make a valid point. Yeah. Anyway, let's blast off and let's do it. Where was I? What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, let's blast off. Thoughts on implementing nationwide Sharia law? Very good. I want that. Obviously, that's a pivotal part of my legislative agenda. So let's get started. Let's blast it off. We got a lot going on, obviously, in the world. Like I said, we got mass protests in France, Trump, DC dinner disaster. We got the Israel-Qatar fallout. Epstein leaks are continuing. And of course, the drama continues alongside that. And last but not least, Russian drones over Poland. Is it World War III? And I was on Wired Mag as well. So there is a tremendous amount of news here, which is why it's really funny that chatter came in hot. But important question. Will the dogs be at the wedding too? Oh, are you coming to the wedding? Why is this a question from you? But yes, the answer is yes. Of course I'm going to bring my dog and and Murat's going to bring his. This Illinois man is much crazier than the DCFC dude. Yeah, Daniel Robb. I know. He is a fucking insane person. Like, that's actually a real ass terrorist. Like, not some dude who was making terroristic threats or whatever. You know, that's like a whole ass terrorist, serial killer, mass shooter type dude from Naperville, Illinois. But you know, just yeah, Kamala's new book has some statements about Brandon as well, Brandonian statements. Do we have a blast off meme or what? Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Pee pee poo poo park later. Personal news wise, I mean, there's not much going on in my life for personal news. I'm doing Crooked Con. They asked so many goddamn times. I mean, I've already done like a bunch of pods with them, and you know, I don't have a problem with the pod Johns anyway. I think that it's a good way to it's a good platform to get my message out there to a much more receptive audience of like liberals and stuff. But I had not seen the other players that are involved at Crooked Con. Apparently Matty Boy is going to be there, Egghead himself. That's a crazy lineup. We'll look at that. It's just really unfortunate that the name for a con after all that chorus stuff, Lamau. Yeah, it's going to be like, I'm going to get Night of the Long Knived over there, okay? Like, I feel like it's going to be Red Wedding over there. I saw the Crooked Con lineup, okay, from Crooked Media, from the Pod Johns, for those of you who don't know. Also, here's the blast off meme, okay? Keep it pushing. Let the people know we're live. Let the people know we're alive, okay? But as long as you don't tone down your rhetoric. What did you say? Are you going on those lib pods that really upset the usual liberal Reddit? What? Pedos? No, I just go on those podcasts because there are a lot of people. You were speaking at Crooked Con, and so was Jessica Tarkov. Collab when? So here's the thing, okay? I think a lot of people do not understand something that's very important and is certainly an important part of at least like my method here, okay? I have a method for change. I have a method for getting Americans to be more aware of their class position and be better equipped, basically, to advocate for their best interests. And a part of that revolves around talking to liberals, okay? Because a lot of you guys in this community were, at some point, liberals. That's just what it is. It's just the normal political position. It's represented, I would say, like, I mean, Republicans are liberals as well. Democrats are liberals as well, obviously. But, like, I would say that Democrats are more empathetic liberals on a lot of pivotal issues. They just haven't been able to communicate their desires or have been shut off from the capacity to dream, right? They haven't realized that a better alternative exists out there. So that's just the reality. So you have to talk to those guys and be like, hey, it seems like you like these things. And there are definitely a lot of, candidates out there that could advocate for those things that you want. You shouldn't just stop yourself from dreaming of a better future. So, of course, I'm always going to go and talk to liberals as well, especially ones that are not immediately hostile to my worldview. And the Pod Johns are a perfect example of this. We might not agree on everything, but ultimately it doesn't matter. I mean, I've done a bunch of hits like that. I mean, I've done a bunch of Pod John's collabs before the election, after the election, and I think those were pretty pivotal for a lot of people. I think they saw that and they realized that there's definitely some interest there. Now, of course, I would say Crooked Con is a little bit different than this, right? Gavin Newsom pulling together leaders from across the wings of the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries, the Maxwell Frost, the Senator Warren, and Pete Buttigieg, along with people like Les Dog for the FAFO event he's holding for his redistricting ballot proposition. Like, this, I think, is much more hostile because the person throwing this is Gavin Newsom. I don't think he's too fond of me. I suspect his team is not too fond of me either. And therefore, you know, this is a very different environment than like the Pod John's environment is. So, do we have the lineup for the crooked? What is this? You write the theory, I'll do the practice. Okay, stop. It's a real thing. I was PSA pilled in 2016, but then I found you and Chapo on Twitter. Fear and is now a popular topic for other podcasts. What the hell is this? Hasan Piker gets clocked by Cutie Cinderella and Oscars working for David Dobrik. Just Trish, episode 209. What the helly? Yeah, I admit I was libbed up and leading right before I found you. October 7th really pushed me deep into your community because I respect the sense of justice you uphold. As a result of being in this community for an extended period of time, I developed class consciousness, politics. So thanks, Abi. Hell yeah, that's the goal. That is the goal. That's the point. So Crooked Con. This is Crooked Con, okay? Freedom and content for all. Alex Wagner, Justice Allison, Ben Rhodes, Ben Winkler, all these people. Governor Andy Bashar, Brian Tyler Cohen is of course there. And here I am. They put me right next to Faiz Shakir, Shakir, Bernie's man, Faiz. This is just the lineup is just by, I think, name. But there are some interesting names on here like Matt Iglesias, Neera Tanden, some Philip DeFranco. But then, you know, there like I said, it's mostly just like the Pod Johns, mostly liberals, and then you got me over here. And you know, I guess it's gonna be interesting. Let's see. But like I said, I'm never going to not do something like this. If I have an opportunity to talk to a massive audience of blue-pilled libs and tell them, like, listen, there is a alternative out there. There's a socialist alternative out there. It just means that they are going to fight harder for the things that you want. Do you want these certain things? Okay? Do you want an expansive welfare state? Do you want more worker control? Do you want more autonomy in your life? Do you want more freedom in your life? Do you want more financial freedom without worry? If you want these things, there is a method out there. There is an ideology out there. There are groups of people out there who have fought for these things for years and years and years, you know? And I think it's good. Are you going to attend Zora on election night? It's like 2 nights before this? Yes. You have to go on the attack or they will never let you talk? No, it's not. I've done this stuff before. You guys are wrong. I've literally been on the Pod Johns. They're one of the best parts about going on the Pod Johns is that they do let me fucking speak my truth, you know, talk my shit if I need to. So genuine question, will you code switch while you speak? I increase worker protections or unions instead of us using the means. I 100% believe you can connect those and convert those libs. Yeah. So they don't do you like they did Felix. Yeah, Felix was right too early about Iran getting a nuclear weapon. That's the problem. Did Zoran get soft on Israel? I read on Twitter that he took the AOC route. No, he didn't. He just he repositioned on Israel on one issue. And I think it was a mistake. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But I don't think he's like betraying the people. I read on Twitter is also a clear-cut indication that maybe you don't have the right opinion on this, you know? But all right, we'll start out with Zohran Kwame Mamdani. What the fuck? I'm in the Thumbo on the CBS New York piece. Yeah, I'm debating Charlie Kirk as well. We got so much going on. Oh my God, there is just so much happening, bro. There's constant polls coming out of New York that literally warm my heart, okay? I'll just start there. There are constant polls coming out of the beautiful state of New York, the beautiful city of New York City, that warm my heart about how much New Yorkers, everyday New Yorkers, just despise the apartheid state, despise the criminal Zionist entity, okay? Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. We got the Kamala Harris drama as well. We're going to be talking about that too. But there is so much anger and so much resentment. What is this quick scrum with Mamdani? He talked about Cuomo. Didn't want to talk about Hasan Piker, a podcaster who said stuff like America deserves 9/11. Bro, oh my Lord, oh God, they're gonna try to fucking bash him in the head over this.
You know, what we can see is a candidate that is desperate to understand why he is so far behind a politics of the future.
Why do you hang out with guys like Hasan Piker? Said some nasty stuff, don't you think?
I'm here to talk about the World Cup.
Yesterday with Cuomo's camp, I mean, any response to that?
You know, what we can see is a candidate that is desperate.
Dude, it is kind of crazy that he said some nasty stuff. It is kind of crazy that like that dude is like a drama obsessed fucking weirdo. You know what I mean? Like the dude that I don't think it was a journalist who said that. I don't think it was this guy at least. Or maybe it was. I don't know. But it's crazy to me that it's like for a lot of people who are like, I'm a journalist. I want to be a pro-Israel type of journalist. Like, I'm just going to hit you with some fucking quick TMZ bars and be like, well, this is Hasan Piker guy. He says some nasty shit. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? What the actual fuck are you talking about? Like, this is not a real controversy, brother. You are talking about a dude. You were talking about a dude, me, who is, getting fucking profiled in the New York Times and shit. It's not like this is, it's not like I'm a random fucking person that has said some really dangerous things. You might try to present it as such to the best of your ability, but like it's very clear that within the context, like a lot of these other mainstream outlets like very clearly understand what this is. Otherwise, you're basically doing the ADL line and saying, why is the GQ, the New York Times, and all these other fucking all of these other institutions why are they platforming a terrorist? The only actual gross shit you say is that you willingly love shitting your pants on airplanes. That's not. I've never said that. In any case, it does seem like Dan Rivioli might not be too big of a fan of Zoran. But it is annoying. It is lame as fuck. It's whack that they're just like constantly trying to badger him over with this shit. And it's only a matter of time until he probably will be like, It's only a matter of time until these people will probably fucking be like, all right, well, you know, I don't know the guy. Oh, it was a PragerU guy. New Yorkers, tomorrow, September 11th. Here's Zohran Mamdani with Hasan. America deserved 9/11 Piker. Tomorrow, don't allow Mamdani anywhere near the 9/11 memorial. First responders will pretend to care. Unlike Mamdani, the real New Yorker stands with FDNY and NYPD. Political commentator at PragerU, Shabbos Kestenbaum. They saw that he gave into some Israel stuff. They saw that he caved on pressure on Israel stuff. I think that isn't the reason. I think they're just trying everything. They're just trying every attack line, and this is another one. It's just so stupid. Mamdani hanging out with terrorist Hasan Piker. The issue with Mamdani getting yelled at about his allegiance with me or some shit is that if he caves on that, then it's going to open him up to an unimaginable line of attack for him as well. Do you see what I mean? So, like, the same line of attack that they are hitting me with, where being like, he's a bad guy, he's a terrorist, he's a Muslim who loves 9/11, he wants to do more 9/11s. Like, it's unironically, it's the same exact thing that they can hit him on. So, even if he was in this like unique predicament where he was trying to be like, I'm distancing myself from Hasan Piker, then they're gonna turn around and be like, well, why did you fucking celebrate Dipset's 9/11 takes? Blah 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 blah, all this shit. So that's it. It stems from the same racist place. It's not like a real logical attitude that people have. It is just an unironically racist fucking diatribe that people land on. But of course, because there are plenty of other people who have this kind of incredibly Islamophobic attitude, that it kind of gets more mileage than you normally would expect. And that's it. But of course, he is too charismatic and too buttoned up for this kind of stuff to shake him, in my opinion. But that doesn't stop me from being annoyed that they're just like consistently using this. Yeah, the New York Post article gave the game away where the lady mentioned Zohran mentioning the Holy Land 5, like this attack is not genuine. Exactly. So it's always the same shit. Has any actual media outlet reached out to you for the comment on Cuomo attacks? No, they haven't. I think it hasn't like built up yet. It hasn't even like built up that significantly. It's kind of interesting that you're being brought up in a New York mayoral race. Yeah, I never in my life would have thought that it would get to that moment.
Out of the mayor's race, where things are getting even more heated between Andrew Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani, a new poll shows Mamdani with a double-digit leader, but there's an asterisk. Political reporter Marcia Kramer explains.
The pictures on an easel at Andrew Cuomo's Ground Zero press conference showed Zohran Mamdani with Turkish-American podcaster Hasan Piker, who once said America deserved the 9/11 terror attack.
Those are amongst the most disrespectful, disingenuous words you could ever say to a first responder.
Wendy Ireland Tortorici and her husband Sal, who has stage 4 liver cancer from his work at Ground Zero, dramatically endorsing Cuomo as the former governor began pulling out all the stops to duke it out with Mamdani with 8 weeks to go until Election Day.
This isn't about politics. This is about character.
But Team Mamdani was having none of it. A campaign spokesperson saying, quote, Andrew Cuomo knows exactly what he's doing. He's holding a press conference to suggest that Zohran Mamdani, who is poised to become New York's first Muslim mayor, somehow supported 9/11. It's vile, it's dangerous, and it's deliberate. This is a new New York Times Siena poll has Mamdani with a 22-point lead. Mamdani 46, Cuomo 24, Curtis Sliwa 15, Eric Adams 9.
Remember when they were 2 months out of a Democratic primary, Andy Cuomo was 40 points ahead. They were telling me, why are you even bothering running? He's going to have a coronation. Well, he got killed in the Democratic primary. So I don't trust any of these polls.
But in a head-to-head matchup, it was Mamdani 48, Cuomo 44, almost within the poll's 3.6 margin of error, which may be why, for the second day in a row, Cuomo insisted it didn't matter how many names are actually on the ballot. It's still going to be him versus Mamdani.
Because people see who's viable and who's not. and they're going to be two viable candidates, in my opinion.
There's nothing funnier than having a real press conference. Having a real press conference about an ongoing mayoral race in front of a photo of me from 2019 with the words in Always Sunny in Philadelphia font that says America deserves 9/11. Oh my Lord, brother. Oh my Lord. Did you catch the statement by the wife of the first responder about you at the beginning? No, I didn't. Hasan, what?
Disingenuous words you could ever say to a first responder.
Wendy Arlen Tortorici and her husband said,
It's pretty, it's, you know, I mean, what do you say? What do you say to this? Bro, that statement will follow you for life. It's not. It will, but it doesn't matter. The significance of this is entirely dependent on the disingenuousness of the person who wants to weaponize it. When it first banged, when this statement first banged, it was almost entirely weaponized by the Republicans, right? Because in 2019, Trump was president. It was entirely disingenuous, and it was all Republicans that hit it. Now you got, like, ironically again, Republicans utilizing it, but they're doing it under the banner of, like, being a Democrat, I guess, but they're not really Democrats. They're running against the Democrat. This makes it look like you caused 9/11. They panned the camera to a first responder being sad. I know. Like, it is what it is. They're talking about it like you personally said it to a first responder. Yeah, also, they're talking about it like I'm saying it's good that, like, 9/11 killed Americans or something. That's not my statement at all. And if you look at the full quote, you very quickly understand I'm talking about blowback, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I said what I said. All right. But the point is to do, like, the loosest of associations by way of, like, look, this is, you got a Muslim, radical political commentator who's saying America deserved 9/11, and you got a Muslim who's running for mayor of New York who associated with him 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. These guys are Muslims 9/11, Muslims 9/11. That's what it is the weakest line of attack you can possibly fucking put together. And it's very clear. It's very clear that it's, like, trying to associate a Muslim candidate with 9/11, but doing it within the confines of, like, liberalism and within the permission structure that exists amongst liberals. And that's all this is. And the issue here for Zoran is that even if he caves on this and just basically says, like, yes, you're right, I fucked up, I should have never talked to HasanAbi Piker, I hate him or whatever, then they're just gonna they're gonna turn around and attack him too. They're gonna be like, well, you're Muslim too. You're a Muslim guy too. What's up with that? You also have some opinions on 9/11. It seems maybe you're like there is no real connection here. Neither of us, we're both fucking 34 years old, okay? Neither of us participated or had anything to do with fucking 9/11. They're just trying to make that connection by saying, like, well, what are you going to do? These Muslims, they love 9/11. Now, of course, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's just an incredibly weak line of attack. And I think not only is it an incredibly weak line of attack, but it's one that it's one that's not going to stick.
People see who's viable and who's not, and they're going to be two viable candidates, in my opinion, and people will vote accordingly.
Cuomo also held an emergency meeting with about 80 business leaders who say they're worried about Mamdani.
So I'm here because Andrew is obviously a better candidate to be running the city. I'm very concerned that New York City is going to be...
What are these guys doing, by the way? Like, Andrew Cuomo already lost the primary. Are these guys like desperately trying to find anyone who will openly say they're an Andrew Cuomo fan? Is that what's happening? What the fuck's going on with CBS New York, man? CBS New York is in the tank, it seems.
Decimated if the other guy takes office.
Meanwhile, Mayor Adams insisted he's planning to meet with business leaders, too.
We need to make sure that this city does not go into a state where decriminalizing prostitution, where we don't go into a state of emptying out Rikers Island.
I'm Marcia Kramer, CBS News in New York.
Former mayoral candidate Jim Walden wants off.
Charlie Kirk just got shot at UVU, unconfirmed, but it looks like what just happened. Okay, first of all, you literally are a New York Times photojournalist. Please don't do this, okay? This doesn't mean Charlie Kirk got shot, okay? This just means shots fired at the Charlie Kirk UVU event. That's a crazy leap. We don't know what happened. Please, don't come in here with breaking news like this, guys. We will get there. Look at his page. Make Utah great again. What? Who is this guy? He said Charlie Kirk was shot. That's crazy. If that's the case, if that was the case, there'd be fucking video footage of it, I'm pretty sure. I mean, this is not, it's Utah. It's not that backwards, okay? There's other accounts. None of them are journalists saying Charlie Kirk got shot. Okay, find me a video of the incident and I'll... Okay, that's not a video of the incident. That's just people saying Charlie Kirk has been killed in Provo, Utah. What the fuck? Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Please stop. They don't got internet in Utah or cameras. Okay, that is crazy. Does this mean your debate is canceled? Yes. That would mean the debate is canceled. If he got fucking shot in the neck. What the fuck is happening? Mike Lee, I am tracking the situation at Utah Valley University closely. Please join me in praying for Charlie Kirk and the students gathered there. How is it shots fired at Charlie Kirk event at Utah Valley University? Shots have been fired at Charlie Kirk event at Utah Valley University. Footage from the scene showed event goers screaming as shots rang out on Wednesday. People at the event took to social media to share details of the moment someone opened fire at the Conservatives event. Kirk published a post on X just minutes before reports of the shooting emerged. How is there no footage of this? What the fuck is going on? Okay, there's a live stream. Did this live stream show the shots being fired? Why do you want to see your political opponent get shot so badly? What? Bro, what will it take for you to believe? Wait, first of all, these two things are at odds with one another. It's my job to make sure that I fucking get this breaking news story correctly. That's number one. And number two, what a fucking stupid ass joke to make, dude. I have to confirm it. I can't just go along with hearsay. These things are incredibly like there are so many fucking cameras on these sorts of things. What the fuck are you talking about? Charlie Kirk goes to a fucking a college campus. There's gonna be a lot of phone cameras out. Okay, around 60 minutes on that Twitter live link. Is it gonna? It doesn't show anything, right?
They still should not be mass murdered. Their children shouldn't be killed at the age of 0.
We also don't condone Hamas either. We don't think that's all right.
We're not supporting terrorism.
Say that one more time real quick.
We also don't condone Hamas. We think that genocide people have a right to live.
And that's kind of back to
You're gonna go down and see the get closer? Are they like restricting you guys up here or what?
Nah, it's too crowded.
It's just there's just so much.
Before we had a flag and we had it. So
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Okay, so then it cuts. The live stream literally cuts. The live stream just cuts from that interview to people just going holy shit and running around. Also, if Charlie Kirk was shot, it'd be an incredible amount of annoying political leverage for Christian conservatives to blame the left for mass shootings. Shots 9-10 minutes ago at the YouTube video. Wait, he was doing a YouTube video as well? Oh, no, this is another person. Okay. This is just a random...
Holy shit, Charlie. I don't know who's been shot. That one more time real quick.
we also don't
Oh,
condone
this is the
Hamas.
same one,
we
yeah.
think the people have a right to live.
And
Why does
that's
it
kind of back
skip?
to like the love one.
Why did these fucking live streams skip right as the shooting happens? Look. Like, oh, no, this one doesn't.
It's just there's just so much.
Before we had a flag and we had it.
He just got shot! Holy shit! Holy shit!
No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. Deseret is reporting he was shot. Okay, Deseret News now reporting Charlie Kirk shot at Utah event. Charlie Kirk, this is a breaking news story, will be updated. Charlie Kirk was shot at an event at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah on Wednesday. Bystanders report seeing Kirk shot. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Oh my God. Bystanders report seeing Kirk shot near his neck during a Q&A with students. What the fuck is happening, brother? What the fuck is happening? Dean Withers, Charlie Kirk was reportedly shot in the neck. Why would Dean know? Was he there? Did he attend this event? I know he like tries to go to Charlie Kirk events to try to debate him. Bandwidth over mobile and the frame size suddenly increases due to movement. That's why the live stream cuts when everyone starts to run. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But I don't know. Like, I can't see from this angle whether.
You guys
like,
okay?
I assume this is the tent where Charlie Kirk is, right? Like, this is the tent where he is, right? Minute 1814. Guy says the security said that, and there are people with guns. Check for the live chat. Found the video of him being shot. There is 0% chance. There is 0% chance that if this happened and Charlie Kirk got shot, that someone doesn't have the footage. Benny Johnson and Candace Owens and everyone is saying, like, pray right now for Charlie Kirk. Pray right now. Pray with everything you have. Get down on your knees and pray. Please, I confirm that Charlie's been wounded at an event in Utah. Please, Jesus, help us now. A journalist is reporting on this. Deseret News and KSL are gathering as much info as we can. A witness told our newsroom that they heard a blast like a firecracker while Charlie Kirk was answering a question, creating panic at UVU. So is it actually... a moment of panic and that there's like misinformation flying around, or did he actually get shot? I don't understand. Because like this is the photo that this guy posted. It said Charlie Kirk breaking, Charlie Kirk shot in the neck. Oh, you found the video? Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm going to look at the video right now. I told you there's got to be a fucking video. Wait. All right. Oh, my God. Holy fuck. Oh! Dude, you hear a shot, you hear the crack of a shot, and then you hear you hear his head just crack back right after. And I think what the people are saying is correct. That he might have been shot in the neck. Oh my God. Okay. Holy fuck, dude. Charlie Kirk is, as far as I've seen, Charlie Kirk has been shot at an event at UVU in Utah. What the fuck? What? But I don't know if it's the neck though, because the moment of impact, I see, like, on the moment of impact, you see his t-shirt go like this. And I don't know if that's because of the, like, you see him recoil and his head rocks back, but I don't know if it was actually him in the neck. I think it was in the chest. Because the area of impact that you see, is on the shirt. Like, I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking right at the video. It's in his neck. Blood comes pouring out. Oh, second photo. Look at his neck. Oh, shit. Yeah. Wait, how did he... Unconfirmed reports right now of it's coming from his neck. If you pause for 4 seconds, was it point blank or from afar? I have no idea. I don't know. Disavow quickly and vehemently for your own safety. Yeah, no shit, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Of course. I don't think you guys understand. I was supposed to debate him in a public setting like a month from now. Obviously, like, even aside from the principle of it all, yeah, no shit. It's also for my own personal safety as well. The fuck? I'm also, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm also a public figure who does political commentary, who was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk in a public setting at Dartmouth University a month from now. I assume it's not going to happen now, obviously. UVU, I go to UVU and I got this emergency message. UVU alert. A single shot was fired on campus towards a visiting speaker. Police are investigating now. Suspect in custody. Yeah, that debate is canceled. Yeah. I don't think that debate is happening any longer, chatters. What the fuck? Stop going to public events, bro, for real? Yeah. Bro, stop cancel your public events. Hogs are going to want revenge. What do you mean? Supposedly that I'm gonna guess there has to be HasanAbi heads that were there. Can they report it? There's some HasanAbi heads here, but yes, the Dartmouth debate was supposed to happen in 15 days from now. I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk in 15 days at Dartmouth University, but obviously that's not going to happen any longer, I suspect. Here's footage of the man that allegedly shot Charlie Kirk. That's what they're suspecting. That's what it seems like. It's like an old dude. You know what's going to be safest for you, but I think chatters are saying that hogs don't think straight and will want revenge against you for some reason. People just wanting you to be careful. Revenge isn't another commentator, not that you had anything to do with it in particular. Stay safe. Yes, no, I understand that. Yes, chatters, Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck. I watched it. I watched a video. It looks like it's just he gets shot. There's only one footage that we've seen, one piece of footage that we've seen so far. It's this one where you briefly see it and the camera moves, the camera pans away right after he gets shot. But there is a screenshot from the photo where there's a screenshot from the footage that shows that there's like blood coming out of his neck. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know anything beyond that. This is the most insane fucking situation. We have no additional evidence or no news beyond the fact that the police have already said that it was a single shot that was fired at UVU. Police said there's a worse clip on Twitter from the front row. Send that to me as well. But my point is, he gets shot and he gets shot in the neck, and the campus police statement on it was single shot fired against event speaker, and the shooter has been the suspect has been apprehended. So that leads me to believe that most likely the guy that shot him was probably the old guy, because he is the guy that has been apprehended. Candace Owen says, everyone please stop what you're doing and pray for Charlie Kirk, please. There is a close-up. There is a closer footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck here as well, where you can oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's definitely dead. Oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, no, that footage, that you do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. That footage, the close-up footage shows very clearly immediately blood pouring out of his jugular. He gets shot in the neck, blood pouring out of his jugular, like an unimaginable amount of blood pouring out of his jugular. There is very, very little chance that he survived that. I don't know if he did, but it doesn't seem like it. Oh my God, that was fucking devastating. Holy shit. I don't know what to say. Oh my Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. America is so absolutely fucked. Oh. Fox News is covering it now.
So not even 30 minutes ago, 29 minutes ago, he had posted images of himself before this huge crowd at Utah Valley University there outside of Provo. And he said, we're so back. You could see there was enthusiasm. He was passing hats around. You can watch him on video. This was posted half an hour ago of him doing that and greeting this crowd. He is somebody that the Trump campaign, as Kristen was noting, utilized very effectively to harness his leadership in this conservative activist movement, again, with young people, young men specifically. We've talked about this a lot when we look back. Charlie Kirk is at the heart of that effort. They relied on him and his organization a lot for their ground game in a lot of the states around the country. And so this is somebody who obviously has a huge voice inside conservative American politics, a big Trump supporter, but obviously now in this really unfortunate, horrific experience is going to be at the center of a conversation about political violence, I would imagine, that we're going to be having in the aftermath of this horrific event.
Oh, certainly. And there's a lot of reason to be concerned right now as we do not know his status. We don't know how he's doing, and we're awaiting word certainly of that. As you mentioned, it says a lot about where we are as a nation when it comes to violence in politics. Can you talk a little bit about what he was doing in Utah? He was going to universities to speak to young people.
Yeah, and organizing them. And again, that's why I was literally, you can just bring it up from his Twitter page a little while ago. You can see
what happened
it's
to
not
him?
just like sometimes.
Charlie Kirk was doing an event, one of the classic events that he does, like a Change My Mind style event at Utah, at a campus on Utah, at UVU campus. He was sitting under a tent. One shot rings out, and immediately his jugular opens up, and blood is just pouring out of his fucking neck. I saw it. I'm confirming it. I'm telling you right now, there is a very, very low likelihood of survival beyond that point. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I don't. It's not. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen. The reason why I say it was most likely his jugular is because I've never seen so much blood pour out of someone's neck in real time in like a moment's notice before. It just completely gushes out. Do not watch the video. If you have not seen the video, do not, like, the reason why I watched it is because I wanted to see, the reason why I watched it is because I had to confirm whether or not this was a real incident. I'm telling you, avoid it. It is one of the most fucked up things you could possibly see. There is one video that was shot from afar that basically shows you his head cracking back after you hear the shots being after you hear the one shot fired, and then the camera pans away. There is another video from inside of the crowd, a closer up video that is circulating online right now, where you literally see, where you just straight up see his jugular gush out after the moment of impact. That second video, the close-up video is from like 15 feet away, and I mean, look, I cover Israel's genocide every day. I see charred children. I see children carrying their dead parents in trash bags to the hospital every day. It still is a little different, at least from my perspective, I think, because this is a person who does what I do, but on the opposing side, I was supposed to debate him at Dartmouth University 15 days from now in a public event, in a public setting. I go out to public settings like this all the time. So there's a level of closeness in that regard because of the nature of what I do. I mean, look, I have a policy of not living in fear, and but we'll see. I might have to reconfigure certain things. This is insane. I never thought I would see something like this.
Whether it was a rifle, was it a handgun?
But I guess if there's one country where something like this could happen, it's this one.
It's also notable that he hosts, as part of many of the events that he has, these debates with folks that come, college students and others who come as part of a crowd, and he hosts debates with them at close proximity. We don't know that that's exactly what happened here, but it is notable given what you were just describing, Chief Ramsey, as the setting for these events. We also have a statement put out by California Governor Gavin Newsom now, who interviewed Kirk on his podcast back in March of this year. He says the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. Let's go back to the White House now and Kristen Holmes, because it's notable, as we just said, he's been interviewed by Democrats and Republicans. The weight that he carries and his voice within the conservative movement, especially among young people, he's someone who at times has had the president's ear as well.
Not just had the president's ear at times. I mean, he is incredibly close with President Trump. They speak directly. He also is close with high-level members of the administration. You see the vice president tweeting there. He knows and speaks to Charlie Kirk. If you are talking to people within the administration, they will tell you that Kirk is somebody who has the finger on the pulse of the MAGA movement in a way that sometimes even the people in Washington do not. He has been such a force for President Trump, somebody that they relied on. At times there was even floated that he might join the administration, and I was told during the transition that they actually believed that he was more powerful not being part of the administration because of the following that he has, because of this unique ability he has to reach these specific young voters. And one of the stories we did on the campaign was how exactly they were doing this. And this was by reaching out to people who hadn't voted before, bringing them into the MAGA movement and getting them to vote for President Trump. So it's not just as though this is an ally of the president's. It's somebody who, again, has this enormous following that the president pays attention to, who is close to, who he listens to. We can recall that there have been issues that Charlie Kirk has brought to the president's attention that people in the base were upset about. This is something we've reported on extensively. So this is, again, I just think it's really important to note here, while he's not a government official, while he is not a member of the administration, he's essentially the closest thing you could get to that position without actually being in the government. He's influential in Washington, he's influential in the Republican Party, and he's certainly influential with President Trump and influential.
This is part of the reason why I don't make a big fucking public show of a lot of the public events that I'm attending ahead of time until it's happening in real time, you know? I'm like, this is obviously always a fear, especially in the United States of America. There is not, I mean, I don't know what the fuck to say, dude. I don't know what the fuck to say other than America is an incredibly violent country, and it's getting even more violent every day. It's one of the most insane. This is one of the most insane things I've seen. This is he dead? From what I saw, I look, there's no confirmation yet. But I saw the close-up video to confirm the veracity of the reporting, and let me tell you, in the absence of like immediate, super significant medical intervention, I don't know how he survives that, because yeah, I will just say the up close video, the closer video that is being circulated around online right now, basically shows it's right in the fucking neck, and the amount of blood that gushes out of his neck in that moment in real time implies that there is very, very low likelihood of survival. Like, that's not, I think if your jugular was cut like that, I assume. I don't know. I don't know how you. I mean, he's been hospitalized, so I guess he is alive. Like, according to Fox News, he's been hospitalized. I don't know how he survives that. I don't know how he did, but if he's actually at the hospital, that means, you know, there has been medical intervention. He's not dead. Kirk has been scheduled to appear at Utah Valley University on Wednesday as a part of the American Comeback Tour. I don't. Yes, I was supposed to debate him in 2 weeks at Dartmouth University. I mean, there is I have a lot of opinions and a lot of feelings right now. One is that this is a person that I have known and have been that I've debated in public settings since 2016. I had 2 very public debates with him at Politicon, and I was supposed to do another in Dartmouth in 15 days. I obviously also do public events such as this one, as well as a political commentator on the opposing side. I mean, obviously, this kind of violence is completely unacceptable, and I'm just letting you guys know. Obviously, I have in the way that I'm looking at the situation. It's a little bit difficult for me not to feel heavily biased. You a leftist for the fashion. Thank you. There's an 87 to 90% chance of surviving a gunshot wound to the neck if no major arteries were destroyed. So chances of him surviving are quite high. I mean, it's there was a local news live stream.
Protesters up above him and to his right, not in the area that the shot came from. And they would say things and boo here and there, but overall it seemed very supportive of what was going on.
And with the tiers, the levels, when events are held out here, obviously this was a big crowd, but are they typically occupying those balconies and those enclaves?
Look, I don't know if it was his jugular or not, but the amount of blood that I saw fucking spurting out of his neck made me think that it was most likely his jugular.
Okay, well, we appreciate your
insight. It is the most
Jeff.
horrifying
Thank you so
thing I've
much
ever
for joining us
seen.
and jumping on with us for our call.
Maybe made more horrifying by the fact that I know him personally. I've known him for years and was supposed to debate him. I don't know, and like what he does for a living, it makes it.
Okay. We don't have a caller at the moment, Tamara.
Like that's why I'm saying I'm a little bit biased in this situation. Obviously, it's like very hard for me to see. It's very hard for me to see this as like anything but an immediate threat to anyone that does this.
Who has been shot? A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
We're hearing a number of reactions like that on social media. The latest from President Trump, as Tamara said.
Guys, shut the fuck up. Stop saying take the day off and reorient yourself, okay? Calm down. Jesus Christ. I'm a 34-year-old man, okay? Shut up. Oh my God.
We understand there was
Stop
a
babying
speaker
me.
that had just gone out. Charlie Kirk hadn't even spoken yet. And so we're taking a look right now on your screen here. We're getting more video of Utah Valley University at this speaking event. Right before the shooting, one witness had just told us on the phone here that he heard one shot rang out, almost as if it was a loud boom, a firework, a firecracker.
Response was immediate. Charlie Kirk did hit the ground, we're told, and security detail appeared to immediately protect him, climb on top of him, and you imagine how quickly people then scattered just as a result of that single shot, that single sound. But we're told the police presence was quite significant, both uniformed police officers, but also those who jumped into action after this particular event, helping to clear the area, helping to get people to safety. So the response itself seems to be pretty quick.
Yeah, an earlier video showed too that there was a person that has been arrested that was being escorted. We haven't gotten confirmation that a suspect is in custody, but that's the part of the video that we have been seeing, that someone in fact has been arrested.
Yeah, we have told a suspect was in custody, and we're seeing now the video there of the man in the blue shirt. And spectators say that attention immediately went to this individual. Obviously, it's hard in a situation like that.
Bro, when people immediately go, hey, you have to hire security or whatever. You guys realize that he has the best security, right? You realize that, right? Like when you say, oh, Hasan, why don't you hire security when you do IRL streams? He has the best security. Trump confirmed he's dead. He had the security. There's nothing you can do when you get shot by a fucking sniper rifle in the neck when you're doing a public event. You understand that, right? I don't think he has not been pronounced dead. He is in the hospital right now. Okay. I don't know how he survives this. I have seen the video, the up close video that's circulating that they're not obviously showing here, and you shouldn't see it. I promise you don't need to see that. Okay. I don't know why chatters are fucking lying in here, but he lost a tremendous amount of blood immediately in the moment of impact. The only thing that Trump has said so far, and this is from Dan Scavino's account, we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless. Okay? It's unimaginably graphic. It is, I mean, this is, I don't know what else to say. I mean, this is just fucking terrifying. Here's CNN's
rang
coverage.
out, and you can see a large crowd gathered there at this university in Utah. Folks running away from the scene. This is one of many videos circulating online right now that we are working to confirm. But as John was saying, I mean, the challenge of securing a wide open campus, what appears to be a courtyard there with a number of tents for officials, or rather for students and attendees to participate in the event. No shortage of issues trying to secure a place like that.
No, certainly not. And let's go to Donnie O'Sullivan, who has been to a number of these events. He's joining us now on the phone. Donnie, we just saw some of the aftermath in that video, people running away, an incredibly scary situation for so many people there. Talk to us a little bit about these events, the kind of security they do or do not have, and what it's like to be there.
Hey, Brianna. Yeah, I mean, I think what you're seeing on your screen now is really normally sums up what these events look like. I mean, minus the chaos, of course, but always very big turnout on college campuses. Charlie Kirk has been doing this for a number of years. His organization, Turning Point USA, has been running these kind of events, hundreds of them, potentially thousands of them, across universities, really mobilizing the young conservative vote, and in recent years, of course, specifically the young MAGA vote. We were actually down a few weeks ago in Tampa, Florida, where Turning Point USA had their summit, and we spoke to some liberal groups, young Democrats, who are actually trying to emulate the work Charlie Kirk's organization is doing. These Democrats were, of course, very critical of Kirk's policies and his views on politics, but spoke, frankly, very complimentary of his organizing tactics. So what you see at these events, these college campus events, has really been a successful model for mobilizing young voters. In fact, in just recent weeks...
Wait, gunman is not in custody, campus official says?
So
the guy that they arrested might not be the actual gunman? Because initially campus police said the gunman was in custody, that the suspected shooter was apprehended. Now, breaking news, Kirk shot and gunman not in custody, campus officials say. Scott Trotter, Senior Director of Public Relations at Utah Valley University in Orem, just confirmed to the BBC that Kirk was shot and that the attacker is not in custody. Trotter said at 12:25 local time, a single shot rang out in the quad near the food court at Utah Valley University Orem campus as Mr. Charlie Kirk began speaking at his planned rally. We confirm that Mr. Kirk was shot, but we don't know his condition, Trotter said. He added that the campus is closed for the rest of the day. There's a video of them arresting an old man, but maybe that's not... maybe that's not the shooter then. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to... I bet you they found no GPR on suspect at this point. Doubtful they'll find the shooter. I know Netanyahu tweeted about it as well. Look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, chatters. There are different ways there are different ways beyond advocating for violent retribution when it comes to people like this. You guys are saying things right now that is completely fucking ridiculous, okay? You're saying things without even assuming how it reflects on yourself, how it reflects on the left, how it reflects on people like myself, deliberately putting someone like myself in the fucking crosshairs, in the line of fire. There's never going to be a moment where I will ever advocate for fucking political violence of this sort for understandable reasons. One, because it's abhorrent, and two, because it's fucking, like, what are you talking about? I need you to understand something. This could have, if it didn't happen in Utah, it could have happened in fucking Dartmouth. You get it, right? It can happen anytime I go out as well. If this is a real consideration. There's a real concern. We live in the United States of America where everyone has a fucking gun. Even Charlie Kirk's own assessments about gun violence is a necessary byproduct of having freedom. It doesn't mean that this is a cause to be fucking... This is a cause to be celebrated, okay? I know that our enemies, people in Charlie Kirk's audience, for example, would be celebrating if the same thing had happened to me, okay? But it doesn't matter. Be more careful. If not for morality, be more careful in terms of self-preservation. Because political violence happens no matter what, okay? And there will be violent retaliation as well. So just think, okay? Just think. The shot came straight at him, witness says. Former U.S. Congressman who was at the event with his daughter has told Fox News what happened when Kirk was shot. Everyone hit the deck, scattered. Former U.S. Representative Jason Chaffetz says he calls the violence shocking. Now, of course, it is shocking, but I guess in some ways it's not that shocking at all, considering it's the United States of America. That's something to consider here.
So where we were, though, it's interesting. It's kind of like a stadium. So it was a big bowl. It was a big bowl. So Charlie normally his platforms is just sitting on the side of the pavement, and everyone's at eye level with him. But with this, he was more down lower, and then everyone was around him in this bowl. We saw videos of from other people who saw the aftermath and didn't run immediately out because we ran straight away. But it looked like it was an older gentleman wearing a uniform. who was taken away put in custody pretty much right afterwards. He was the man in his 50s or 60s.
And just to be clear, Emma, you're saying that you saw that through a video because you ran off from the scene. You didn't actually see the man being taken into custody yourself?
We didn't actually see the man about 10 minutes ago, so 30 minutes after this all happened, I want to say. We found the people that we had originally interviewed with that were super happy to be there and excited, and they had recorded it, and so they were showing us from their phone. Right.
Okay, so you saw videos from people that you had actually talked to ahead of time who had recorded it themselves. What else did they tell you?
I mean, nothing really from any of them. I think everyone still here is in so much shock. The university's been completely evacuated, so the only people left in the building are people who witnessed it firsthand. We have heard reports that Charlie Kirk is stable and breathing. That was a couple of maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. But again,
Are they really reporting out those Facebook? Okay, I can tell you things that I saw with my own two eyes with an absolute certainty. Right now, there's a lot of misinformation flying around. I myself have also shown you some of the things that people are suspecting that was going on. But one thing I can tell you with a certainty is that Charlie Kirk got shot. It was one in the video that is readily available that is circulated. There's two different videos, one from afar and one up close. Okay, both of the videos show that there was only one shot. Okay, both of the videos also show that he was shot in the neck, and he lost an unimaginable amount of blood. And immediately after the moment of impact, he got shot near the throat, and blood starts gushing out, like spraying, which is consistent with what is it, like a main artery, a piercing through a main artery. Okay, it is very, very unlikely to survive a shot such as that one. But there is no confirmation that he actually has. There's no confirmation. The girl on CNN said that his condition is stable. There's no confirmation that he has died. Okay, there's no confirmation on that whatsoever.
Political ideas are presented, but there were only a couple of protesters who were there, and they were in the balcony. Yeah, and Charlie Kirk even made a point about it. He said, "Look up there. There wasn't that many. There's probably about 3 or 4 protesters. One."
The event was out in the open. I assume that there wasn't like a lot of security on the campus in general. He could still survive. There's a very low likelihood he could still survive. I don't know what the chances of survival without any sort of like significant, debilitating, life-altering injuries. Initially, there were initial reports off campus police that stated that one shot was fired. The speaker at the event, Charlie Kirk, was shot at, and that the shooter, the suspect, was apprehended. There was a video that was circulating around of an old man. There was a video that was circulating around of an old man being apprehended by police. Now, according to BBC's latest reports, the gunman is not in custody, according to campus officials. Okay? So we don't know. We don't know if the suspect is at large. But the New York Times is now confirming that via school spokeswoman that the suspect is in custody. So I don't know if something changed in the last couple of minutes, or Charlie Kirk, here's what to know. Updated 3 minutes ago. Charlie Kirk, the head of Turning Point USA, the nation's preeminent right-wing youth activist organization, was shot in the neck on Wednesday while speaking at a campus event at Utah Valley University. Cell phone videos posted online showed people running from the event after a gunshot rang out. One single gunshot. One video appeared to show Mr. Kirk's head jerking back as blood poured from his neck. He had been delivering remarks while sitting under a tent with the slogan, "The American Comeback," printed on it. A university spokeswoman, Ellen Trenor, said that Mr. Kirk was struck about 20 minutes after he began speaking on campus. She said a suspect had fired at Mr. Kirk from the Lucy Center, a building about 200 yards away, and had been taken into custody. The suspect was not a student, she said. Condition unknown. Ms. Triner said Mr. Kirk's security had taken him away after the shooting, and she did not have any information on his condition. Andrew Colvette, a spokesman for TPUSA, confirmed that Mr. Kirk had been shot in the neck. President Trump posted on social media in support of Mr. Kirk. Benjamin Netanyahu posted, saying, pray for Charlie Kirk. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, he wrote on Truth Social. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. A close ally, Mr. Kirk, 31, has emerged in recent years as one of the most influential young right-wing figures in the country and established himself as a close ally to the president. Mr. Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA in 2012 and has since become a fixture on college campuses where he hosts rallies like the one in Utah that often draw large crowds. Even though he's not part of the administration, Mr. Kirk's influence in the White House is significant. Since the November election, he has helped vet prospective appointees, testing their loyalty to Mr. Trump. Okay? My own interactions with Charlie Kirk start around 2015, where I debated him at Politicon when he was an upstart, basically creating Turning Point USA as a entity that was specifically designed to manipulate college campus elections and student government elections in general in high schools and college campuses, heavily funded by Republican donor Foster Friess, who passed away. I debated him publicly twice at Politicon on 2 different occasions, and I was slated to debate him at Dartmouth 2 weeks from now. We were also supposed to have a public debate 2 weeks from now at Dartmouth University. I say we were supposed to. I don't think that's going to happen any longer. Yes, I did see him at the DNC as well, but that's besides the point. That doesn't matter. But I have I have used Charlie Kirk as an example of like the way that the Republican media ecosystem works and how they prop up figureheads and how they bring in figureheads from the right directly into the horizontal and vertically integrated media infrastructure that the Republican Party uses, the propaganda outlets of the Republican Party uses, because Charlie Kirk and myself basically gained prominence in American politics on opposing sides at about the same time. And his career obviously has been explosive, and he has found himself not only in charge of this heavily funded organization, Turning Point USA, but also has become a close ally to the Trump administration twice now. It is actually terrifying to see what political violence is turning up. Like how much political violence is happening in this country. It's an incredibly violent nation. America is an incredibly violent nation already. It is everybody has a gun. This is a terrifying prospect in general. It's just, I mean, this is a terrifying incident for a million different reasons. I worry about the repercussions of this. I think that the reverberations of people seeking out vengeance in the aftermath of this violent, abhorrent incident is going to be genuinely worrisome. Of course, this is a country where children get slaughtered on a weekly basis by school shooters. Like I said, violence and ultra-violence in general is a very common thing that takes place in this country. But this is a attempted high-profile political assassination on a political speaker, and it's I don't know. It's hard for me to. It's hard for me not to see a close parallel here and worry about where things may go from this point on. So, there are, at this point, there is no hospital updates, but Gabby Giffords, the former Arizona congresswoman who nearly died in a 2011 assassination attempt, said she was horrified to hear that Kirk had been shot. Democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence, she said on social media. As I've said before, decentralized acts of violence from adventurists happen as a direct consequence of not having a real pressure valve when there is tremendous political instability. Okay? This is the reason why the democratic process is supposed to be a pressure valve for this sort of thing, in order to thwart these kinds of incredibly violent incidents. It's not like he was a senator or the president. He was a fucking influencer. What is wrong with people? It doesn't matter. He was a close advisor to the president and a very visible, high-profile advisor to the president. That is the reason why it's massive. It's very consequential, and a lot of people are talking about it.
Or including the buildings and other, open spaces. Because
also, Donald Trump literally sicked the entire fucking... Donald Trump sicked the National Guard on D.C. because of big balls getting jumped by a 15-year-old teenager. One 15-year-old girl and one 15-year-old boy. What the fuck do you think he's going to do after this? When one of his top advisors, the guy that he has named numerous times as a creditor to his success with Gen Z voters, was shot in the fucking neck in Utah. Okay? This is... I don't even know where we go from this moment on. I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. I don't know what the administration is going to do. I just don't think that they're going to be normal about it, okay? So think about that. University says a suspect is in custody after Charlie Kirk was shot at an event. And one of the biggest fucking reactionary monsters out there is Elon Musk. And he's already started saying the left is the party of murder. We don't know the background or the profile of the shooter. We do know that statistically speaking, these sorts of political violent incidents do not actually often come from the left, but it is usually right-wingers, former Trump supporters themselves shooting at Trump, people who have voted for Trump shooting at Trump, or attempting to assassinate Trump. Obviously, and Utah is also a very right-wing state. We don't know. Of course, I'm not going to still debate him. What are you talking about? How am I supposed to debate him? We don't even know if he's alive. No, Chatter, stop asking me stupid questions. Come on, man. Abby D. Phillips says, the degree to which the algorithm on this platform is pushing video of the shooting is incredibly disturbing. There has to be some human that can turn the dial down in a situation like this. The human that would turn the dial down, I don't think is interested in turning the dial down. I think the person that would turn the dial down is turning it up, as a matter of fact. Cranking it up. Okay? This is the 46th shooting at a school this year. Guys, don't link me AF Post. We don't know yet. AF Post is not giving a firm confirmation. Okay, just wait. Wait until there is a real news report. Not from America First. I don't know how the fuck I do public events going forward. Like, I don't know. It's just not. Oh, there's another angle of the video as well. A third angle. Oh, God. Maybe he survives this. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know how. Turning Point USA confirms the shooting, says Kirk is in the hospital. Turning Point USA, the conservative youth organization founded by Charlie Kirk, confirmed in a statement to CNN that Kirk was shot during the organization's campus tour stop on Wednesday. This is an ongoing situation. We can confirm that Charlie Kirk has been shot. He's in the hospital and we're preparing for him at the time. Why won't anybody say that his condition is fucking stable, dude? Like, I don't understand. Every single person just keeps saying he's in the hospital. They're not. Or confirmed dead, he is dead. Where is people getting the he's dead from? I'm looking to see if it's updated, and I haven't seen any updates on this at all.
Because as I said, this was the first time he was going to be out on the road this fall.
It's
there were
America
more than a
First
dozen of
post. They don't
these
fucking know
scheduled in the
shit.
coming months. And Turning Point USA, the group that he runs, is now confirming, quote, Kirk has been shot. He is in the hospital, and we are praying for him at this time. The prayers are so all-consuming right now and bipartisan. Everyone from President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to members of the cabinet to Democratic leaders like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Bipartisan condemnation of this act of political violence. It's a reminder, Brianna, that in a country like America, in a democracy, we only have a democracy if we settle our disagreements with words, not with violence. For the liberals, for the anti-Trump voices, for the anti-Kirk voices out there who feel despair about the direction of the country's politics, the way to address that is through words, not through violence. And so whenever we see one of these appalling crimes, it is disturbing because it cuts to the core of how the American democracy functions.
Yeah, certainly does.
Turning Points USA just released a statement to CNN confirming the shooting. They say this is an ongoing situation. Kirk is in the hospital and we are praying for him at this time. David Chalian and Laura Coates are with us. And David, it's important to state again just the significance of Kirk in politics and specifically his appeal to younger conservatives on college campuses, in large part has to do with his accessibility, his desire to get out in front of a crowd and debate.
Yeah. It's hard to hold these two things simultaneously. When you're dealing with a story like this of just potentially horrific, just tragic political violence, unacceptable political violence in this country, the fact that he is a conservative star is central to that, right? We're talking about political violence. And yet, and I know this is maybe hard for like cable TV news viewers or political news consumers, everything gets so divided up and everybody, we're in such a polarized time. So we also have to separate out the human tragedy that's happening right here and the fact that this person, that Charlie Kirk, has devoted his career. Again, I get that a lot of people watching right now may find his views abhorrent or maybe totally have worked against him politically. But the fact that he was the conservative star that he was, the fact that he was putting himself in the public spotlight to advance his beliefs and advance a movement seems to be at the very cause as to why he was shot today and why his family may be shattered. And again, we don't know his condition right now, and our prayers should be going his way and his family's way, and they are. But it's impossible in this moment that you don't want politics to be part of it at all. It is impossible to separate it because it is clearly, it seems from everything we know, this is going to be the centerpiece of a conversation about unacceptable political violence in this country and how this country can move from this moment forward to a place where that decreases or where that is less. I think that
They
seems
did take
pretty
the old
elusive
man away.
to America right now.
I think it does, David.
Yeah, I don't know if it's real or not, but
something like
chatters are
this
saying he was
happening.
talking about mass shootings. Like he was answering a question about mass shootings when he got shot.
And there is something about this that feels different. And yet when you
Bro, I already got motherfuckers commenting in my chat, in my
the CDC, and you start going
like on my YouTube instantly.
exactly
Like,
right.
look,
You
this
could
is what I mean.
continue on
Okay,
for so
this is
many
what I
years,
fucking mean.
In sort of this modern era.
Someone going should have been him and not Kirk.
It's really not
Like that just
the type of
happened.
situation
That's a
that anyone
YouTube
should wanna
notification
live in, no
from
matter what their
literally
political objectives are. It's horrifying. It's
a
horrifying.
minute ago.
And it's not sustainable, it seems to me. Like in this
Do you understand?
democratic experience and experiment that we are ongoing.
This is what I
in
have
the
to.
search for the
I mean, I deal with this like
union.
literally every fucking day of the week. I deal with this every day of the week.
becomes a more increasing
So it's a little bit. It's you know, it's a little bit different from the way I'm watching the situation. Okay.
That is, you know, if anything could come out of this, if there's some kind of wake-up call that come out of this, I know I probably sound naive saying that, it would seem like we've got to find a way to be able to have politics in this country and differences of opinion that do not end like this.
You know, you think about the only way to break a law is if a law first
Yeah.
exists, and this is going to open
Recalled
a very
it
big
like
conversation
not even a month ago. There was a political commentator who said that they would justify gunning me down on the fucking street. That wasn't even a month ago. That was a couple of weeks ago. So remember, America is an incredibly fucking violent country. Everybody has guns, and political violence often comes from
the marketplace of ideas,
the right wing in general, even if it's like directed at the right. Okay.
And safety has always been top of mind. What guaranteed safety?
Yeah,
for
look at
the
this.
speaker and also the community at large. This will be a very big
They should have-
conversation there. But I put my prosecutor brain on again with a suspect in custody. We sadly are a nation plagued by gun violence, but we're also plagued by sometimes the inability to have the person account for the violence that they have been
Oh
alleged
fuck!
to
New
have
York Times is
committed.
posting
And so
it
this gives
too.
an
Charlie Kirk was
opportunity
scheduled to debate progressive influencer Hasan Piker at Dartmouth College on September 25th. On his Twitch live stream, Piker reacted to the news with horror, urging some of his followers to stop making jokes about the shooting, and he expressed fear that he could be similarly targeted. This is a terrifying incident, Piker said. The reverberation of people seeking out vengeance in the aftermath of this violent, abhorrent incident is going to be genuinely worrisome.
Amend or reinforce laws to ensure, much like hate crime legislation that came before, the idea of if there are specific aspects you are targeting of a person can increase penalties, undermine the ability to actually have those crimes occur. And so this will be a part of the conversation. And again, we're talking about what appears to be just a guess here, given the facts we have, a premeditated act. If it's premeditated, if there's only been one shot fired, not targeting any other person, this is no longer generalized violence, and that means the investigative trail begins. It is electronic. It is what was on that person's body, how many cell phones, who they communicated with, where they may have been before this, who knew about their whereabouts. Did they travel across state lines? Were there other people involved in now possibly an interstate or intrastate activity? Will the FBI be involved? Will it be a state or local aspect of it? This is at a time, of course, as you all know, David, especially about the motive from the President of the United States to ensure that crime is at an all-time low in the presence of reinforcing military officials at times to make sure that's the case. Will there be an expanded move now in that aspect of it? And if that's the case, will college campuses, which has traditionally been a bit of a island unto itself in terms of the ability of local law enforcement to come on, will it be treated differently? The investigation begins simultaneously when the family begins to process what it would be like to explain to these young children that daddy is hurt, and will he be coming home tonight or ever?
We certainly are awaiting answers as to his medical condition.
A Turning Point USA official says Charlie Kirk is at the hospital, but it doesn't look good. Confirmed Kirk was shot in the neck. This is from Jennifer J. Jacobs, CBS News senior White House reporter. Here's a video of the old man being walked away in cuffs. Footage showing the person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk being taken into custody. As of now, we have no firm confirmation that this was the actual shooter. For the record, this is just footage of a suspect being apprehended. I'm going to repeat once again. This is footage of a suspect being apprehended. It's the same old guy that we saw earlier as well. We don't. I mean, look, in a normal environment, if we lived in normal times, if we had a normal, responsible government and not a bunch of fucking psychopaths running the show, they would look at this incident and go, we have to actually take serious precautions and we have to look at gun control seriously. Okay? Charlie Kirk himself, as an advisor to the Trump administration and as a mouthpiece for a lot of the most reactionary right-wing sentiments being expressed in this country, has routinely talked about how gun violence is a unfortunate but necessary side effect of having the freedom of the Second Amendment. Okay? Quite literally, he has verbalized his opinions on this issue with the false notion, with the false assumption that it might not ever happen to him. Okay? And in a moment like this, a reasonable government would say, all right, enough is enough. Okay? But one that hasn't said that in the aftermath of Sandy Hook is most likely not going to say that in the aftermath of this incident as well, especially considering that there are school shootings happening with regular frequency. As I've said already, the Charlie Kirk shooting is the 46th school shooting that has taken place this year. 46. Yes, he said this. Charlie Kirk says gun deaths unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment. You only say this if you don't think that you will ever be a victim to such political violence. Okay? I very much understand that this is a constant reality, for the record. Both political violence and just gun violence in general. Okay? There has been a 47th now, a fresh one in the same county as Columbine. Jesus Christ. There is another school shooting happening as this took place. Wait, what? Multiple people shot at Evergreen High School in Jefferson County? Okay, well, this is also breaking news. I'm not going to go into it, but AP says he's in critical condition. Is that what it is? Kirk, okay, Associated Press has an update, says Kirk is being treated and is in critical condition. A law enforcement official briefed on the shooting told the Associated Press. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss the matter. Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA in 2012 at the age of 18 and soon became a regular presence on cable TV where he leaned into the culture wars and helped praise on then President Trump. I urge people on the opposing side of American politics to really reconsider. Yeah, I got a mention in the New York Times. I know, because I was slated to debate him in 2 weeks. For the people who keep saying, brother, you need to get security. You need to understand, Charlie Kirk had security. He had a lot more security than I have ever had. I don't usually have security at all. Okay? I don't have any security when I go out to these sorts of events. I've done numerous public speaking engagements. I never bring security on purpose. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't have to be like this. And the reality of the matter is, this is a systematic problem. This is a systemic issue. Okay? Charlie Kirk had security. What do you do when someone is shooting at you from 200 yards away? Do you understand? That's why you have to solve this issue with good governance. I don't know what will happen with Dartmouth. I am not in contact with them. I've already informed my management on obviously Charlie Kirk getting shot. So we'll see what takes place now. I don't think that I know that it's not going to be with Charlie, but I don't know if there's going to be an event at Dartmouth at all. We shall see. And before people say, wear a bulletproof vest, again, he got shot in the neck. A bulletproof vest would not have saved Charlie Kirk. Okay? Security did not save Charlie Kirk. The only thing that could have potentially saved Charlie Kirk from getting shot in the neck was if our administrations, prior to this one and this one as well, actually had reasonable gun control as a policy provision in the immediate aftermath of, I don't know, 100 other school shootings that took place. This is why I keep responding over and over again to people that go, hey man, why don't you get security? Hey man, why don't you get a vest? There's nothing. None of those things will save you. Okay? This isn't like before people say, oh man, you know, you're making this political or whatever, but like, this is an issue. I need you to understand. This is an issue that is obviously very close to myself, considering that not only do I engage in public speaking with regular frequency at events as a very visible political commentator who just yesterday was called a terrorist and a 9/11 lover by the former governor of New York. Okay, there is a lot of tuning up, and you know, there's a lot of agitation that I receive. I receive death threats with regular frequency. All this stuff is very close to the chest. Okay, and there is not really anything you can do here aside from just not doing any fucking public speaking engagements. There's not really anything you can do here aside from, you know, existing in a more secure society, one that has significant restrictions on who can have guns. That's it. He had a 10-man private security detail for this event, along with campus and local police. Not fully confirmed, though. No, I know he has mad security. I know. But what do you do, regardless, in that situation where someone fires from 200 yards away and shoots Charlie Kirk directly in the neck? There's nothing you can do in that situation. There's nothing I would be able to do in that situation. It's just a matter of luck. It makes me consider that all of the incidents that have taken place thus far, where you know, I don't know. What if they didn't? What? Anyway, the reason why I'm mentioning this is not to be like, I'm not going to have security or I'm not going to take even more necessary precautions in the future. Of course I will. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because, like, Charlie Kirk did take those necessary precautions. Okay? And now he's in critical condition at a hospital. So one must ask the question, why? One must ask the question, how we got here. And if you personally think it's just because, you know, kismet, I guess, well, there are ways to prevent this. There are ways to prevent this, not just for Charlie Kirk, but for the little school kids, the parents that are worried every day when they send their children to kindergarten, to school, to church. You shouldn't have to think about potentially being a victim to a mass shooting when you're out in public. That is insane. That's insane. Some reporting from the ground. I can't see it, but I think I have Fox here. Anyway, fuck, man. The Charlie Kirk shooting is terrible, and I'm more broadly afraid that we're in a period of rising vigilante violence. I don't know what you can do other than condemn it, regardless of who's responsible. Yeah, key political violence and resilience trends from 2024. Yes, I know the New York Times mentioned me. I know. Charlie Kirk was scheduled to debate progressive influencer Hasan Piker at Dartmouth College on September 25th on his Twitch live stream. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks from now at Dartmouth University. This is why I'm saying it's a you know, I have a closeness to the incident.
First they said they wanted to interview me, and then this thing took a while. They were just like, hey, just give me your number, and then sent me on my way. So
pretty.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Wesley, thank you very much. Get your thoughts there. So we've heard from a number now of witnesses that have, me and others that have interviewed of people that were inside there, or I should say outside, because it is an outdoor venue, when the shots were fired, when Charlie Kirk was shot. That's what we've got here from the west side of UVU campus. We'll continue to be here, but we'll send it for now back to you, Brooke and Tamara, in the studio.
Daniel Woodruff reporting live from UVU campus, where earlier today Charlie Kirk was shot. And we are hearing from the AP, who has confirmed that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at a hospital, again, after being shot at this event held at UVU.
And though we don't know any other medical details on that, I think that's an exhale for a lot of people right now to at least hear the initial report of critical condition. The shot was fired. He recoiled. Bystanders describe him recoiling and immediately falling to the ground. It was quite a visually traumatic scene. But that's the latest update we can give, is that he is in critical condition. Dan Rascone is live there on the campus of Utah Valley University. Dan, orient us as to where you are.
Yeah, pretty incredible scene out here as far as talking to students. But let me give you a little idea as to where we're at here. Many of you, of course, know where the UCCU Center is at. We're just north of it right here. You can see all the traffic here, people trying to get out of this location, traffic completely backed up, a lot of cops, a lot of officers from a variety of different agencies all out here trying to be able to kind of lock down the campus, of course. And we've been hearing from students all along here. Many of these students right here, all these students have their own story. Let's start at the end here and kind of get your reaction. It's Ike.
Yes,
Did you
sir.
say, okay, Ike, tell me a little bit about where you were at, how close you were, and what you saw.
Yeah, so I was about 20 yards off the right-hand side of Charlie. Obviously, it's a traumatic thing. Nobody should have to see that in their lifetime. The taking of a life is hurtful and hard to see. But, you know, we were talking about, he was having a conversation with somebody about gun violence, actually. And he was hit in kind of the left upper neck area, kind of in the carotid artery area. And it was just a traumatic thing to see. I feel bad for all these wonderful students and alumni that were present and had to see that. It's a tough thing to see, but obviously it's a very serious thing that we need to all be able to work through and work through together as a community and come together and really rally around Charlie and his family. Nobody should have to worry about their father or husband going out and doing the things that he loves, and that's a tough thing to see.
How many shots did you hear, and what happened right after he was hit? What was the mood of the crowd?
Yeah, one shot rang out from what I heard. I don't know if anybody else heard different. one shot rang out and hit Charlie, struck Charlie, and I don't know if it's angels or good bystanders who jumped in and stopped more shots from coming, but I'm grateful that if somebody did, they deserve high praise. One shot hit Charlie, one shot.
Here, this is a video of the alleged shooter.
Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
He says, we don't know if it's him or not. I don't understand what took place here. Like, I don't, the profile of the suspect is just like, it makes no fucking sense. Yeah, he says, shoot me while he's being taken away by law enforcement. Where the fuck is where's the gun? We don't know anything.
Hey, let him in! Hey, leave it. The Deseret News article is probably not as up to date if they're saying the suspect is not in custody, because everything that I have seen so far, from mainstream outlets has been that the suspect is in custody. I have no reason to believe that is not the suspect, considering that that's what the media is presenting it as. Obviously, we are going to be awaiting some kind of report from the police that will give us more details. It's important to wait in these moments to get like verified information, but we'll see. He's Mormon too. Those were garments. Oh, he had the Mormon underwear on, because his pants fell off while they were moving him around. I don't know if they wore the Mormon underwear. Young people who attended the recent Turning Point events expressed alarm about Wednesday's shooting at Charlie Kirk in Utah. It's absolutely sickening, said Ella Guidry, who has gone to several TP conferences, including a summit for young conservative women. For people who follow him, it's reminiscent of the one day in Butler, Pennsylvania, she said. A reference to the attempted assassination. I wonder if these guys are going to like put two and two together, by the way, about like the ready availability of weapons and how all it takes is just one fucking person. You know, it seems like they're not. It seems like they're able to compartmentalize this as a totally separate thing, as though this is the type of violent incident that is, unfortunate, but always going to happen and has nothing to do with like the increased likelihood of political violence taking place with weapons, because you can just like purchase an arsenal of gear to do things like this. People then turn around and say, oh my God, I feel so safe when I'm in Japan, when I'm walking the streets. And it's like, yeah, you feel safe when you're walking the streets of Japan because they don't have guns. Like, that's a major part of the reason, okay? There's just the people that you are around are not at any given moment could take out a weapon and shoot you. I know a lot of people have said the county he was in had a lot of extreme Z supporters, along with InfoWars dude a few weeks ago saying Charlie Kirk was concerned about it. Z supporters? What does that even mean? The old dude isn't the shooter, according to New York Times. New York Times confirms that the person in custody is not the shooter. I'm so confused. So the person is not in custody? What? The police have determined that a person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Trotter, a university spokesman. This is 2 minutes ago. The university had earlier said a suspect was in custody, and video showed an older man being detained by police officers. Oh,
Russia supporters, like Z as in Russian supporters. A previous person they interviewed on Fox said the guy they arrested is someone he knows named George, and that George was poor but wouldn't shoot someone. Major English Esquire. Like I said, Big Balls getting beat up. Big Balls getting beat up triggered a military occupation of D.C. So I don't know what is going to happen in the aftermath of this. Obviously, I don't think that Trump is going to sic the National Guard of the military onto Utah. Utah is a red state, so that actually complicates things from his perspective a little bit. But I could totally see him enacting vengeance on every college campus in blue states specifically. Check the CNN article again. He was talking about transgender shooters right before he was shot. According to the CNN article, Charlie Kirk was answering a question about transgender mass shooters in America seconds before he was shot. The exchange goes as follows. Audience member, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? Charlie Kirk, too many. The same audience member went on to say the number is 5 and proceeded to ask if Kirk knows how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence. Seconds later, the sound of a pop is heard and the crowd screams as Kirk gets shot and recoils in his seat. Crazy, just last week you were watching a video about him too? Brother, it's not even watching a video about Charlie Kirk. I was supposed to be at a public event alongside Charlie Kirk where I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk 2 weeks from now. And if you were unaware of that, and that is because I usually don't fucking promote this kind of stuff ahead of time for obvious reasons. Ay, ay, ay. The old man is a Hinckley Institute frequenter, according to a friend of mine who goes to U of U currently. He's a conservative, and my source says it wouldn't make sense. I mean, it doesn't seem like that person is the one who actually did it anyway. Yeah, while this is taking place, apparently there's also another high school shooting that's taking place in Colorado as well. Obviously, I'm not going to get into it until we have more details. But the conservative commentator Glenn Beck told Megyn Kelly on her live YouTube show that his daughter was at the event where Kirk was shot. She confirmed on Instagram that she was about 10 feet away and saw everything. Grums is replying to your tweets insinuating that you wanted this. Dude, why would I fucking want this? I literally have debated him publicly. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks from now. Why the fuck would I ever want this? Are you stupid? Do you think I want to die? Do you think I'm suicidal? What are you, dumb? I'm a fucking political commentator that gets death threats every fucking day. 1,000,000 times a day. People call me a terrorist up and down the internet. I do public events all the time. Do you think I think this is good? Like, think for a moment. Even political ideologies aside, okay? Political ideologies aside. Think for a brief moment. Does this person have self-preservation? Me. Do I have self-preservation? Do I think about things like this potentially happening? Is this not on the back of my mind, for example? It is. People are actively, because we are so desensitized to violence in general in this country, the one country where this just keeps happening over and over again, people now don't even wait. There's no thoughts. There's no prayers. They just immediately go, who is my immediate enemy that I can shift the blame over to? How can I redirect the conversation? How can I redirect the conversation immediately back to not like a reasonable solution and ways to potentially prevent this sort of thing from happening, but instead, how can I move this conversation back to an enemy that I have online, for example, without even considering what that implies? Motherfuckers will blame anything but a lack of gun control. Omar Fateh had a good response. The shooting of Charlie Kirk is horrifying. We cannot normalize or condone violence of any kind, especially across political differences. Minneapolis has been recently impacted and traumatized by a similar disregard for life. Gun violence must end. It doesn't matter how despicable you find people, okay? This is obviously an incredibly dangerous precedent. Kamala Harris, the former vice president, said on social media she was deeply disturbed by the shooting of Kirk. I condemn this act and we must all work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence. Where is as far as the shooter, whether he's in custody or not, like I don't understand. They keep going back and forth on whether or not the shooter is in custody or not in custody. The police have determined that the person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Trotter, a university spokesman. So I think like the old person that they apprehended might not have been the shooter after all. I don't. Insane that the close-up video has 4 million views on Twitter and is still up? Yes, of course. Of course, because the owner of the website, Elon Musk, is a right-wing psychopath who wants to tune up political violence to 11. He has already used this as an opportunity to say, clearly, it's a leftist that did this. Leftist violence is out of control. And for many people, that's all they need. They need like bias confirmation of this sort. Suspect not yet in custody is an insane statement, by the way. Like, I don't understand. So did the dude get away? Is he at large? What the fuck is going on? This is one of the most televised and filmed events of all fucking time. So the very fact that they are not actually able to figure out what the fuck took place here is crazy to me. Yes, he was sniped from 200 yards away. "200 yards away. What is this? Utah Speaker Mike Schultz confirms Charlie Kirk is dead. Brigham Tomko, politics reporter of Deseret, says Charlie Kirk, 2 sources tell me Charlie Kirk is confirmed dead. Or 200 feet, not 200 yards. The footage is not, it's 200 feet. It was not a sniper. It sounded like a handgun. Initially, they said, wait, what? There's a new version of this post. That was from an hour ago. Utah Speaker Mike Schultz confirms Charlie Kirk is dead. Last edited 2 minutes ago. I mean, I'll await further confirmation. It's a rifle. You don't hit a shot like that with a handgun? Yeah, that's virtually impossible. I mean, it could. Because it's a bullet, you know? A bullet is a bullet, but it would have to be like an insanely unlikely. It's just impossible. Like, it's virtually impossible. It just doesn't. It's ridiculous. CNN is reporting that the suspect who shot Charlie Kirk did so from 200 yards away. I don't know. I don't. If that's true, it means he was further away than the Trump assassin in Pennsylvania, and further away than Lee Harvey Oswald was when he shot Kennedy. It must be 200. It must be 200 feet and not 200 yard, right? Like 200 yards is like, I mean, that's an insane shot. That's like historic, right? Am I crazy? How many football fields is that? Two football fields length. Yeah, no, that's. But if it's also 200 feet away, then I feel like they would have apprehended the shooter instantly. You know what I mean? And the initial reporting, I think, said 200. The initial reporting said 200 yards. I'm pretty sure. The university spokesperson and a lot of people. A lot of the original reporting said 200 yards. And the very fact that they were not able to apprehend, like the New York Times reporting said 200 yards, but now NBC is saying 200 feet. But I don't know. We have no information. We have no information at the time about who the shooter was, what weapon they used. I will obviously update as we get more information, but so far there is no additional information about any of those things.
You have a lot of traffic backup migrating out. These two students here decided to chat with us for a minute. They're just waiting out the wait, which is quite long, and I appreciate you being willing to talk with us. Austin Watson, Sierra Arbonne, you were there this afternoon. Just tell me how it went down from your eyes.
I mean, it was pretty chaotic with all the people. There was hundreds and hundreds of people in attendance that were just listening. I mean, he had a huge support here. Everyone was cheering for him. There was obviously some protesters too. And then it was honestly pretty hard to hear. So I guess what had happened was someone asked him a question about gun violence, and then we heard a shot. And for a second, it was like, it didn't even feel like it was like actually happening. It almost sounded like a firecracker. And then from where I was standing, I wasn't right up next to him, but I saw him double over, and then everybody like went down to the ground. And then after a few seconds, it was just like a sea of people just trying to get out of there. And yeah, there's videos you can see online. There's just, everyone's coming out full speed, and there's phones on the ground, AirPods, like everything. Everyone's just leaving all their stuff, and it was pretty chaotic. So it was crazy.
Sarah, you were watching that. What went through your mind as this was just happening?
A lot of things were going through my mind. I was thinking about how I wasn't supposed to be there today and how I was supposed to be at work, but then it got canceled. And I was scared. It was a scary situation, but kind of along the same lines as Austin. I thought at first that it was a firecracker, and then I realized that was a gunshot, because I'm short, so I didn't see above the crowd. I couldn't really see Charlie when it happened, but yeah, it was scary.
What interested you most about Charlie Kirk and why you came out today?
Well, would say he's just an interesting person. I honestly haven't listened to a ton of his stuff, but I knew that he is like a pretty strong conservative Republican figure, and I lean more that way. So I just was interested to see what questions other students at UVU had to ask and what his response would be to them is really it.
Austin, you followed him a little bit more. Tell me just your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really respect Charlie as a person. He's a great person. He's a family guy, a good Christian. Like, he has strong beliefs. They chatted a lot about religion right before it happened. I mean, there was only one question before the shooting. But I really think he's a great person, and he sticks up for what he believes in, and I respect that. And I enjoy watching him debate people. He knows what he's talking about, and he comes from a state of logic, and I respect that a lot. And so I've watched his videos for a while, for years now, honestly. So I think, yeah, he's a really interesting person. I was pretty excited to hear that he was coming to Utah so that he could see, what Utah's about and have his support group here, because I know a lot of people really respect him here. So it's pretty sad that it had to happen here.
Well, I was going to say, just the fact that there was a shooting, he was shot, and an event like this, your thoughts about that?
Honestly, it's kind of shocking just seeing how many hundreds and hundreds of people were there in support of him. I think it's really sad. I think people are trying to prove a point. It didn't change my thoughts on the right to bear arms at all. And so it seems like it was kind of for nothing. And I think people just want recognition, and they want to think they're doing something in support of their beliefs. And I think that's pretty messed up. So.
Austin Watts, Sierra Arbonne, I appreciate you being willing to chat with me for a few minutes. Everybody just trying to take this in, what happened here at UVU, and of course, trying to get away from campus is going to take a while. If I can actually just push the camera over here, I didn't prep Stuart for this, but if you look over here, there's this line of cars, and so it's going to take a while. Just getting in here is tough, getting out of here is tough. Some people just wanting to sit it out because there is no easy way out of campus as it has been closed, and as police, as we've seen, have been sweeping the grounds here. So we're going to change positions from where we are. We'll bring you more, but toss it back to the studio for now.
All right, Andrew, thank you for that update. We have an important update that we want to bring you now. Earlier, this is NBC reporting that the university had confirmed
a suspect in the shooting. A suspect in the shooting of Charlie Kirk is not in custody, so the shooter who reportedly shot is at large. I mean, we don't know. But Donald Trump spoke to New York Post. I asked Trump about how Charlie Kirk is doing. He's not doing well, he said on the phone. It looks very bad. How Trump is feeling, not good. He was a very, very good friend of mine, and he was a tremendous person. Bro, he's talking in the past tense. He's talking in the fucking past tense,
Prove me
dude.
wrong tour. We understand he is in critical condition. We are checking in with our news specialists that we have out there on campus. Let's go ahead and check in with Jody Reynosa right now. You are in one of the parking lots near where this event was taking place and had a chance to talk to some folks who were there and witnessed this.
That is correct. In fact, we are still seeing such heavy traffic, as everybody has mentioned before. Here is an egress right here. Pretty much every artery going in and out of campus is just packed. Because right here it looks like, oh, maybe there's a lull in traffic. Nope, you turn this way. I'm having Greg turn this way, and you have a whole line of traffic trying to exit. And parking lots right now, I'm seeing they're packed because of some students just wanting to kind of, wait it out, see what's happening. Now, let me point you to the direction. Students are telling us that in between these buildings, so you see on the right side, there's like these little pyramids
America,
on the
dude.
top
Gunburger capital. Everyone, pickups, parking lots, guns, killings, everything. Everything is gun. Everything is burger. Everything is parking lot. Everything is fucking cars. Oh my fucking Lord, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind.
And as you mentioned before, I do have two students. These are unique students in that they are high school students, okay? They are at Cedar Valley in their senior year. They were just here on campus, though, to take a test. So I'm here with Ryder Warner and Kylie Stoffer. Okay, Ryder, let's start with you. Tell us, what was going on, because you were there at the venue when it first happened.
Yes, ma'am. We were driving past it. So when we passed it, obviously you have all the news cameras, all the cameras pointing towards them, all the students rushing in to go and see what's going on. So we got to witness that, and just a normal talk by Charlie Kirk. It was kind of cool to see Charlie Kirk here. We watch him on TV a lot, watch his clips a lot on YouTube, whatnot. So it was cool to see that. I was in a rush for a test, so I didn't get to stop and see, but I did get to see the venue. It was super pretty. Whole student body was there. It was super pretty to see. Got here and it seemed like everything was in chaos. They were super hesitant about letting us test.
Before we get to the test, though, I want to just take us back to where you were in the venue, because you said you actually witnessed the shooting.
Yeah, so when they shot, it was, I wasn't actually there. I just saw it afterwards, the aftermath. The cops rushing up, the helicopters flying in. I just saw videos afterwards. It was probably too.
Charlie Kirk, I mean, not Newsmax, Real America's Voice is saying that he's passed away. Trump is talking about Charlie Kirk in the past tense. This guy didn't even see the incident, by the way. He just saw it on the news. Okay, it's no different than like asking someone like, any number of different chatters in here. People got down in waves when shot was fired. Witness says Andrew Piscadlo was standing in the middle of campus amphitheater on Wednesday waiting to debate Charlie Kirk about the 8th Amendment when a single shot rang out. It was surprising. No one really got down until the people in the front of the stage did. Mr. Piscadlo, 28 of Salt Lake City, said in a phone interview, people got down in waves. He had been in line at the campus event at Utah Valley University waiting to speak and debate Mr. Kirk, as students typically do in the so-called Prove Me Wrong debates that Mr. Kirk, a right-wing activist, hosts. Confirmations are coming in slowly. I mean, this is Global Eye News, but I obviously saw Utah Speaker Mike Schultz confirms Charlie Kirk is dead a while back from Brigham Tomko, who is the politics reporter at Deseret News. So we don't have confirmation yet, but like it is. All I'm fucking saying is it is very, very, very unlikely that he survived that shot to the neck. After what I saw, I don't, I just don't understand. I don't see how that happens. The speaker's tweet didn't say anything about him being dead. Yeah, I mean, we don't know. We don't know. I think a lot of people are just basically running off of they want to be first to market. I'm not giving you a full confirmation until we see it, okay? I don't know what Just the News is. Like OSIN accounts and things like that are utterly irrelevant in this. They could be right, but it doesn't matter until there is a real firm confirmation. Then I mean, look, mainstream accounts right now are even reporting incorrect information, like the old man that was arrested being the suspect, the potential shooter, and then turning around and saying he was not the shooter, and that the shooter was actually all we know is he's in critical condition at the moment right now. That's the last piece of verifiable evidence that's come out. I know that Charlie Kirk's own news broadcaster, conservative online channel Real America's Voice, is saying that he's dead, but I'm not going to rush to that conclusion. But here's BBC's additional breaking news. Reporting person in custody has been released, according to CBS News' reports. University spokesman says that the person who was taken into custody after the shooting has since been released, which means that they did, like, it seems like they don't have the actual shooter. So does that imply that the actual shooter is at large? What does that mean? There's a chance to save an individual, but so many factors at play medically in terms of GSW triage. I know the New York Post White House reporter asked Trump about it, and he spoke about him in the past tense. Not good. He was a very, very good friend of mine, and he was a tremendous person. That's what he said. How do they have so much security, but they can't find the shooter? I don't know. Because, I mean, if someone is capable of shooting from a distance like that, and they hadn't accounted for any sort of like counter snipers or anything like that, which, of course, there's no expectation that they should. Why should they? You know, this is not the fucking president. And even the president with sniper cover still almost got killed. I think we're forgetting, like when he was campaigning, he almost got fucking killed. Spectator Index says he's pronounced dead, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet. The way his body position was after shots, like he went decorticate, which means his spine may have been transected by the bullet, which means instant death. You are not wrong. This would be hard to survive. We don't know yet. He might have looked like that because he was grabbing the microphone. You don't know. There's a lot of different things you can't tell from just looking at that footage. Okay, we have to wait. Like, I'm telling you, it does make sense. I mean, look, the assumption is that he is dead. The assumption is that he passed away. That's a reasonable conclusion to make if you have seen, if you saw the close-up shot of him being shot in the neck. But we don't have any certainty on the distance of the shooter. We don't know what weapon was used in the shooting. We don't know who the shooter is. The person that they suspected of being the shooter, the old man, was apprehended and then released. And the officials have said that he's not the. Officials have said that he is not the suspect. AP is reporting that there is a new suspect. Justin, person taken into custody after Charlie Kirk was shot in Utah is not believed to be the shooting suspect. Wait, is there a new suspect that was taken in? Where did you see that? 2 minutes ago, it says person taken into custody after Charlie Kirk was shot in Utah is not believed to be the shooting suspect. You misunderstood. No new suspect. CNN is also reporting that he was not the shooter. Yeah. Yes, his Wikipedia page is updated to say he died, but that doesn't mean that that's a confirmation, chatters. I can't believe the incompetence of everything, everyone involved here as well. Oh, Jesus, the fucking audio is busted. I mean, I assume that it's virtually impossible for him to survive that.
That's the word that's around. And some people may be afraid. I don't think that most people are like hunkering down or fearing for their life. But when the cops, when the police say, could you stay in your homes and keep your doors locked, then you just probably do that more to stay out of their way. But yeah, I'm very, very curious. I mean, you probably have a way better information source. I really feel like I'm a little bit isolated here. Lots of phone calls and lots of communication going on, but all of it, so much hearsay.
No, of course, and we're of course reporting out with the official authorities, but as you were someone who was there, who was with Charlie Kirk today. Phil, before I let you go, I know it's been I'm sure, incredibly difficult day for you. What are your reflections? What were the things that Charlie Kirk said to you before this tragedy unfolded?
So again, talking to Charlie for the the 15 seconds that we talked, he remembered having met me before, and I told him who I was, and he's like, oh, of course, and I said, glad to have you here in Utah, and he just said, yeah, it's great day. It's great day to be in Utah, and again, then all the kids are. That's where his attention was. It's not on old guys like me. He was there to really pump up the college kids, and he was doing that. It's fun to watch him. Yeah, like I say, he's taller and better looking than every time I see him. It's like he's really tall, and yeah, very, very friendly, very nice.
All right, Phil Lyman, a former Utah state representative who, of course, was with Charlie Kirk today. I want to thank you very much for taking some time with us. I really appreciate it.
I think
I want to bring in
Momentum is
now
right.
our Jeff Zeleny.
Yeah, Ed Ingementum says this is the one case where far right new media outlets are going to have the info quicker than the mainstream news, and they're all saying that he's dead. I know that they're all saying that he's dead. Trump is speaking about Charlie Kirk in the past tense. I'm not going to give you an official confirmation until there is an official confirmation. That's it. Okay? It's just there is very, very, very low likelihood that he survives something like that. Especially, look, I'm not a medical expert at all, but I just saw the amount of blood I saw gushing out of his neck on the moment of fucking impact. It makes me feel. It makes me feel as though it's, it's super unlikely. I mean, that was a shit ton of blood in literally less than a fucking second. We know that he's in the hospital so far, and the official reporting from the hospital is that he's in critical condition, which is of course expected. The scourge of gun violence and political violence must end. The shooting of Charlie Kirk is the latest incident of this chaos, and it must stop. We cannot go down this road. There's no place for it in America. We wish for his recovery. A doctor pronounces someone dead, not the news. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But the news will report once the doctor has pronounced someone dead. Do you not understand? That's why I'm saying I'm waiting for official confirmation.
Unlike any other. And I attended many of his rallies during the campaign, and he attracted
you're quoting Newsroom. Oh my God. Gross. Aaron Sorkin? Really?
Again, 31 years old. Casey, I can tell you the president, the White House, watching this very, very carefully. I've been talking to a Turning Point USA official who was on the ground in Utah. They are considerably worried about this moment, all in shock, of course, and in disbelief. But President Trump is a friend of Charlie Kirk. So at some point we will obviously hear from him as well as the afternoon moves into the evening. But there is no one like Charlie Kirk in terms of his assistance getting President Trump reelected. And that was clear. I'm thinking back to Inauguration Day. Charlie Kirk was seated in the Capitol Rotunda. He was a key part of the president's reelection effort and a very good friend of Donald Trump Jr.'s.
Why was Luigi's shooting celebrated, but this is tragic? Couple different reasons. I think there are a lot of people who have some semblance of like parasocial connection to Charlie Kirk, which is as weird as it sounds. It's a public event. It is at a school, and Charlie Kirk is not seen as someone who is like responsible for the social murder of tens of thousands of Americans. You know what I mean? So those are probably some of the reasons why. And for the record, there are a shit ton of people celebrating this as well. I'm not, for obvious reasons. I think people here have the capacity to understand why. You know. It's just like, I'm going to keep repeating this over and over again, but like, this is the ultimate fear. Okay? For a political commentator, this is it. This is the thing that you don't want happening. Okay? This is the thing that you never want happening. This is what a lot of people fantasize happening to me all the fucking time and say they will do to me all the fucking time. obviously, especially because it's Charlie Kirk, someone who I know personally. I'm not, fond of his worldview, obviously, but someone who I have debated in public settings on numerous occasions since 2015, and also someone who I was slated to debate at Dartmouth University 2 weeks from now. Do you understand? New York Post confirmed the death. I mean, whoa, fucking Christ, they immediately. They're hosting a press conference. When is this starting? Anyway, Trump announced his death. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. That's it. That's it. Trump had to be the one to announce this. That's as close to an official confirmation as you're going to get. He's dead. Charlie Kirk is killed. Charlie Kirk. Wow. This is insane. It's fucking so crazy. Two minutes ago. This is from Trump's official Truth Social, by the way. This is crazy. I don't know if Trump is the best source. No, he is the best source. What are you talking about? Dude, as insane as as crazy as the things are, it would be Trump that announces that he's dead. That is the most Trump administration thing that could have possibly happened. First, the information is revealed. To close friends. It leaks out to close friends and family, and immediately starts getting reported on by, One American News and stuff like that. But then the official confirmation must come from Trump.
And my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family.
CNN
Charlie,
is now reporting
we
that
love you.
Trump has
Again,
announced
President
that Charlie
Trump
Kirk is dead.
Telling us at this hour that Charlie Kirk has died. Kirk was shot at an event at Utah Valley University earlier today, shortly after noon, according to the university. There was a single shot that rang out. He was shot in the neck, and now the President of the United States, someone that Charlie Kirk was close to, is reporting that he has died. I want to bring in Kristen Holmes. She is live for us at the White House. Again, Kristen, we're of course mourning Charlie Kirk. This is a man who, he was 31 years old. He had two very small children, 3 and 1 ages, I believe. He is someone who was very close to the President of the United States, close to the Trump family, someone who played a critical role if you talk to people around the president, in the president winning his second term. What are you hearing from those close to us? We, of course, read the statement that just came through from President Trump.
It's a very somber mood here. People are very upset. It's not just at the White House, it's really among Republicans as a whole. The Republican Party has become the party of Trump, the MAGA movement, and Charlie Kirk was really
Andrew
at the heart of all of that.
Kirk's spokesman says Kirk is dead.
With a huge portion of Trump's win in 2024. He was on the ground. He created an entire system to get young voters out and excited and enthusiastic about Trump. And it's not just as though he was some kind of outside influencer. He was very close to the president himself. I know specific examples of times that the two of them went back and forth over various issues when Charlie thought something was important to the MAGA base and he brought it to the president's attention. There are some people who believe that Charlie had his finger on the pulse of Trump's base more than even some of his own cabinet officials. He had a huge following and, again, was so close to the family, to President Trump himself. And one of the things, I continue to bring up is the fact that there was a lot of conversation during the transition as to potentially making Charlie Kirk part of the administration. But the ultimate decision was that he was more influential, had more power outside of being in a government position. He had been in Washington a number of times. He had been here with his family. He went to swearing-ins of numerous officials.
Bro, how the fuck do they not have the shooter? I can't comprehend this, okay? One of the most televised events, okay? This is an incident on a college campus. Everyone's got a fucking smartphone. Everyone, I guess the shooter shot from a distance, but God damn, dude, that is crazy. That is crazy. He's over. Oh, I don't like what is going to happen in the aftermath of this.
Going to also make a statement other than this Truth Social post. I know that they are in touch still with everyone close to Charlie's family, with his team at Turning Point, with the team around him, just trying to make sense of what happened. But I will tell you, I talked to, again, a number of officials within the administration who are close to President Trump who just can't wrap their head around what happened earlier today.
Yeah, I already...
Of course.
I know.
Of
The New York Times reported
Kristen,
saying...
stand by for us as we continue to cover this story. I want to bring back our Scott Jennings. Scott,
the New York Times posted what I said after he got shot. I know.
Somebody that you knew. What are your reflections on his life, his legacy in this moment?
Well, Charlie was one of the most unique and
special people in the conservative movement today. What he was able to build, the people he was able to organize, was just so large. And
of course, they're like, AP is going live in DC in response to the death. Yeah. I think that right now, wait, AP is now reporting that the shooter is in custody. Location of the shooting. No, person taken into custody after Charlie Kirk is not believed to be the. No, dude. Why do people fucking not understand how to read? Like, what is happening? No, the only reporting from the Associated Press is that the person that was taken into custody was not the fucking shooter. I don't get it. I don't get why people keep linking it. Like, maybe I'm just not refreshing the page or something, but like for the past 11 minutes, people keep repeatedly sending the fucking sending the same update over and over again and not understanding what the update is. The update doesn't say that they caught the shooter. The update says that the person that they apprehended was not the shooter. So, as far as we understand, like, the shooter is still at large. Does this make you rethink debating in public ever? I mean, I need to, I need to really reconsider the way I do everything outside for the foreseeable future. Dude, it's crazy. I got dudes literally stuck in Gaza DMing me about Charlie Kirk. That is crazy. Like, that's how fucking impactful and big of a news story this is. (1:36 p.m.) Fox 13 Salt Lake City has spoken with an official from the university who said the school has surveillance video of the shooter leaving campus. That's crazy, man. I fucking can't believe
what he was doing was
Scott
the opposite
Jennings.
of what
Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my God, I hate Scott
violent.
Jennings so much.
But he was using his words and his speech, which is our first protected freedom in this country. And so we're going to miss Charlie, and we pray for his wife and those babies. He leaves behind a young family. You know, people like this who exist in the public sphere, we know them as public actors, and we see them in front of crowds, and we see them on TV, and we hear them on the radio. But they go home at night too, and they open a front door, and they hug a wife, and they hug children, and they put them down, and they oversee the toothbrushing and everything just like the rest of us. And so there's that side of them that we don't often think about, but Charlie was doing that too. So I just think in moments like this, it's easy to analyze the politics, but you know, there was Charlie the husband and Charlie the father, and he'll be missed forever.
Since we've just learned of this, I think it's absolutely
the craziest aspect of this, of course, is that like people try to say like, oh, this ultra violence is coming from the left. Ultra violence coming from the left. If it's actually a fucking 200-yard shot, that you know narrows the window of possible shooters quite a bit. Okay, because like the reality of the matter is a real-time 200-yard shot. You know, there are people, of course, plenty of people capable of doing that. They've served in the military.
We had a lot of these
Okay,
conversations after President Trump was nearly assassinated.
it's just not.
We had a presidential election.
You know,
People voted.
that narrows the background of the
America. We've always
background of the shooter quite a bit.
Persevered through even dark moments like this one. You know, I think there are a lot of people, though, who have given up on politics and have turned their hearts to violence. And one of the legacies of Charlie, in my opinion, is that politics is good.
AP
Politics
has a
is
graphic
speaking
of
to
the
each other.
shooter.
Politics is
University stated the shooter fired from
conservatives
the
and liberals
Lucy
and
Center.
Republicans and Democrats
Kirk was speaking
debating
here
and
about
reasoning
200
with each
yards.
other.
It
Maybe we
literally
don't
is a
agree.
200-yard shot.
But when you walk
That's what it's supposed
into
to
a
be.
conversation and you debate.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, Scott Jennings. God, I can't stand this motherfucker. Okay. I spoke briefly with President Trump over the phone. Here's what he said about Charlie Kirk. It's horrific. It's one of the most horrible things I've ever seen. He was a great guy, he said. He was an incredible guy. Nobody like him. Dude. That is a crazy shot. We don't know. We don't know exactly. I mean, this is the suspicion, I guess. That's what the New York Times reported as well, 200 yards. But it's a crazy distance for a shot like that. Authorities, just in from AP. Authorities are still searching for the suspect in the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, mayor says. That is nuts. ABC special report. No Scott.
Young people into the fold.
Yeah, absolutely, David. The president himself did give
a
lot of credit along the way, of course, leading up to his win in November on the campaign trail. In fact, he gave Kirk a lot of credit, if not most of the credit, for a lot of that younger vote and for mobilizing a lot of those voters to go out and vote for him. I know the multiple times I've been over at the White House, I've witnessed Charlie Kirk there in the West Wing talking to advisors, of course, not a formal advisor. He was responsible, David, for helping with a lot of the vetting of the top cabinet officials and had a lot of input. He was one of those people right next to Trump in a lot of these meetings in his ear, and Trump was taking his advice. It wasn't just the White House, it was across government agencies, the Department of Justice. I know Kirk was very close with the Attorney General, with the Deputy Attorney General, so he did have quite an influence within the administration, even though he wasn't so outwardly seen, if you will, at these agencies.
Catherine Falder's with us from our Washington Bureau. Catherine, we appreciate you and the team and the reporting here this afternoon on a very difficult story. Again, Charlie Kirk, co-founder of Turning Point USA, was shot and killed in Utah at a campus event, to the horror of the thousands who had gathered there. He was in the middle of what has become a trademark for him at these visits, in the middle of a debate, of sort of back and forth questions being asked of him. I want to show you there was a moment of silence on the House floor in Washington for Charlie Kirk just moments ago. Bipartisan calls to calm this down, to bring the rhetoric down in this country. Again, there was a moment of silence that came.
Dude, by the way, right-wingers saying, oh, we got to tone down the rhetoric once again is an insane statement here, okay? It's like people who perhaps are most responsible for setting up an environment where violence and instability is the norm for everyday Americans, okay? People who have set up an environment where there is just no solution to unlimited gun violence every single day, where parents send their children to school and there's no guarantee of their safety, and some experience exactly what the Republicans, the fear and anger that the Republicans are currently experiencing because they knew Charlie Kirk. Regular people experience that, unfortunately, all too frequently. Okay? Meanwhile, while they're talking about toning down the rhetoric of violence, Elon Musk, the owner of this fucking website, took no time, like didn't even wait for the confirmation of Charlie Kirk's death, to immediately go, the left is the party of murder. Two months ago, a psychopathic right-winger, a far-right evangelical Christian, had a hit list of numerous Democrat politicians. He went into the homes of Democrat politicians in the state of Minnesota, and he shot and killed 2, and he tried to kill more. Okay? And these guys immediately said, oh, he was a leftist. He was actually Tim Walz's guy. He was Tim Walz's top guy. Made no sense. Tim Walz was literally a part of the assassination hit list. And people still ran along with that narrative. There's no confirmation of the shooter's ideological background or whatever. None of that. But it doesn't stop these fucking demons from immediately saying, oh, it's the left that's doing this. It's the left that's doing this. It must be a leftist that did this. So spare me the fucking bullshit about toning down the rhetoric when this is the common meta. It's so ridiculous, man. Yeah, there was just a story about an American-Israeli sniper admitting to killing multiple civilians in Gaza and no one cared. Yeah, dude from Naperville, Illinois, flew out, had his family fundraise so he could get weapons to kill children that he openly said he did in Gaza. Doesn't even fucking reach a blip. That kind of violence, by the way, does inevitably come back here. Okay? That's my point. My point is, America is an incredibly violent nation all around the world. We are so violent. We're a constant presence, a constant force everywhere. That has a tendency to normalize these kinds of incidents here as well. Video posted on social media shows the moment Charlie Kirk was shot and the seconds leading to the incident, Kirk was being asked questions about mass shootings in America. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America in the last 10 years? A person asks. Counting or not counting gang violence, Kirk responds right before he is shot. That right there is America perfectly described. Okay? Because the irony, the dark irony of this sequence of events is that it is that mentality that stops people from even seeking the truth about how, or seeking solutions on how we could stop gun violence in this goddamn country. And in the process of actively continuing to debate the importance of having every American be armed to the goddamn teeth, Charlie Kirk got shot by another American that was armed to the fucking teeth. And now he's dead. And now Republicans turn around and talk about the violence of the violence of people are talking about the toning down the rhetoric. The very same people who never tone down the rhetoric. It's fucking crazy. Political reports, a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk on the House floor just now quickly devolved into chaos and yelling. With every lawmaker standing up in quiet observance, Representative Lauren Boebert demanded a spoken prayer. Silent prayers get silent results, she said. Everything is a fucking performance for these people. Okay? Everything. Look at this. That's a performance. She is trying to get her 15 minutes in the spotlight. Silent prayers get silent results, she said, leading to jeers from Democrats with some shouting about a school shooting that also happened Wednesday, which is also true. There's a school shooting that took place while this is happening. You understand? Representative Anna Paulina stood up and started shouting expletives at the Democrats before Speaker Mike Johnson gavelled lawmakers down. This is disgusting, said House Republican granted anonymity to react candidly to the clash. Stephen Miller's already on it. Our hearts are shattered. America has lost one of its greatest champions. A loving family has lost the most extraordinary husband and father. All of us must now dedicate ourselves to defeating the evil that stole Charlie Kirk from this world. I agree, except I think our understanding is very different about what the evil is that took out Charlie Kirk. Because I don't think he means gun control. I think he is just looking to see which marginalized population he could fucking blame this on. Maybe the entire left. It is pretty crazy, however, that yes, the person, and you can't, wait, where is it? Charlie Kirk had on numerous occasions, not just in 2023, numerous occasions had said gun deaths are unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment. The person who inevitably advocated for his own demise. I don't know if we'll ever actually get Republicans to understand this. I don't think they will. I don't think they'll understand it. They didn't understand it when Steve Scalise was shot at the congressional baseball game. They didn't care about it. Steve Scalise himself personally continued to be a strong advocate for freedom to purchase weapons. In honor of Charlie Kirk, a truly great American patriot, I'm ordering all American flags throughout the United States lowered to half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. That's okay. They didn't understand the dangers of COVID when Herman Cain died. They just don't care. They don't fucking care. Brandon woke up. Even Brandon had a statement about this. There is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. I don't know. Part of me thinks that the Republicans will try to use this as an opportunity to fucking do insane shit. Part of me worries about the vengeance quest that I suspect some people will go on in the aftermath of this. And I, of course, recognize that, this puts, a lot of people that I know and even myself in the crosshairs. But beyond that, beyond the adventurists and people on a vengeance quest that might choose to take matters in their own fucking hands, there's also obviously the administration and what they will use, what they will do in the aftermath of this incident. It's also worrisome. But yeah. I will say, from my perspective, as someone who does like live streams and events such as that one, the only times when there's like weird shit that happens in those live streams is always in a fucking red state. Now, of course, I'm not a conservative commentator. I'm a leftist, and maybe that's the reason. But the only time I've ever had like weird experiences when doing IRLs is if I'm in the state of Texas, even in a blue area, still a red state, or in Nevada. So I don't know. Ben Shapiro's statement, like all of you, I'm utterly stunned and heartbroken and sick to my soul today. It is unimaginable to write these words. I met Charlie Kirk when he was 18 years old, a young man so eager and determined that I immediately turned to a friend and said, that kid's going to be the head of the RNC one day. Charlie became even bigger and more important than that. It was a privilege to watch this principled man stand up for beliefs to create the single most important conservative political organization in America. But more importantly, Charlie was a good man. Oh, my God. Oh. A man who believed in right and wrong, who stood by his biblical values. All of us will miss him, and I can't imagine the pain of his beautiful young family. We all must pray for them, and we must pick up the baton where Charlie left it. I think when these guys say, like, we must pray, like thoughts and prayers, it almost feels like they're just... It always feels so hollow. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I don't think it comes from a sincere place. They might genuinely think it's coming from a sincere place, but it feels so empty. It feels like we just don't want any solutions to this. That's what it translates to me as. And it's not because like, oh, I'm not a very spiritual person. That's not the reason. It almost feels like you kind of recognize that this is impossible to contend with. So you're just basically saying like, oh, you know, we should pray. We should pray for this person. We should pray for this. We should pray for that. It just, I don't know. And we must pick up the baton where Charlie left it, fighting for the things he believes in so passionately. We must fight for a better America. Like it almost feels like you're saying that because you kind of recognize that there's no solution that you would want to advocate for, and therefore you're just kind of looking for like the correct thing to say in this moment. You know? That's what it feels like. This shit hit the coworker sphere. Oh, yeah. In America, where good people can speak the truth and debate passionately without fear of a bullet. I weep for Charlie's family, and I weep for my country today. Most of all, I weep for Charlie. Yeah, well, now we know where they're going to go with this. Laura Loomer says, it's time for the Trump administration to shut down, defund, and prosecute every single leftist organization. If Charlie Kirk dies from his injuries, his life cannot be in vain. We must shut these lunatic leftists down once and for all. The left is a national security threat. You guys, under different circumstances, I would say this is an insane person. But unfortunately, we live in insane times, and Laura Loomer has been able to actually get a lot of initiatives passed in this administration. She does have, I'm afraid, a lot more motion than you would expect. Not only does she have the ear of the president, she's been able to bully Marco Rubio, for example, into taking actions. And while we have no idea what this person's background is, what the person's, like, the shooter's ideological motivations were, even if they were leftist, this would be a ridiculous fucking response, especially considering we've never been able to shut down neo-Nazi organizations in this fucking country when they are responsible for the overwhelming majority of mass shooting incidents that take place. Far-right anti-government extremism is and has been the largest ideological background of all of the domestic terror incidents on U.S. soil since 9/11. Okay, it's not even close. Nothing comes close to it. And yet, no initiatives are ever taken in terms of, like, tackling this problem ideologically. No initiatives are ever taken in terms of tackling the problem materially, like gun control, something that Charlie Kirk himself was, of course, very much against. But instead, I suspect that the administration will use this as an opportunity to basically go after as many people as possible that they have declared enemies, ideological enemies. Yeah. Not great. A local mayor urges people to report anything as suspicious as shooting suspect remains at large, by the way. Mayor David Young of the north central Utah city of Orem says several local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies are working the investigation, but the suspect in Kirk's fatal shooting remains at large. He says police in Orem and at Utah Valley University are among many agencies involved in the investigation. Meanwhile, authorities have told anyone at Utah Valley University to secure in place after Wednesday's shooting. What is this? What the hell is this? Yeah. What Laura Loomer is doing in this, what Laura Loomer is doing there, for the record, as far as, like, making this an opportunity, is identical to what took place with Horst Ludwig George Eric Wessel. He became a symbol of propaganda in Nazi Germany after two members of the Communist Party of Germany, KPD, killed him. Now, there is no evidence as to who the shooter was. There is no evidence as to their background, but it doesn't even matter. Because it's clear to me that at least people with tremendous influence over this administration will try and use this as an opportunity to stamp out any kind of progressive movement in this country.
Like someone else said before, you didn't have to pay for them. And honestly, you didn't have to show them at all. People could just walk in, set up where they wanted to sit, and watch everything. So yeah, no security. I will say there were some police on campus, but not checking people walking in, not, scanning for metal, none of that.
Did that surprise you in the moment, or are you kind of thinking about it now?
Honestly, no. I mean, I think there definitely should have been security, but no, it seemed like, just a great hangout for everybody to hang out with Charlie and, you know, ask him questions because he's so laid back and he'll talk to you about anything. So I don't know. I guess now, you know, now we know you definitely need to be having a little bit more security.
Well, and I think that was part of Charlie Kirk's appeal, right? That he did want to engage with people. And it was not like he just wanted to engage with fans. He wanted to engage with people that had differing views of his. We've watched these campus events for a while now, and he's traveled the country. This was his first stop. What kind of mark does that leave?
I mean, it's intense. I think, honestly, even though he's gone, he is making such a massive impact on the community, not only in Utah, but across the world, because he was doing God's work. And he...
Okay. I don't...
really pioneered a new model for merging political activism and point of view media. He was envied by many of his rivals on the left for what he was able to build with Turning Points. You know, he was like a pastor and a political organizer and a radio host and a YouTuber and a TikTok influencer and a nonprofit leader, all in one.
Yeah, I mean, it's expected. They're gonna, the media is going to...
As a result of this sickening murder. Accessibility was really one of his virtues, Jake.
From the left and the right, the media is going to martyr, present Charlie Kirk as a martyr.
Tour in Utah today. He had at least a dozen other tours.
They're going to talk about it in like completely non-ideological ways. They are going to talk about him as an incredibly skillful communicator, an organizer, and I do think that.
I looked it up. I want to read his words because
I do think that this will. I mean, yeah, he is. Like, my expectation is not that they just like fucking shit on him. Obviously, that would be crazy.
Hundreds of fans
but
gathered around him, around that tent, and around his security. So this
I
is
think,
a huge loss for Turning Point USA, as he recently said to a Utah newspaper just a few days ago, quote, "We want to be an institution in this country that is as well known and as powerful as the New York Times, Harvard."
Hasan Piker, progressive influencer, says only gun control could have saved Charlie Kirk. Among those coming to terms with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk on Wednesday is a progressive streamer, Hasan Piker, who was scheduled to debate Kirk at Dartmouth College in 2 weeks. On his Twitch live stream, Piker expressed horror at the shooting and urged followers not to celebrate it, but told viewers to stop writing in to tell him to wear a bulletproof vest or hire security for his public appearances. I don't have any security, Piker told his viewers. It shouldn't be like this. He went on to argue that only gun control could prevent mass shootings. In a moment like this, a reasonable government would say, all right, enough is enough, Piker said. If we had a responsible government and not a bunch of fucking psychopaths running the show, he added, the U.S. would already have had serious gun control following the massacre at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut in 2012. I need to really reconsider the way I do everything outside for the foreseeable future, Piker said. Before people say, wear a bulletproof vest again, he got shot in the neck. A bulletproof vest would not have saved Charlie Kirk. The only thing that could have potentially saved Charlie Kirk, he added, was if our administrations prior to this one and this one as well actually had reasonable gun control as a policy position in the aftermath of, I don't know, 100 other school shootings.
Think about the time around Barack Obama's re-election. Kirk was a grassroots activist, barely 18 years old, launching his organization, gaining connections within the Republican movement before it became the Trump movement. And he was an early ally of now Vice President J.D. Vance. The two men had a very close relationship, and Vance was one of the very first Trump officials that we heard from when word of this shooting broke. It does speak to this generational moment in politics where Kirk was helping to get hundreds of people out to college campuses, sometimes very blue, very lefty college campuses. There would be controversies, there would be protests and counter-protests, and that's partly what Kirk wanted. You know, one of the names for his tour was the Prove Me Wrong Tour. He didn't shy away from talking to folks from the other proverbial side. He wanted to engage in that debate.
No, I mean, come on. He was cutting propaganda and you know, only talking to people that he could bully viciously and cut propaganda and state their like ideological opponents as like hysterical people that don't know anything. It's not like this was an honest attempt to like truly understand the other side's perspective. This kind of framing is also indecent in my opinion. Like, there's no reason.
Donald Trump Jr.
Maybe I'm wrong.
that
Maybe
J.D.
my brain
Vance
is broken.
actually had
But I don't think that there is any
converted
reason
legitimately from anti-Trump to pro-Trump.
to just
and he was the one
you
that
know
kind of
launder
brought J.D. Vance,
the
who was just a
reputation
Senate
of someone
candidate,
in the
a
aftermath of their
primary
untimely
to the Trump family
demise
and said, no,
in an
no,
effort
he's with
like
us now, he's legit.
It with completely fabricated
and that's the power
positions.
of Kirk as a Trump whisperer and someone who worked as much behind the scenes as in front of the camera. You know, I said earlier that Kirk is a little bit like a new age Rush Limbaugh in terms of his power in the media marketplace, dominating online and on the airwaves. And Kirk was able to do that in a way where he was talking behind the scenes, talking directly with President Trump and his allies, and then going on the radio or his podcast for hours at a time. And in the way that it works now, you know, he was able to connect on YouTube and TikTok, on Instagram and on old-fashioned radio all simultaneously. It really magnified his power as a movement leader, and that's what stood out to me a few minutes ago. Max Rose saying this is an assassination.
Yeah, my expectation is not that they be disrespectful, but you don't have to lie. You know what I mean? Like
movement leader being gunned down in the middle of a university courtyard.
No, horrific. Brian, stand by for us. New video shows conservative activist Charlie Kirk today, just moments before he was shot and killed. Again, he was at Utah Valley University in the state of Utah attending a campus tour stop with Turning Points USA. It's the conservative youth organization he founded about 13 or so years ago. I want to bring in CNN's Kristen Holmes, who's at the White House. And Kristen, we heard the news from President Trump not long ago. He was the one that broke the news to the world that Charlie Kirk had been killed, was dead.
You said earlier people feel so safe in Japan because of gun control. Why don't people say that about other countries that have gun control? Is there a chance that it's both a culture issue and a gun control issue? No, it's definitely still a gun control issue because even people that go to like London or Paris, places where they say there's a lot of crime happening, there's a lot of violence happening. When Americans go to those places, they talk about how they feel still much safer than they do in other American neighborhoods. I mean, think about all the TikTok memes that have come out of like, when you get stood up by a British gangster, you know what I mean? Versus what it looks like in the United States of America. Obviously, there are other factors at play here as well, but one of the most significant components here that makes everything less safe is, of course, easy access to guns.
They spent an enormous amount of time with. Brian alluded to this during the transition. Charlie Kirk spent most of his time in West Palm Beach, Florida, in Palm Beach, meeting with the different teams, meeting with the candidates, talking through the nominations. He was an integral part of the campaign, of getting Trump elected, and of the people who are currently in positions of power. And that's why you're seeing such a sadness and a disbelief from so many people close to the president. And when it comes to talking strictly about his influence and his power within Washington, I mean, one of the things to keep in mind here is that this is somebody who had a direct line to President Trump, who could voice his objections to President Trump at times. He could voice what he thought was important and not being covered enough by the administration. He spoke to many, if not all, of the cabinet secretaries directly. He had a finger on the pulse of the MAGA movement, even more so than some people who are here in Washington who got government positions. If you look at the crowd that had gathered around Kirk, that was just one example of the kind of crowds that Kirk would draw. He was truly a movement leader, as we've heard. He would bring thousands and thousands of people together, and that was why he was so critical, beyond just the personal, to the campaign, to President Trump. He was the one who really
what the fuck?
Crossed him over the finish line.
You can't hate the media enough. Good afternoon. I was wondering if Charlie Kirk getting shot affects your position on campus scary. If gun control had been in play, could the tragedy have been avoided? Which we know was a huge part of President Trump's strategy. So there are a lot of different levels of all of this. The from his
influence,
position
the
at
power, the connection
Florida
to the
politics.
base, but also the family and the relationships that Charlie Kirk had built with all of the Trumps. We have seen the children responding each individually about their relationships with Charlie Kirk. saying to pray for him and his family. Again, he was a fixture here in Washington, even though he doesn't live here, because he was constantly coming in to sit for the swearing-ins of various officials, because those officials were the people he was close to. So this is a great loss for this White House, not just for the MAGA movement, but even personally for the people who are inside the building there.
Yeah. It's tough.
Kirk's killing follows political violence elsewhere around the country this year.
There are people watching right now who are only kind of peripherally, or maybe even not even aware of who Charlie Kirk was. Ask your kids, ask your grandkids. Even if they're not MAGA, if they're on phones, they know who Charlie Kirk is. Teenagers, people in their 20s, they know who Charlie Kirk is. Even if they disagree with him, they know who he is. He really was a voice for this young generation. Again, even if they didn't agree with him. Kristen Holmes, stick around. I want to bring in David Urban now, former Trump campaign advisor. David, I'm sorry to be talking to you under these conditions. What are you hearing from your friends and your colleagues, people who know and follow Charlie Kirk right now? Tell us what people are going through.
Yeah, you know, Jake, it's a tragedy for America, not just for the Republican Party or for MAGA, Jake, as you know. I met Charlie back in the 2016 during the 2016 race, and used to joke with him. You know, he was an Eagle Scout. He's an all-American kind of boy. Wanted to go to West Point. I went to West Point, so he and I joke about that. But he was doing it the right way, Jake. You heard Brian Seltzer.
Oh my God. Okay, first of all, the West Point is actually an incredibly important aspect of Charlie Kirk's media career, because when he was in high school, he wanted to go to West Point and he couldn't get into West Point. So he wrote he wrote in the high school newspaper, I believe, an article about how a black girl had actually taken his spot. He had no evidence for this, of course, but he wrote that article and then it was published on Breitbart. Once this article was published on Breitbart at the age of 18, immediately he became a conservative a conservative spokesperson. Okay, I use Charlie Kirk's career as an example of how the right-wing media machine plucks people randomly from all around the country, no matter how old they are, and immediately turns them into spokespersons for the cause. Charlie Kirk then took on this newfound fame from Breitbart all the way to Fox News, because there is a tremendous amount of vertical integration here. And he went back to Foster Friess. Who was someone that his father knew. Okay. And he begged him for money to start Turning Point USA with the express purpose of turning basically like a super PAC for college and high school student government bodies. That was the initial purpose of Turning Point USA. He went to a bunch of conservative mega donors and said, give me money and I will go and change the outcome of student government bodies. That was how Turning Point USA was created. Okay. The reason why I'm very familiar with Charlie Kirk, of course, is because both Charlie Kirk and I became relatively famous, known figures in the exact opposite side of the political spectrum around the same time. He was presented as like the alternative universe, like the bizarro version of myself, and I was presented as the opposite to him. That's why we debated a bunch of times. But of course, his career took on an entirely different. It went to a totally different place as opposed to mine. And this is actually an example that I use regularly to tell you, like, there is a difference in the way that right-wing political operations work versus liberal and Democratic parties' political operations work. His trajectory was vast. It was super fast. And he just kept building on it and became an institutional power. Okay? As opposed to the Democrats on the other side would never, ever in a million years offer similar opportunities to those on the left, those on the liberal side even. No, we didn't have the same demos of audiences, for the record. We didn't. I had a younger audience. Charlie Kirk never had a young audience until recently. Until this last election cycle with the TikTok initiative, Charlie Kirk was not a known entity amongst young people. That's not true. Charlie Kirk, for the longer part of his career, as a matter of fact, did not have any young people in his audience whatsoever. He just simply presented, he was basically the Olivia Giuliana of the Republicans, getting a bunch of money from mega donors, but much more successful than Olivia Giuliana, given the way that the Republican media ecosystem operates as opposed to the Democrat one. But until recently, he was just like, he just kept farming donations from old people who didn't know any better and thought that he was actually able to reach a much younger crowd and change their minds. Of course, this is not factoring the last, I would say, 3 to 4 years of his career, because once they started doing these TikTok initiatives, he did certainly draw much younger crowds. Okay, TikTok was what gave Turning Point USA actually a young audience, and it perfectly corresponded to Gen Z attitudes about Trump as well. They had a much different perspective about Trump. They had not experienced, I guess, like COVID, or at least during the COVID lockdowns, they developed negative attitudes towards the Democrats because they saw Democrats, I guess, as the responsible party for these lockdowns and whatnot. And eventually you saw this right-wing swing, and Charlie Kirk was right there and was the guy that took advantage of this right-wing swing, and also the advantage of the medium, the new medium for political propaganda, TikTok. Okay? But before then, since 2012 onward, and especially past like 2016 all the way into, like, I would say 2023, Charlie Kirk had no prominence amongst the youth. It was only after like 2023, 2024 and the election cycle did he actually reach a much broader, younger audience. Turning Point USA was entirely comprised of, the only young people that you saw at Turning Point USA events were just young people that wanted to be a part of the Republican machine. Those were the attendees. It wasn't just like average normies and whatnot that were, it wasn't anything beyond like it wasn't anything beyond the young American, the YAF, young conservatives on campus type people that were aware of Charlie Kirk and actively invested in Turning Point USA. I'm worried. I'm worried. That's all I can say in this moment. There's a video of the new unidentified person spotted on a nearby rooftop before Charlie Kirk was shot. Suspect still at large. I don't know if this is a confirmed. This seems, unconfirmed, so I don't know. I'll wait for additional confirmation instead of just like, are you more worried about Trump or random vigilantes? I'm worried about both. There's good reason to worry about both. Sky's the limit here in terms of the unlimited cruelty that we can experience. Utah has no gun control on campus. Yeah, There's a White House proclamation ordering flags flown at half-staff until sunset on September 14th in honor of the memory of Charlie Kirk. As a mark of respect for the memory of Charlie Kirk by the authority vested in me as the President of the United States, by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, I hereby order the flags of the United States shall be flown at half-mast at the White House and upon all public buildings and grounds, at all military posts and naval stations. It's kind of wild that Trump didn't do that for the Minnesota shooting. Yeah, of course he didn't do that for the Minnesota shooting, because the Minnesota shooter was a fucking far-right figure and a mercenary who assassinated Democrats. That's it. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand on this 10th day in September in the year of our Lord 2025, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 250th. Donald J. Trump. How do I think them should respond? I don't even know. I don't know how they're going to respond, but I suspect it's not going to be a positive one. And I do worry that they're not going to take a defensive posture against the unlimited political repercussions that the left will experience as a consequence of this, even though there is no evidence to suggest that this was even done by the left. And even if it was, it still doesn't matter. It's ridiculous. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker on the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Political violence, unfortunately, has ramped up in this country. I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country, and I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. It's true. What the fuck? What is this audio? What is happening with this audio? Can you guys hear it? Is the tab muted? No. What the fuck? Is my shit busted? Let me see.
Utah, and this is, as he
No,
told me,
my shit's not
happened
busted.
in
It's
his
just that video.
backyard,
It's
which
fine.
He said is a very painful moment for not just him, but for his community as well.
This is my backyard. This is very, very personal because of that. Yeah, it really is escalating. We know that. I think it's time for all of us to reevaluate how we're talking about issues. I think that if we're honest, we're having conversations within families that are too heated. We're having conversations among friends that are too heated, and then that obviously escalates as it gets to a broader conversation. It's not healthy. It's not who we are.
When I was in college, you used to be able to walk in those doors and just walk right into the Capitol. And it didn't have any of the security. Obviously, airports were the same. And the more we just have this like sickness in society, the more we have to clamp down, and the more you have to have, security barriers and lock down our society because people are just sick.
And also, just after that moment, the Speaker of the House tried to ask for a moment of silence. Ultimately, did get a moment of silence. But before that, there was a back and forth that occurred between Democrats and Republicans as one congresswoman tried to ask for a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. That led to some back and forth about some of the political violence that we are seeing in this country, just showing just the raw emotion and the tension that is happening right now, particularly in the aftermath of all of this, as members grapple with this, particularly ones who are very close to Charlie Kirk. That he had a lot of allies in the GOP side, particularly in the House over the years, and they're feeling this very personally, Jake.
He and Speaker Johnson, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, very close friends. Manu Raju, thanks so much. Just in, a law enforcement official confirmed to CNN that there remains an active manhunt for the person responsible for this apparent assassination. And the initial search, they say, did not recover any sort of firearm. Much more as we cover this story. Stay with us.
Tonight on 360. The stories that matter. Anderson Cooper 360.
I can't believe there's still a fucking active manhunt. That's crazy. It's wild.
moment of silence.
This is a moment, in fact, when you see leaders across the political spectrum coming together. While they may not agree with all of the political positions, the social issues and stances that Charlie took, they all agree that this is not what our country is about. They are condemning this act of violence, saying this is something that should never happen in our country. As you mentioned, there is that somber moment on the House floor as we continue to see this outpouring of just outrage and grief and condemnation from leaders all across the political spectrum, Kana. This is just really an unbelievable moment.
And, you know, Selena, I've spoken with several witnesses who were there, and many of them were there just because they wanted to be there. They wanted to be a part of it. They wanted to see him speak. But others who say, I had a question for him. I was lined up. I was lined up with people to ask questions. And what they pointed out, Selena, that was even in the line, because of the area that Charlie Kirk had created, they were having lively debate, back and forth debate, Republicans and conservatives in this line together.
And Charlie Kirk was known for sparking that kind of conversation. He has so many viral moments online with his millions and millions of followers for all of them to view, where he has these sparring debates with students who are very progressive, who clash with his views, and he'd like to have these kind of rapid fire conversations. I mean, Turning Point USA, they are across the country. They go to these high school campuses, college campuses. He is an advocate for this conservative movement, for reaching this young base and mobilizing them to become part of this MAGA movement. But it wasn't just about spreading those ideals, but also debating with people who have wildly different views than he has. And he was very effective at using that and turning it into this media empire online through his social media videos, through his podcasts. He's really was seen as one of the most influential MAGA podcasters and right-wing influencers in general.
Absolutely. We talk a lot about his appearance on Governor Newsom's podcast. I mean, Governor Newsom chose him to launch his podcast. He was his very first guest. That was the level of importance that even, you know, Democrats really viewed him as. Selena, I want to play for everyone a soundbite here. It's actually from our own John Carl, who was able to get President Trump on the phone. And John Carl's reflecting on the conversation they had, but this was just really moments before the announcement was made that this young 31-year-old father had been murdered.
I had a brief conversation with the president over the phone. He sounded quite upset, quite down about this. He told me it's horrific. It's one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. He was a great guy. He was a good man. He was an incredible guy. There's nobody like him.
You can even tell there, Selena, when John Carl is talking.
Why aren't they playing some of his inspiring and wholesome speeches? Because if they did, then I think the ABC News audience would not reflect positively on it, I don't think.
Throughout this country, as people are certainly thinking about Charlie Kirk's wife and young children, 2 of them under the age of 5.
31 years old. He is a father, he is a husband, and a leader of this movement as well. And just reflecting on what John Carl was saying about his conversation with the president, I mean, this is someone who President Trump has frequently called out, expressing.
Bro, I don't get how these guys get away with this shit, dude. Like, it's so insane. Fox host Jesse Waters, they are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they're at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? Like he just sees this opportunity to do fucking, like, he's just mad that it was Charlie Kirk that was shot. He's like, why isn't it that the leftists are getting shot? Why isn't it that, like, liberals are getting shot? Like, that's it. This is a call for violence. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's so crazy, man. It is so fucking wild that these guys will then also simultaneously turn around and be like, well, you know, it's really fucked up. It's really we gotta tone down the violent rhetoric. Okay, tell your guys to tone it down. Fuck you mean tone down the violent rhetoric? Where is the violent rhetoric coming from?
This hits different.
Yes, I don't think someone on the left would get such praise or same positive coverage. They would victim blame 100%. Yes, of course. Yes, 100%. That is the reality, okay?
Differently, because Charlie was one of us. And Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot.
They went after Musk's cars. Brother, once again, like, I can't believe, dude, what the fuck? These are not comparable things, okay? Also, 2 months ago, there was a dude that assassinated Democrat politicians and had a hit list of every single Democrat in the state of Minnesota. And these fucking assholes immediately went, oh, he's a leftist. He must be a leftist. They have concocted a completely alternative universe where they just go off of their own hysteria, their own made-up norms, their own made-up reality.
2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in LA.
Trans shooters.
They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate?
Like, the numbers on the board, numbers on the fucking board, it is not even a comparison. There is no comparison to be made here between violence coming from the political right versus violence coming from the political left. It is so crazy.
And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible.
Holy fuck, bro. These guys are so insane. He's like, all right, one of my friends died. It's time. It's time to fucking use his death to angle for more political repression, political persecution to a made-up enemy that I made up in my mind. Charlie would want that. Okay? Did you see this Jay Schlatt tweet?
Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all of these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point, and we know which direction we're going.
How do I be normal about this, though? Just don't ask me that question right now, okay? Please. Look. This feels like a nightmare. One of the most horrific things I've ever seen. I feel absolutely gutted and devastated. Pray for Charlie Kirk's soul, his young family, and for our country. The violence and hatred has to stop. Our country needs Christ more than ever. That's crazy. That's crazy because the person saying that is Nick Fuentes. Charlie Kirk says a patriot should bail out alleged Paul Pelosi attacker. Dude, he has said everything under the sun. Okay? You could write the most scathing obituary of Charlie Kirk by simply posting everything Charlie Kirk has said in the aftermath of high-profile assassinations, in the aftermath of political violence, in the aftermath of a million different school shootings. Okay? This is part of the reason why I say, like, the ways in which, like, liberal media is going to cover the story is going to launder his reputation and whitewash what he has done, whitewash what he has said, because this is a horrifying incident. Okay? He has talked about how there shouldn't be any empathy in the aftermath of school shootings. He said it all. He has said over and over again that it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment.
Having an armed citizenry comes with a price.
The reason why I'm showing this is not to say, well, you know, tough titties or whatever. The reason why I'm showing this is because Charlie Kirk is a part of a machine, a right-wing media machine that has actively worked every single day to make your coworkers also feel comfortable with this violence. Okay? And if you're a right-winger that's tuning in right now to watch me to see if I'll celebrate this or something, even though you fundamentally misunderstand my commentary if you think that I would do so. But regardless, understand that the reason why I'm showing this is because these people have played a formative role in Charlie Kirk's situation. He has played a formative role in his own demise by playing a part in a media landscape, in a media environment that normalizes this death and destruction. Video of the shooter. Wait, what? Captured? We don't know if that's real. Okay?
And that is part of liberty. Wow. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. Yes. Yes. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence.
Yeah, in his moment of his passing, when he got shot in the neck, he was still advocating for not only less gun control, but he was literally talking about how the only solution to gun violence is by stopping trans people. Because when he goes to these events, there are a lot of people who don't agree with him who attend to debate him. And one of these people was actually asking him a question. He said, Charlie, do you know how many trans people are mass shooters? He said, I don't know. Far too many. And he responded with, do you know how many mass shootings? He said there's only been 5. Do you know how many mass shootings have taken place in the last 10 years, as opposed to the last 10 years of 5 trans shooters? And while he was in the process of responding to that by saying, well, do you mean gang violence or without gang violence? He got shot in the neck. Down to the last moment. Now, if people don't understand that in and of itself, the way that people feel about this issue when they reiterate these talking points, when they don't fully comprehend the severity of the problem of gun violence in this country, like, even in this moment, if they don't understand, like, what is the reason why it happens in the United States of America and it doesn't happen anywhere else to the same frequency, to the same magnitude, I don't know what will cause them to recognize it. And my fear is that in the absence of that recognition, in the absence of critical examination, I fear that people are just going to become increasingly more mad. And that's why there's a lot of talk, as this chatter says, about getting revenge on leftist commentators. What's the proper response to this? There is no proper response to this. There's nothing. There's nothing you can say or do. What are you going to do? Tell people don't do that? That's not the answer. That's not going to stop people. It is what it is. What is this? Literally all of Twitter? I've noticed that the left of center response has been condemnation of the violence, while the right wing response has largely been some variation of we need to physically destroy liberals. Yeah. No, that's it. Liberals, for the most part, are saying, like, this is really fucked up. We can't have any sort of political violence whatsoever. And a lot of Republicans are basically saying, nah, we should just kill every leftist now, actually. We should kill them. We should kill them dead. Once again, people who fail to comprehend that, like, I myself clearly am an ideological opponent to Charlie Kirk. I despise his worldview. I have debated him on numerous occasions, and I was slated to debate him again. So clearly, my method, or what I think is the appropriate thing to do in this circumstance, was not political violence. Especially considering that I too am in the crosshairs as a left-wing political content creator, but also would have been directly in the crosshairs alongside Charlie Kirk in a public event anyway. Don't go? Well, I don't think that debate is happening any longer, chatter. Obviously. I don't think that there will be any public events for people like myself in the future. This old take of his, yeah. Yo, is Charlie Kirk dead? Yes. He's dead. Gutfeld actually making sense?
It's interesting. We don't know who did this, but I do know it doesn't help the left, which makes me think, is it the left? I don't know. We don't know, but it feels professional. That's all.
That's crazy. That's crazy that Greg Gutfeld has found a moment of honesty. What a unique situation. He must be shook.
Well, it feels to me,
Greg, you asked me a question.
Jesse Waters took no fucking moment to immediately go on with, well, political violence, it's time to fucking dish it back to the left, as though the left is responsible for this. We need more violence. The solution to what we just experienced is more violence. Judging by the shameful, opportunistic, and politicizing rhetoric of some right-wingers on this hell site and their cynical use of Charlie Kirk's horrific murder for political point scoring, it's almost as if Representative Melissa Hortman wasn't murdered by a MAGA maniac just 12 weeks ago. Yep.
But we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How did we stop all the shootings at airports? We have armed guards outside of airports. How do we stop all the shootings at banks? We have armed guards outside of banks. How do we stop all the shootings at gun shows? Notice there's not a lot of mass shootings at gun shows. There's all these guns because everyone's armed.
This thread identifies to have appeared. This thread appears to have identified where the shooting took place. Rooftop directly across from the stage. New posted footage. I know people are. This is the same exact rooftop. I think on the roof of the Lucy Center at UVU. So this is the video that's been circulating. Additional footage shows an individual running across the roof of the Lucy Center in the moments after the shooting. Where is it? Where's the dude? Oh, right here? No. Oh, there it is. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. Oh my God. Is that the one? Is that? Yeah, look right here. Do you see that? Or is that a window speck of dirt? It might be, it could be a speck of dirt. I don't know, but it feels like it, I mean, it's moving. I don't think it's a, is it moving? Is it not moving? I can't tell. It looks like it's moving. It moves with the camera? Yeah, because it's running in the opposite direction. That's the reason why it's like almost like a visual trick. But it also could be artifacting taking place because it's like, no, it's definitely moving. Look at the trail that it takes. It's because at the end there it moves a little bit faster. No, see, yeah, it's moving. It's definitely not. It's not a speck of dirt, dude. Look. It's gone. Yeah, I saw that the account Doug Zimmer was created just to post another angle of the roof. There's something very suspicious. I mean, there's always like insanely weird, insanely suspicious shit that happens in the aftermath of incidents like this. This is the original video that I didn't want to show you because I didn't see I didn't see enough but yeah, here. Someone literally fucking... Someone filmed this guy? I mean, I don't understand. Like, that's awfully weird. That's awfully strange.
Ran in.
What, there's audio?
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying.
Huh.
He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying.
Like, why would they even think to film that? I mean, I guess that's not that crazy. And also, they probably thought that it was security because there are sniper rifles at it's a speck of dirt. It doesn't look like a speck of dirt from that video that you're posting. I don't understand. Also, there are different angles. There are literally different angles where they show that. I mean, I think this is the same roof. Yeah. That's the same roof in a different video. CNN reports Vance is going to Utah next Thursday. Look. Where is it? What is this? Grifters gonna grift? I don't want to ever hear Charlie Kirk claim he's pro-Trump ever again. After this weekend, I'd say he has revealed himself as a political opportunist, and I've had front row seats to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next day. TPUSA was only able to thrive thanks to the generosity of President Trump. He got killed because he was anti-Israel, and you can't have someone who's that powerful over the right be anti-Israel. What the fuck? Charlie Kirk is one of the biggest deep throaters of Israel out there. What the fuck are you talking about? You think Charlie Kirk is anti-Israel? Oh my God. It's official. We now officially have the Arab version of he was just about to buy an NFL team. That's got to be, this is the Arab version of that. Oh, that prominent figure was just about to buy an NFL team until they took him out. Benjamin Netanyahu, literally, the entire right hates Israel and he had to fall in line. What are you talking about? Benjamin Netanyahu is like talking about how he got murdered for speaking the truth and defending freedom, a lion-hearted friend to Israel. Where is this coming from? I'm not going to name names. What? This is a fucking InfoWars guy, Harrison A. Smith. I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. Are you guys crazy? What do words mean? Charlie Kirk was anti-Israel is a absolutely psychotic assessment to make. You are just not living on the same planet that we're all living on if you think that he was fucking anti-Israel in any capacity, man. What the fuck is this?
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good.
Nina Turner responded to you.
Nothing quite yet. So just getting our live stream set up.
We're going to be standing here. I like the seal showing, but you tell me if the angle, what you think of the angle.
Okay.
I like the seal. Test, 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 test.
Do they want any water?
Yeah, might as well bring a few in. Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was so pro-Israel. Itamar Ben-Gvir is talking about his death.
So, as I mentioned, we are going to go actively live. Lieutenant Rodin, we're going to start.
Basically, everyone in the government of Israel is fucking talking about how they're praying
Actual press conference starts. Also, if you guys need a water
for the champion of the free world. And this is yet another one of these tweets from Charlie. The deaths of women and children in Gaza are the fault of Hamas, not Israel, just like the deaths in Japan during World War II were the fault of Japan, not America. When a government engages in unprovoked murderous aggression, they are to blame for everything that results. AP is interviewing Congress right now.
That are 10 or 20 times higher than Canada, the European Union, Mexico, or, what have you. So that's something concrete that we can do to try to turn this nightmare around. Obviously, I don't want people engaged in political violence of any kind, whether it's with guns or knives. Or
His most recent video on Qatar, Charlie asked if we should start questioning Israel more. Man, that's a delicate fucking tightrope that he has to dance on. That's not enough for Israel to assassinate him, okay? What are you talking about?
At this point, and the rhetoric from the left as a result for this shooting. I mean, do you think that?
I think if Israel were to assassinate a fucking prominent critic of Israel, it probably wouldn't be Charlie Kirk, who has dick rode Israel into oblivion.
About who the shooter was or who the killer was. And I think it doesn't help a very difficult situation for people to be blaming violence like this on political parties or political factions. I certainly resisted that when I heard people doing that after the Minnesota killings or after Paul Pelosi was attacked. And, there's no reason for us to get into that. The violence against political leaders is unacceptable in a free democratic society, and it is a threat to democracy. So we all have to denounce it, we all have to reject it, and we should all resist the temptation just to point fingers. That takes us nowhere. We should be rejecting gun violence and political violence in all of their forms, regardless of who the target is.
As far as the political rhetoric goes, though, do you believe that lawmakers on both sides need to tone this down?
Sure, I definitely believe lawmakers need to tone it down, and we should do our best to try to make friends with people on the other side of the aisle. I mean, we're all Americans, right? So I just don't accept the idea that to belong to a different political party means that you're in some kind of enemy camp, and we all have to reject that and struggle against it.
How do you struggle and reject that? I mean, it seems like so much of this comes from a cultural animus that's almost bottom up in a sense. Can you really display a top-down sense of an example to follow that you think will be effective?
Well, I think no, but we can display bottom up forms of friendship and relationship, and I hope we all can do it. I mean, obviously in the House of Representatives we got 435 people. You can't make close friends with everybody, but everybody can try to make friends with some people who are outside of their immediate, state or political group. I certainly try and do that, and I hope we all will try and do that. But it's a very dark time with the political violence spiraling out of control and gun violence a threat to everybody in the country.
You and other members of the former January 6th
Are you ready for
committee
Kirkgate to be a catalyst of another Red Scare? I mean, I think that the opportunity is ripe for this already, and I do think that they will use this. The Republicans will use this because there's a lot of unrestrained anger right now There always has been. I mean, that is the name of the game for right-wing commentary in general. But they want some kind of violent solution. So we will have more videos from the incident come out. Like, we'll have more people filming the rooftops and whatnot, and we can analyze it as it goes on. But it's I don't know. What is this? Possible Charlie Kirk shooter running on the roof of a nearby building? Yeah, I know. We saw it. We watched that video already. Yeah, they'll just they already have a Gestapo secret police. It's called ICE, and they're actively beefing it up. They're you know, there's job fairs and whatnot everywhere, where they're trying to bring in more people to the Gestapo secret police. And eventually it won't be just... the Supreme Court just allowed ICE to apprehend anybody that they consider... to look Mexican or sound Mexican. Now they'll just like look for people who look woke. Something along those lines, you know?
He said. Of course, it will be interesting to see how the politics of this all plays out, but surely a horrific and tragic event that has united both sides of the political aisle here. Calls from Democrats and Republicans that this should not happen. This cannot happen in this country. And they've really united behind that. The moment of silence, of course, on Capitol Hill. We've heard from Democratic leaders, Republican leaders. So I'm sure that we will continue to hear from them. I know that we won't, at least in person, hear from the president tonight. We haven't seen him on camera today. He had that event. I know we've been talking about this, but he's had that event, that dinner scheduled for tonight at 7 o'clock over at the White House, where I'm told a bunch of cabinet officials were supposed to be present. He's canceled that. He's getting updates from his team, rolling updates from his team. I'm told the FBI Director Kash Patel was over at the White House earlier today. So obviously that has been postponed. I think it's likely you could hear from the president, at least on camera tomorrow, about this. But this surely is something that he continues to monitor as law enforcement continues to get more information from the ground, from the federal law enforcement presence on the ground. I know that the FBI is surging people in. I could expect at this news are coming up that they will likely say that federal authorities are taking the lead on this, as typically happens here. But still lots of questions that need to be answered for the community, for the people who are attending that event, for Charlie Kirk and his family, that need to be cleared up, including whether or not they do.
I don't trust Kash Patel, but even though he is the least trustworthy person in the United States of America, the least trustworthy person in the United States of America has said, the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you for the local and state authorities in Utah for a partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when able. This is what Republican representatives are already claiming.
Own what happened today.
Nancy Mace's very first words to reporters on Charlie Kirk was, Democrats own what happened today. Oh my God.
Devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot,
then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm.
What? It's a good question. I mean, what's your logic here? You know.
We don't know what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging left.
Yeah, immediately. How dare you? How dare you? It's like, do you hear the words that are coming out of your fucking mouth, dumbass? What do you mean, how dare you? You just said it. You said Democrats own Charlie Kirk's assassination. No evidence whatsoever. And the reality of the matter is, like, people say, like, oh, the left is so radical. The left is so violent, right? Oh, so much for the tolerant left. But especially if you're going to put the crosshairs on the Democrats in general, the Democrats are afraid of their own fucking shadows. They would never even, they don't even ramp up the rhetoric in a way that makes sense to truly capture the attention of the audience and the anger that a lot of people in the base of support feel, let alone go above and beyond that and advocate for political violence. Like, what are we talking about? What are we even fucking talking about? It's so ridiculous. Yes, I know the FBI has announced that they have the suspect in custody. Like, the only things that you can point to is I guess, like, Hakeem Jeffries posting up with a baseball bat. Goofy. You know? Guy with a rifle that has a silencer at the end of it. I saw this video as well. I don't know what the fuck this is, okay? It could be just like a homeless person. You don't know. The party of Kyle Rittenhouse is complaining about political violence. I know.
I think they just found the guy. Right.
Reports saying he's dead. A homeless person with a $3,000 rifle. I mean, I don't fucking know who this guy is. We don't know anything. He could be anything. It could be the guy, but it could also be something totally irrelevant. You know what I mean? Why would you? You can't jump to conclusions. Where's the fucking press conference? Oh, here it is.
The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah, Utah's an open carry state, chatters.
We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired.
What is it, George Zinn?
Victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis.
Oh, they have audio scanner, police scanner. They said it wasn't him.
Partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people.
He's no longer at large. FBI says they got him.
We know that what you experienced was very difficult.
What the fuck's going on? FBI says they got him. These guys are saying, local law enforcement saying they don't got him.
As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages.
It did happen just now, so they might not have been briefed.
If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
I don't know, or maybe they don't believe Kash Patel either because he's
On behalf
just
of
an
President
unbelievable
Jimenez,
guy.
who we've been communicating.
He's an
with,
unbelievable
she's on her way
guy.
Back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group
What the fuck is
Turning Point
happening? Man,
USA to
it's
speak
so
on our
incompetent.
campus. We firmly believe that
This
UVU is a
admin.
place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU.
What the fuck? What was that?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law
chatters.
enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward.
What is going on, brother?
I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners.
No, you're not.
As
You're
we
not.
work through
Kash Patel said you got the guy. What is happening?
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation.
What the fuck is
I
going
want to
on,
be very
dude?
clear
What
that
is
this
happening?
is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people.
What the fuck?
Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people
Seemingly
that we still have
not, by
death
the way. Like, they're saying this, but I don't know if this is true because Kash Patel says they caught him. They're saying they haven't. I don't even know if Kash Patel deleted his tweet.
Our nation is broken.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Political
No fucking shot. Where is the tweet?
Recently in Minnesota, we had an attempted assassination.
Head of the fucking
on the governor of
FBI, dude.
Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential
No, he
candidate
hasn't
and
deleted
former
it.
president of the United States.
He hasn't. It's
and
still
now
here.
current
It's still
president
there.
of the
It's still
United
there.
States.
It's still there. It's still there. But I still don't know. I don't know. I don't know why these guys are saying that he hasn't.
Country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken.
Why? Why?
Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting,
Wait, they said this.
I would
They have a
beg
person
you
in custody. Wait, why are they saying the manhunt still continues?
and to see if you can find
So they have a person of interest.
I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American.
Dude, they said they have a person of interest, and he's still talking about if you did this, we will find you, and we will do whatever the fuck we have to.
But more than the leaders, we just need.
Am I crazy?
Every single person in this country.
They're both saying the exact same thing. They're both saying the suspect is in custody, but they're not perfectly sure if he's the guy. I don't understand the confusion.
To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Cook stood for will put down their social media and their pens.
Okay. Mason, we did have a suspect in custody, but he was released after we identified that he was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked in the county jail for obstruction of justice. This was who he was talking about, the first guy that they actually arrested. Okay? There's also a miscommunication in terms of like whether or not they have another
We have
actual
a person of
suspect.
interest in custody
Oh,
that is being
okay.
interviewed right now. We do.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Okay. I wasn't alone in being confused, chatters.
Or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed-circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you think the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a potentially from a roof. Yes, a longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students,
and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer.
Wait, I thought they were there at the
It's tragic.
event.
Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know these things. Unfortunately,
you're watching this live press conference from Orange, Utah. Normally, we were on the air with World News Tonight. We will join the broadcast in just a moment. I want to bring you up to speed on what we just learned. There is a person of interest now in custody. They are interviewing this person. It is not the same person that was taken into custody for a short period of time earlier in the day. That person has been cleared. Again, there is a person of interest in custody. They have no intelligence at this point to believe that there was anyone else involved as of yet. They believe that shot was fired from a building on campus, a separate location, a distance away from where Charlie Kirk was. Again, Charlie Kirk shot and killed on that Utah campus this afternoon. Our team is standing by. We'll have much more throughout the evening. And for those of you in the East, World News Tonight starts just moments from now.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
All with updates through one channel of information, whether it's
Okay, there's also some additional information that came out from investigative reporter at the DC Examiner, the Washington Examiner, which is a right-wing outlet. According to a live feed of the Utah County Police scanner at the time of Charlie Kirk's shooting, an individual was spotted with a long rifle wearing jeans, a black shirt, a black mask, and a black vest. It starts off with inaudible on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest. A speaker on the police scanner says, here's the audio of the moment Utah County Police dispatchers responded to the Charlie Kirk shooting.
UVU by the soundstand reported of one individual that was shot, unknown where the shooter went. And let's be advised, UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
They requesting it?
We're not sure yet. We're just trying to get units that way.
Don't call out.
Are there other victims, or was this a target attack? No, dude, no other victims, just Charlie Kirk. Straight neck shot. No one else. It was very clearly he was very clearly the target. Okay?
Center 500 West, no further.
He didn't even shoot multiple times, which is that's part of the reason why I think people are, even Greg Buttfeld was saying that this is like the work of someone who might be a little bit more professional, like the work of a competent actor, because like lone wolf shootings and incidents like that oftentimes devolve into a mass shooting, mass casualty event, because in that moment the dude is like panicking. In that moment, the dude is like panicking and worried about like people shooting back at him. You know what I mean? Like there's a couple panic shots, even in the direction of the target. This was just straight up one shot, one kill. Like he aimed, he had Charlie Kirk on his sights, and he hit him right in the fucking jugular. It is insane. So I do feel like it kind of narrows the field a little bit as far as like who could potentially be a suspect. I want to make something clear. The person was a medium good shot who actually missed what they were aiming at, likely his head. Maybe. But he only shot once. You understand? He shot one time over 200 yards in the distance. Like he didn't shoot twice. He didn't go for the, look, the thing that people teach you when you learn how to shoot is to aim for center mass. This is the same in like, this is the same for police. This is the same for even the military. You're supposed to aim for center mass. You're not supposed to aim for the head, because you're supposed to aim for center mass and you're supposed to shoot multiple times. This person very clearly, even if they were going for the head as opposed to the neck, very clearly was only interested in taking one shot. "200 yards sounds a bit far-fetched because I think it is. The figure on the roof in several videos ID'd as the shooter was 128 yards away, give or take 1 yard while prone, seconds before the shot. Still an insane shot, but more reasonable than the 200-yard number going around." I mean, that's still a crazy shot, no? Especially in a, like, this is ultimately still a moving target in a very active environment, and it's a very small target. From that distance. But I don't know. I just check my last message. No, I refuse. 200 isn't that crazy, dude. Trust me, I'm a gun pervert. What is this? Konstantin Kissin. Who the fuck? Oh, it's the trigonometry guys. I hope I'm wrong, but tonight feels like some sort of invisible line has been crossed that we didn't even know was there. Last time I felt like this was 9/11 when it was clear without knowing how and the what. The world was about to change forever. Like the rules of the game had been permanently altered and there was simply no going back to the innocent, peaceful past. I didn't feel like this is an attempt that was made. I didn't feel like this when an attempt was made on President Trump's life. If I had to rationalize why I didn't, I guess it was because several U.S. presidents have been shot and even assassinated. Somehow it was within the realms of the possible, no matter how awful. But to murder a young father simply for doing debates and mobilizing young people to vote for a party that represents half of America, this is something else. Charlie's death is a tragedy for his wife, his children, his family. I don't pray often. I'm praying for them tonight. But I fear his murder will be a tragedy for all of us in ways we will only understand as time unfolds. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, he's not a liberal. He's a right-winger. The trigonometry guys are right-wingers. The thing with Kirk in this particular moment was that he was gradually becoming the face of untrustworthy, hackish partisanship on the right, to the point that someone who built his career around crashing his events and insulting him personally, Fuentes, was gaining rapid fame. Now his legacy is going to be solidified as it was when he was at the peak of his fame, influence, and credibility. There will never be a process in which his fans become disillusioned with him. This is a very good thing for TPUSA and will allow it to remain influential over the long haul, even if the Trump administration writ large crashes and burns. Sorry he was not as important as 9/11. Yeah, I don't think so either, obviously. But Ettinger Mentum's assessment is correct that there was definitely, with the Epstein stuff especially, with Israel, but also with the Epstein stuff, there was disillusionment with Charlie Kirk. Not that it matters at this point, because obviously this is he will now be revered as a martyr and a hero to the modern Republican movement. But especially with the Epstein stuff, like when he had that famous moment where he said, like, I don't, I got a call from the Trump administration and they told me not to talk about the Epstein stuff, so I'm going to stop talking about the Epstein stuff. That in and of itself, I think, is right-wing Twitter is being normal. Libs of TikTok, this is war. Oh my God. Guys, before you think this is like a false flag incident to for what comes next, please think. Do you think Donald Trump would do a false flag incident by burning Charlie Kirk? The answer is no. Okay? I'm not even going to. No, don't say yes. There are a million other people that the administration would probably fucking martyr if they were going to unironically kill somebody. That before Charlie Kirk. You guys are fucking crazy. No, they're just using this as an opportunity to continue advancing their dangerous fascist project. I don't know. People talk about like shooting a small target from 200 yards or 128 yards or whatnot, but they fail to consider like what that means. Okay, I don't think it works that way. I don't think it starts with like your first target. I don't like what I'm trying to say is like someone who actually shoots from that distance with one shot, factoring in wind conditions and whatnot, I suspect is probably someone who has shot someone else in the past as well, right? Hasan, you always do this. You don't know. This person is not even talking about my assessment of the shooting and whether it was a complex shot or a difficult shot or not. This person is mad because I said, I don't think Donald Trump would fucking martyr Charlie Kirk. That's what you're saying. Yeah, of course I don't know if that's a possibility. Just like I don't know if Mossad did it. Just like I don't know if Hamas did it. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's like it's not in the realm of fucking possibilities. Okay, I you can eliminate certain things by using logic and critical thinking skills. That's crazy. Neither of us know until there's more evidence, until there's more, until the investigations are concluded. Neither of us are going to know with any certainty whatsoever what the motivations were. Okay? Having said that, however, I see a lot of people throwing conspiracies around with the notion that throwing conspiracies around that he was gonna he was just right there. He was about to be anti-Israel or something, and then they had to get him out or some shit. No, I don't think those are credible. I think those are incredible conspiracies. They are very, very, very unlikely. I still don't know what it is, obviously, and neither do you, but I just don't have a suspicion that it's
our thanks to you. I also want to bring in our ABC
it was
news contributor,
Trump
former
killing
FBI
him
agent
so that they
Richard
can make a
Frankel.
martyr out of
Richard,
him.
again, before this press conference started, we heard from the FBI director, Kash Patel, saying that there's someone in custody. Then we heard that there's an ongoing manhunt from local authorities, and then the governor confirming there is a person of interest.
Charlie Kirk being assassinated is the American
custody.
Reichstag fire. It is time for a complete
Slightly
crackdown on the left.
confusing,
Every
although it
Democratic
does
politician
seem
must
like
be
they got
arrested
to
and
the
party
same
banned under
conclusion
RICO.
there that, again, there
Every
is a
libtard
person of
commentator
interest in
must be
custody.
shut down.
So who's
Stochastic
leading this
terrorism,
right now?
they
The
caused
FBI
this.
is taking on this questioning. How does this get
This guy's a
delegated?
Nazi, by the way, if you couldn't tell from the fact that he's using Reichstag fire with the full knowledge of how it was implemented and what came after. 25,000 likes, by the way, to that statement. Fucking awesome. Fucking awesome, dude. Love living in this media environment. Love living in these times as opposed to any other. Fantastic.
Terms, basically terrorism. In that capacity, the FBI could come in with the U.S. Attorney's Office and make this a federal case and bring this under federal charges. So you might have state charges, and also federal charges. But they'll work together on it because the evidence that they're trying to gain is the same. They're trying to prove who shot,
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
Who shot Charlie? And the other thing that was a little bit telling was that when they were asking the questions of the FBI, somebody did ask, "Hey, is there even a foreign power involved?" And
I'm beginning to notice a pattern here where anytime it's a right-wing figure that's attacked or even if it's a right-wing figure and his cars are attacked or whatever, it's terrorism. But if it's a liberal that's assassinated, it's not terrorism. We need to wait and see. It's an unfortunate incident. How unfortunate, but it is what it is. It must be a leftist that killed him, that kind of shit. It's very interesting.
Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, and Selena certainly mourning across this country, but perhaps nowhere more than Washington, D.C. right now.
Tonight, the White House is in mourning. The White House has flags at half staff, and President Trump has ordered for flags to be lowered across the country. This is an administration and a Capitol that is rattled by this act of violence. You had that moment of silence, of mourning on Capitol Hill, a real bipartisan push to lower the temperature, the tone of political rhetoric in this country, bipartisan condemnation across the political aisle on both sides of the political spectrum to condemn this sort of political violence. And President Trump tonight in mourning, grieving as well. The president had posted that Charlie Kirk was loved and admired by all, especially me. We've been talking about how hard it is to overstate the influence that Charlie Kirk had within this administration, but also to this broader MAGA movement.
Check Twitter, babe.
The murder of a young father and husband, and certainly the country in mourning. Selena Wang, our thanks to you, and thank you for streaming with us. I'm Kana Whitworth. We take you now live to ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis for more breaking news coverage, again, of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who was shot and killed in Utah. As you look across this country, hug your families and pay attention to those American flags that will be flown at half staff.
Yeah, except while this is happening, there was another fucking school shooting that took place in Colorado. It's so crazy that it's just that's how commonplace this is, America is so fucking cooked. America is so cooked.
The founder of
I can't get over the horrible irony. Like, his very last words coming out of his mouth before he got shot and killed was still, unironically, down to the fucking last moment, a defense of a defense and fomenting the exact same kind of violence that ended up taking him out. It's so crazy. And not only that, but also every single one of these people are just like fucking pushing the same, like they're just getting actively more and more radicalized. Yeah. And in the same time frame, not even an hour after Charlie Kirk was shot, a school was shot up in Colorado. We interrupt the shooting at a college to bring you news of a shooting at a high school. Yeah. This is America, man. Yeah, I saw the House floor go for a moment of silence, and then people were yelling at each other. That video from the chatter sent you about the dude getting arrested is from 2022. Thank you.
Our hearts are broken.
The 31-year-old father of two was on the first stop of his
It is crazy.
comeback tour. Speaking on
It is not crazy how this is being reacted to. The FBI guy was basically giving a eulogy and the president ordering flags to half-mast, just saying it wouldn't be the same if it was a political commentator on the other side. Yes, the reality of the matter is if any political commentary person on the other side, myself included, was assassinated in a similar vein, there would be no fucking half-mast flags. Okay, that's just the truth. And I don't even think the Democrats would present this as, like, the Democrats would not be calling for fucking violence. Not saying that that's the smart thing to do in this situation at all. And virtually every Republican, including active Republicans in Congress, would be celebrating it, as they did. This is not even a hypothetical that I need to, like, make up in my mind, because we saw it happen. We saw it happen 2 months ago. We saw it happen 2 months ago. A Democratic politician was assassinated with numerous other Democratic politicians on the hit list of the assassin. And Republicans either celebrated it or immediately blamed the left. They said, oh, the left did this. They made jokes about it. So, yeah, I mean, Paul Pelosi is another one. It's just like, there is no... I'm telling you right now, there is just a major double standard in this. Everybody understands it, I think, at this point. It's just like there is a 30% base of support within the Republican Party that is not only responsible for the metric ton of, like, a big chunk of the violent rhetoric coming in the realm of politics, but also simultaneously are, like, claiming victim in this circumstance as well.
Say this.
What? Nancy Mace's first words? AOC's response? This is not AOC's response. This is Nancy Mace. What is this? 16K likes on this? Okay, dude. Mike Lee is a perfect example. Here's an example. Yeah. Boy, base Mike Lee's tone sure changed since the last political assassination when 2 Minnesota Democrats were shot dead in June. Nightmare on Wall Street. This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way. Look at how he's talking about Charlie Kirk getting assassinated now. Noticeable pattern shift here. Noticeable tone shift.
He had boundless energy and great love for his country.
agree with Charlie Kirk or not. Go on record saying I agree with him. Sure, I could identify, if I went through enough things, some obscure issue where we didn't agree, but I
What?
can't think of one right now.
Dedicated for Carly the Master Debater, R.I.P. After the killing of Charlie Kirk, an Israeli occupation soldier documented himself bombing Gaza for Kirk's sake. There's no way, bro. I just don't. Sus may be fake. I mean, tracking genocide is pretty good on this stuff, to be fair. They don't, they're very careful with their documentation, but you know, I'll wait for further validation, I guess.
But whether you agree with him or not, you have to respect his boundless energy, his commitment to making the world a better place. Genuine decency and respect that he showed to other people, even while disagreeing with them, even while they were yelling at him. I don't think I can remember ever seeing him respond back to hatred with hate, or with anything other than respect. And he had the ability to explain complex concepts to people in very simple, understandable terms, even people who hadn't historically been involved in politics or historically thought of themselves as conservatives or one way or another. And I think that's his legacy. And it's a legacy.
Yeah, nobody's actually showing his commentary for some reason. Nobody's actually quoting him, showing his commentary, because I feel like if you did do that, it would obviously be a lot harder to be like, he was a compassionate man who always treated everybody with respect. I mean, let's be real. He was not a compassionate person. He quite literally said empathy is fake and woke and gay and made up. And every marginalized group was directly within the crosshairs. Did he personally believe it, or was he simply a servant of the right? It doesn't really matter because the output was the same. Lots of Twitter randos calling for violence against you. Stay safe, bud. I know, man. What else is new? You know, this is every day. Every day of my life. Okay? Every day of my life for the past 10 years. It is what it is. It's been happening, and dude, people will be like, "Oh, dude, there is a there are people who are wishing death upon you all over the internet." Is such a crazy thing to say, because yesterday, before this happened, the former disgraced governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, who is in second place for the New York mayoral race right now after he already lost the primaries to Zohran Mamdani, literally tried to make it seem as though I had something to do with 9/11. Okay? Like, I know. Of course people fucking wish death upon me. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you think that is? Why do you think he's saying that? Anyway. Since Republicans on this hillside are getting on their high horse today and politicizing the horrific and inexcusable murder of Charlie Kirk when we don't have a suspect or motive yet, it's worth reminding them of this Trump-endorsed GOP gubernatorial candidate last year. Lieutenant Mark Robinson at North Carolina church meeting, some folks need killing. I mean, yeah, there's just not... That's it. This kind of violence, specifically political violence, is only going to ramp up in its intensity, in its frequency, in its magnitude. The reason why it's going to ramp up is because if left unaddressed, the political instability demands some sort of pressure valve, okay? Part of that is when mass protests take place, for example, and the cops, instead of administration, instead of listening to the demands, very reasonable demands being made by the population, will stick the cops on them and brutalize them. And then those turn into riots. Okay? And the same principle goes here as well. In the absence of any sort of real legislative change here, and it's seemingly impossible, I think that decentralized versions of violence such as this one will only continue to ramp up in its intensity, in its frequency, in its magnitude. It is an inevitability. This is why we advocate for a systemic change. This is why we advocate for a radical change in the legislative agenda. Okay?
Did have some moments of confusion. Do they or do they not have the person in custody that they, for all intents and purposes, know did this or not? Can you tell?
They have a person in custody who they've referred to as a person of interest, but this is essentially their main suspect right now. How do they get there? Let's go back to that footage of the rooftop with the yellow tape. When the shots fired, individuals saw a figure on a rooftop. Now, this rooftop is the only one that has crime scene tape on it. It fits that 200-yard distance. It's way far away behind a building and then behind a lower building. And this is the taller building where someone could have been in the corner of that building where those air vents are and actually gotten a straight line of sight all the way across down that amphitheater to where Kirk was in that tent.
I mean, you know, Tim Clemente, the horrible reality of this, to be that far away, they're saying 200 yards, right, John?
Right.
200 yards with a single shot, that requires somebody who knows what they're doing, right?
It does, Aaron. It's not a spectacular shot. I was actually training snipers this morning.
Classic fucking gun guys, dude. Every gun guy in the
they were
chat.
taking shots out 500, 600 yards routinely. So 200 yards isn't a terrible distance, but you need to know how to aim and control your trigger pull, and that's about all it takes at 200 yards to make an effective shot like that.
So Tim, you know, and I think that context is so crucial, as obviously you're training snipers today, so you know of what you speak. This large crowd in attendance, we know that he had his own private security. Interesting what Emma was saying, that there was a police presence, but not as much as she and her colleagues would have expected when they were there. You know, Tim, just to think about this moment that we're in, as you are training snipers today, and all of a sudden you see this headline, how big of a shock is something like this happening in this country?
It's horrific. It's a terrible shock. I mean, this takes us back to a period of time in the 1960s when leaders on both sides were being killed. And, we don't expect that today. But here it's, one of my sons texted me and said it's so tragic and this is over hurt feelings. Charlie Kirk never hurt anyone. He just had political opposition to some people and religious beliefs that were in opposition to some people. And because of those belief differences, he's now dead. And we can't survive as a nation when someone who speaks differently than you, who says things you don't agree with, is somebody you're willing to kill. And I don't know how we get past this without bringing people together. And you mentioned early in the story how Charlie Kirk liked to go to these rallies and ask questions of people that disagreed with him so they could debate. And debate is the one thing that's lacking in the country.
So we have Emma back now from the Deseret News. Emma, can I just ask you, when that question happened, and just to be clear, we understand, they're pointing to the possibility of this person having been on the roof. That's the entire direction that this is going right now, that's the person of interest, person on the roof, and sniper. But the question obviously was asked from the ground. But could you see anything about the questioner? When at the press conference, they seemed to indicate they still didn't know who that individual was.
I'll be honest, I hadn't thought of it. But when that journalist did ask that, it kind of did. It made me pause and think. It's almost like a dark irony of that was the question that was asked. But again, there's just we don't know enough information, and law enforcement hasn't shared more on that.
Yeah, we don't know. Of course, as we played it, the question was about transgender shooters right before the shot was fired. Adam Wren, you have been on this program so many times because of your incredible reporting on MAGA influencers and those media juggernauts in the MAGA influencer world. Charlie Kirk, one of them. You interviewed him multiple times for Politico. I know you spoke to Laura Loomer tonight, who is also obviously crucial in the movement and knew Charlie Kirk well. So what is the reaction? What are you hearing from MAGA about this horrific, what seems to be assassination?
Yeah, Aaron, I spoke with Charlie just a few weeks back for a story about whether the MAGA coalition could stay together and what Vice President J.D. Vance's role in that was. And, he told me that he thought that Vance would inherit the coalition, that he wanted to see him, if Vance himself wanted to see him run in 2028, but was always sort of struck by his cheeriness. He, always seemed to be, in a good mood about this. But what I'm hearing from influencers like Laura Loomer is they see this moment as a real rallying cry for the right. They want the left to be punished over this. They see the left as producing a disproportionate number of violent people. They point to the assassination attempts against President Trump last year. And of course, we can zero back in and find instances of the right on violence as well. But they clearly see this as a rallying cry and want vengeance. Some of them have used that word specifically, vengeance. Loomer is saying that this was a professional hit job on Charlie Kirk. And so it doesn't seem like we can unwind the Gordian knot of political violence here.
I mean, the word vengeance is a horrible word. I know others have used even worse. Horrible in the context of where we are right now. Juliet.
I feel like I'm going crazy. Like, these guys talk about like the unacceptable form of violence. It's not. It's true. It is true that violence is unacceptable, but it's the very same people that overlook the charred flesh of dead Palestinian children and just say, hey, man, there's a reason for it. October 7. Remember October 7. Hamas. What do you think? Like, obviously, these two things are not the same. I mean, I see those images as well. I'm shocked by the cruelty of human nature, shocked by the cruelty of all people who look at that and just, go along with their days without like even reconsidering their position on America's allegiances or whatever. But like, what do you think is happening when you present all of this unlimited ultra violence all the time on television, constantly, and justifying it? Like, we become a more violent nation as a consequence of that. This is it. Why are we treating this death any differently from Brian Thompson's? What do you mean? Are you talking about we as in this community? Or are you talking about like people in general? Because there's plenty of people still also saying, RIP Pack Watch or whatever. If you're asking me why, my assessment in this is way more restrained, think a little bit. It's not that hard for you to comprehend, don't you think? As a person who is the recipient of numerous death threats every single fucking day, what happened to Charlie Kirk is who I was supposed to be debating 2 weeks from now. Hits a little close home to. It's a little bit closer to home. Like, think about it, especially as like people are actively fantasizing about doing vengeance to left content creators right now. Think. I mean, I don't like Charlie Kirk. I did not like Charlie Kirk. I think his worldview is horrifying. I think he's a bad person overall. But I also knew Charlie Kirk for the past 10 years. I've debated Charlie Kirk. I've stood next to him on a public stage twice. And it's not even just about Charlie Kirk necessarily, but it's also what I suspect. It's also what I suspect is going to take place in the aftermath of this, whether it be decentralized forms of violence from people who are seeking out vengeance. More often than not, it's already right wingers who fucking. More often than not, it's right wingers that are engaging in this, even when the target is right wing themselves. Okay. But also, on top of that, there is going to be administrative control here, too. There's going to be political repression, more political repression, I suspect. For those of you who are wondering, like, will I go outside again? Yes, of course. I can't let fear dictate my life. Okay? Don't be crazy.
And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
This is the first time I've heard someone say this. MSNBC on Charlie Kirk shooting. Hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. You can't stop these sort of awful thoughts you have. And then these. Wait. Oh, they issued a statement condemning it, and they retracted it and they condemned it. I mean, yeah.
Aware of that at all?
Everywhere Charlie went, as far as I understand, there was opposition, and he continued to move forward. And it's inspiring to me to see a person, in spite of threats and force and pressure against him, that he continued to move forward, doing something that he loved. But he always did it in a civil fashion. He would debate ideas, but would never promote violence. And that is
he, much like many others in the right, sheltered his violent rhetoric under the auspices of systematic forms of violence. Okay, when you say sucks to suck, Palestinian children are going to die, okay, that's objectively a violent statement, but you're simply promoting state violence in that regard, so it's not seen in the same vein as someone who is resisting against state oppression or state violence. That's it. Whenever he said, oh, there is no such thing as a Palestinian, as they were being ethnically cleansed, whenever he denied the genocide, those are objectively violent statements. The problem, of course, from the audience reception, and this is including liberals as well, and this is the major problem with like the way liberals often lose these sorts of conversations, is that as long as you refuse to reckon with systematic forms of violence, then obviously it's not going to be, as long as you don't understand that systematic forms of violence are still violence, no matter how normalized, you're not going to be able to comprehend that. You're not going to be able to understand that. This is how, like, here, I'll give you an example that liberals comprehend and understand, right? Abortion. Okay? Restricting access to this medical procedure, this life-saving medical procedure, is denying women bodily autonomy. Okay? So when you have a right-wing commentator who says, abortion is murder, we have to put an end to it, and then an administration that responds to those calls and actually tries to restrict access to this life-saving medical intervention, that inevitably leads to a shit ton of violence for a lot of women, including deaths for a lot of women who have ectopic pregnancies that they can't actually take care of, for example, because the medical professionals involved are terrified of legal repercussions. So then they die. That's violence. It's just a more socialized version of said violence. But you can always turn around and say, hey, that wasn't violent rhetoric at all. He just wanted to debate people. He just wanted to. No, he didn't. He didn't care about opposing perspectives. You can say political violence is completely unacceptable. I certainly believe that. Okay. You can say the images that you saw were gruesome and abhorrent. I certainly believe that. Okay. But you don't have to lie. But of course, that's all what these guys do. Because all that these guys do is just lie about this shit. And no, I don't think this is a cover-up for the Qatar bombing, dude. There's no need for a cover-up for Israel's unlimited belligerence, okay? It's very clear that America is not going to stop Israel at any point. They don't need to actually shelter the public from finally recognizing that, like, you know, this is Israel is an unstable nation, okay? It's okay. In certain instances, like, you know, things are happening at all times. Two things can happen at the same time. It's fine. It's not always a conspiracy to direct your attention back to something else. Right has perpetrated 100% of the lethal U.S. political assassinations in the last 20 years. Includes all politically motivated attempts to kill or state or federal officials. Brett Kavanaugh scouted home. Steve Scalise shooting at the baseball game. Donald Trump tried to grab officer's gun. I mean, this doesn't have Donald Trump. Oh, scouted off golf course. Yeah, even the fucking shooting at the campaign rally. When did Trump try to grab a cop's gun? I guess someone tried to grab a cop's gun around Donald Trump or something. Holy fuck. The Yankees held a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Kirk founded the youth activist group Turning Point USA and had become a fixture on college campuses. Bro, the right dominates our fucking politics so aggressively. I mean, how can you look at this? I mean, how can you look at this and see anything else? I mean, they didn't even do this for a Democrat politician that got assassinated, you know? Like, not even like a influencer, a political commentator. They didn't do this for a Democrat politician that got assassinated. There is no way in which, like, I'm telling you, like, there is no, maybe for like Anderson Cooper, would they do such a thing, you know? If a similar tragedy unfolded, but I don't know. Yeah, youth activist group. Stripping its ideological convictions of all of its meat until it's just a right-wing activist with a youth group.
Together, but just how close were they?
Look, Charlie Kirk was a singular person in the Trump movement. He was in many ways a beating heart of the MAGA movement and very close personally to Donald Trump himself and particularly to the Trump children, especially Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump Jr. just a short while ago put out a lengthy statement about somebody he described as my friend Charlie Kirk, but he was more than my friend. He was more like a brother to me. And you saw that. They were often together. They traveled together. Their families were engaged together. He was more than just a pro-Trump activist. He was central to the Trump movement and also very close personally to the Trumps.
All right, Jonathan Karl, our thanks to you. Tonight, the president is asking that flags be flown at half-staff, and there are calls from Republicans and Democrats alike tonight to turn the temperature down in this country to stop the political violence. Mary Bruce joins us now live from the White House. Mary, we know that the Secret Service is not taking any chances tonight. Tell us about the level of security President Trump is now under.
Well, Lindsay, Secret Service tonight is trying to reassure the American public that they adjust their posture to respond to any evolving threats and making it clear that the president, as president, does have the highest level of protection. Of course, President
They're
Trump
lynching
himself
anyone who brings up
surviving
Charlie Kirk's
assassination attempts in
actual
the
deeds in his rhetoric. Even the most liberal media is on their knees kissing his feet.
to be expected.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a full-blown capitulation to right framing on every issue. I mean, it makes sense. It's a tragic incident. So
mentioned on both sides of the aisle tonight, these bipartisan condemnations, strong
it is kind of wild, though, that there's no half mass for the flags when it comes to like school shootings and shit.
President Barack Obama and Joe Biden, and also from Kamala Harris, who of course faced off with Donald Trump in that bitter race, a race in which Charlie Kirk played a pivotal role. Harris saying, quote, "Let me be clear, political violence has no place in America," adding, "We all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence." Lindsay.
And Mary, we've heard that there were reports of the president. We know that he ventured out, went out to eat last night. Have they curtailed activities for the president today?
Well, the president cleared his schedule this afternoon after this horrific shooting, mostly just so that he could monitor what was going on. As we've discussed, they were incredibly close. The president was expected to have a dinner here at the Rose Garden with cabinet secretaries and other officials. That was scrapped. The president tomorrow is still expected, of course, to mark the anniversary of 9/11. But the president personally monitoring this all afternoon. As we've been discussing, they were incredibly close, not just politically, but also personally, Lindsay.
All right, thanks so much. Mary Bruce reporting from the White House. And we'll, of course, stay on top of this shooting and bring you any more developments as soon as we get them. But we are tracking other news straight ahead. Police race to yet another school shooting in America, what we're learning about any casualties, and the search for a suspect.
Nothing about that looked accidental.
Lester! We found a secret room in the Laconia. The mob ran an illegal casino.
There's been this palace down here the whole time.
To be fair, I just found out this building has a gym.
I play cards here because it's the murder building. We need to go face to face with the mob.
I didn't realize there's ad breaks on the fucking YouTube live streams. That's crazy. Is 9/11 tomorrow too? I know. Sure glad that former governor of New York tried to fucking posterize me as the face of 9/11 in order to get a dig at his opposition yesterday. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Oh, yeah. Parker was at the event, apparently.
Hey, everyone. I just got word that Charlie Kirk is dead. I was at the event, and I was 30 to 40 feet away, and I heard the gunshot.
That's so fucking crazy.
And I was so terrified. Everyone started running. I honestly, I wasn't sure if it was a gunshot in the beginning, but I assumed, and I thought that it was likely that it was a mass shooting or something like that. And I just started running. And all the people around me started running their hardest, and there were people dry heaving and throwing up and crying due to everything, because it's fucking scary. And we heard for a bit that he was in critical condition, and that he was alive, but he was just pronounced dead recently, according to the Washington Post. It's so fucking scary. It's so scary. And I really just wish the people in the comment section, because I looked at some of the comments of my video. It's so hard for me to deal with. I looked at some of the comments from the video, and they're not worried about, like, my safety, or they're not worried about anyone's safety there. They're, like, trying to justify it. And I just want people to know that.
This is Parker. He's one of the liberal debate guys. He was there. These guys, him and Dean, like, they follow Charlie Kirk around. And they try to debate him when he does these, when he used to do these change my mind videos and stuff like that. I'll be honest, bro. I mean, it's a traumatic incident, dude. He was there, you know? It's just, it's understandable that he would feel some type of way. I think you would be traumatized too, even if you fucking despise Charlie Kirk.
Charlie's family, his daughter, is going to live without a dad. His wife is going to live without a husband. And that's not okay, and that's horrible. And no one should be justifying that. And any single person that's in the comment section that is saying that, or who does believe that, I want you to unfollow me and unsubscribe to me right now, because there's a clear line of division between us, and I don't support you. And I think what you believe is fucking horrible. And my thoughts and wishes go out to Charlie's family and anyone who was there and traumatized, honestly, like how I am. It is honestly, genuinely terrifying.
Seeing someone die on video and in real life in front of you is not the same shit. Chad doesn't get it. Yeah. I mean, he could have been fucking domed there. Like, he was there. You know what I mean? He was right there. He's probably in shock. Look, like I said, the reason there are of course a fuck ton of people who are on the right who would absolutely celebrate a role reversal style situation. Hopefully we never get to experience it. Okay. And of course there's going to be people who are liberals who have the same kind of attitude. I can't expect people to look at this guy if the only output that they've seen of him is just spewing bile, you know? That's it. Especially if you just see people as just people that you see on camera. If you see them as like not real human beings, but instead as just like beacons of vectors of hate or beacons of political ideology. It's, you know, I get where that comes from. Who was the reverse target? You? Yeah, I mean, yes. But I think for him, it's just like he was there. So it's a little bit different.
To have literally someone die within 30 to 40 feet of you that you've interacted with, that you've engaged with. And I don't like Charlie Kirk as a person. I don't like the ideology.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horrible, monstrous person, or was a horrible, monstrous person. That's why I'm not like going to sit here and like launder his reputation or anything like that. You know, you can look at an act of violence and say, well, that's not great. And especially the impact of this action is going to be, I hope I'm wrong for this, but I hope I'm wrong in this assessment, but I do think that it's going to be far more consequential. But having said that, you know, a lot of people are actively laundering his reputation in real time on the liberal side too. And I guess that's a very liberal position to have. For me, it's like, this is why I always say my advocacy is for universal policies, because I believe that everyone deserves healthcare, for example. Everyone deserves a leg up. Everyone deserves not to be a part of, everyone deserves not to experience the financial struggles that cripple them, that destroy them. Okay? Everyone means everyone. Universality means every single person, including people who you despise. Because the goal should always be to improve material conditions to a certain degree where that kind of attitude is seen as like unsustainable. That kind of attitude is seen as ridiculous by all. So for me, it's like, while this is a tragic incident, I'm not going to sit here and launder his reputation. Of course, Chris Rufo is immediately. The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edgar Hoover shut it down all within a few years. It is time, within the confines of the law, to infiltrate, disrupt, arrest, and incarcerate all of those who are responsible for this chaos. Like, I cannot begin to explain this enough. Why has no one said Melissa Hortman's name? Chatter, if you keep spamming it a million times over in the one community where Melissa Hortman's name has been mentioned in this process, I'm sure you will get the message across. Please, I already talked about this, okay? I brought it up numerous times. Chatter. Please stop spamming. Anyway, once again, even if this was literally like a radical Antifa shooter, okay, even if it comes out that the suspect's motives were like that they are a radical Antifa shooter, this kind of reaction, this kind of retaliation is insane. Okay? Moldman did a video and the comments are all calling for Dem/leftists to be killed. Exactly. People love saying like, oh man, this kind of violent rhetoric is going so far. Meanwhile, on the right, they're just like fantasizing about how they're going to assassinate every leftist and liberal.
Was there covering it. And Emily, it was a huge crowd. We understand at least 3,000. I mean, what was it like in the moments just before the shooting as you were there?
I was standing among a group of mostly college-aged kids. There were a lot of folks who were pretty excited, big fans of Charlie Kirk, excited to see him there answering questions. There were also folks who clearly weren't students, adults with their kids in tow, and also just, students who were onlookers. There were a number of students who were there counter-protesting with counter-messaging, holding up signs. But generally, the majority of the crowd were supporters of Charlie Kirk. And, there were chants of Trump, USA, and a lot of people who'd come who were either university students from this area or who'd traveled from other parts of Utah just to see him.
So it sounds like you say mostly college students, but others that did come from other places, including people with children. I mean, so mostly college, but a diverse crowd in that sense. Then when this happened, the question happens on transgender shootings, right? And right after that question is when he was shot. Did you realize immediately what had even happened?
Immediately after we had heard the gunshot, everyone hit the ground. I initially wasn't sure if it was a prank or it was real. There were screams, and then we saw police officers coming with their hands on their weapons. And I realized, okay, this is serious. Initially, after I heard the shot, I went to the ground with everyone else. And as soon as I looked back at the table where Charlie Kirk was seated, he was gone. So really didn't realize what had happened until I started talking to some of the attendees who had seen what had happened, had seen him be shot.
Emily, I appreciate your time and thank you very much for sharing that. I know, reliving it's difficult, so thank you. Alyssa Farah-Griffin is here with me, Ellie Reeve and David Axelrod. And Alyssa, you knew Charlie Kirk. You both came up, in the Republican Party, obviously different political views over time, right? But you knew him. What was your reaction to this as you see this today? You're looking at your phone, you go, oh my God.
It's devastating. Like, even just hearing you say it, that Charlie Kirk has passed and that he was assassinated, that we're saying those words, is shocking. He was a huge figure in Republican politics. He was a little younger than me. He came up under me. And I remember thinking when he hit the scene, it was like, who is this young guy who's going to college campuses, engaging people directly, and he's really energizing Republicans to feel like on college campuses, when they're minority voices, they can speak up. There are going to be devastating.
This is not going to lead to gun control.
With this loss. And listen, I'm just thinking of his family. I'm thinking of his friends. He was 31.
This is not going to lead to gun control. If you think that it's going to lead to gun control, you're wrong.
And I'm thinking also of the West Wing right now.
They didn't lead to gun control after Steve Scalise was fucking shot at the congressional baseball game. And that dude had actively pushed for legislation that ended up unironically harming him. Like, he was a A-ranked NRA A-ranked congressperson. So I don't think it'll go anywhere for gun control at all. I think this will be utilized by the administration to enact unimaginable political repression for those who they have designed, who they have designated as enemies of the state, leftists.
The left has been saying put a bullseye on Trump, a bullseye on his supporters.
Charlie Kirk's a casualty of war. We're in this country. We are.
They are at war with us.
Yeah,
whether we want to accept it or not.
You see that?
They are at
this
war
is good.
with
This
us.
is good coverage.
What
This is good coverage. Talk about the fucking violent rhetoric, you know?
Ellie, you wanted to go cover Charlie on this tour next week, actually, because he was going across the country, college to college. You've interviewed him. What are you learning from his supporters now when we hear things like that from people like Steve Bannon and Alex Jones?
Yeah,
Fox
there's
News?
basically two types of reactions. First, there's horrified, speechless. People who professionally speak for a living are afraid to talk. Like Candace Owens didn't have her show tonight. A publicist for conservative activists told me people were too devastated to speak. CJ Pearson, a conservative influencer, told me the conversation among other influencers was like, is it too dangerous to do this work? Mm-hmm. The other reaction is, this is an escalation of political violence. There's going to be more. One guy told me it would be very, very bad for the left when the right actually was provoked into responding. They see it as a very one-sided battle.
David, with the context of history, how precarious is this moment?
I just don't think this is going to scare
I think it's very
far right figures into submission or not speaking. If anything, this is going to stop leftists and liberals from doing any sort of public incidents, because these guys are screaming bloody murder all over the fucking internet.
And you mentioned history. I was a kid when we went through a period of assassination in the 1960s. I remember when Martin Luther King was killed, Robert Kennedy went onto the streets of Indianapolis. He was a candidate for president at that time, and it was very, very dangerous, frankly, for him to be out there, but he insisted on going, and he spoke to the crowd. And Aaron, he finished, and I wanted to share this, he finished with a poem by Aeschylus, the ancient Greek poet, and it was, even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God. The question is, have we seen enough to embrace wisdom here and recognize that this is not a path that we want to go as a country? And let's be clear, I heard what those folks said.
Charlie Kirk being compared to Martin Luther King. What is happening, bro? What am I? like do these guys also not understand like this level of heavy-handed this kind of like heavy-handed posturing is unironically is playing a formative role in laundering his ideology as like a normal one, a good one, a positive force.
And he said, Jack, I'm never going to quit.
He knew about the security too, because he says, hey, I can't get too much security because it cuts me off from the young people. It cuts me off from the crowd.
Right, and that's why today.
Yes, there's mad people who have reached out for comment on me, comments on this. Every media outlet has.
That's not the environment he wanted. And you spoke to someone at Turning Point USA about the threats. What did they tell you?
Yeah, I talked to Rob Smith, who used to work at Turning Point with Charlie, and he said that they knew threats, they were just constant and daily. He said that every major conservative influencer speaking at that level gets constant threats. And it's really just chilling to know that. I mean, what people said when I talked to them was like, they get lots of people saying horrible things to them online all the time. And they don't know who's a keyboard warrior and who's actually capable of violence.
Right. I mean, that's the terrifying thing. Alyssa, let me just play some of the things that Kirk has said, right? So people can understand more about him, right? And I mentioned earlier, there were times when he challenged Trump, for example, on Epstein, right? He really wanted more transparency on Epstein. But obviously, in most issues, he was really at the front lines of what Trump wanted to put out there. And for those who aren't that familiar with him, let me just play some of Charlie.
We need to keep the pressure on these universities. While young people are moving dramatically to the right, I see this on my college campus tour, which is kicking off again on Wednesday in Utah. These universities themselves, the institutions, they are not adapting the way they should. Parents need to act accordingly. Alumni need to act accordingly. Board of directors, lawmakers, we need to start defunding these schools if they continue to defy President Trump's amazing executive orders.
Just a few days ago, right? That was just a few days ago. And he's so young, as a husband and a father. But that was his political point of view, right? Like that is what he's out there saying.
Yeah, and Gen Z is going to be the most right-wing generation in 50 years. Statistically speaking, there was a huge turnout of youth voters for Donald Trump. That was unexpected, something that's usually a Democratic stronghold. There's probably no individual more responsible for that than Charlie Kirk. You really can't underestimate and downplay how influential he was in activating young people and how hand in hand he was working with the Trump campaign to turn out younger voters. And I would just say this, echoing what David said.
He was a father and a husband is the nicest thing you can say about him, which is why everyone is repeating it. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm like I said, I'm a little biased.
He wasn't threatening people. That is how
you missed the point. After MLK got shot, RFK got shot 2 months later, he was stating that the political violence begets more political violence. Yeah, except
acolytes who were taking it
neither of those figures are comparable to Charlie Kirk.
What happens now?
And also, those figures are not like antagonistic either.
Very good question, and it goes back to what we were talking about before.
Actually, as a matter of fact, it shows a similar pattern. Anyway, I don't know. I just You all right, man? No, I'm not all right.
On that, as we look at Charlie Kirk's vast.
I don't know how to communicate how. I don't know how to communicate in this moment because it's like, how do you feel as though how can you communicate that a violent act is unacceptable while simultaneously not offer sympathies to the person who was killed in the process. You know what I mean? Because I don't think anybody deserves this in general. I don't think anyone deserves this. Nobody deserves that. That's always been my position. So it's a problem for so many different. It's a problem that contains multitudes, right? Where, and I said this in the aftermath of Luigi Mangione allegedly shooting and killing Brian Thompson as well. Like this kind of decentralized, violent initiatives taken on by adventurists are reflected on in the way that they are reflected on because it is a pressure valve. Okay? And they only happen in the absence of real political change that people are desperate for. Does that make sense? You understand? It's like I want to fix the system so that that never happens. It's just, I don't know how to, I don't know if I'm doing the best job explaining it. But even from the aspect of gun control, before we arrive at all of the other unimaginably cruel and violent things that Charlie Kirk has advocated for, while still sheltering himself from coming across as like truly a violent individual, because he's just demanding more of that same kind of permissible form of violence, systematic forms of cruelty. Even on the aspect of gun control or a lack of gun control, like his advocacy on the matter was to distract away from real, reasonable solutions, to put the crosshairs back on vulnerable populations, marginalized populations, claim that it's like trans shooters that are doing, like that was the last thing that he was debating before he got killed. A victim to his own advocacy in many ways. And that advocacy has caused so much death and so much destruction. You know? What? Why are you sending me this link? That's a crazy link, dude. That's a crazy link. You said breaking, and then you sent me one of the craziest things, dude, that I've ever seen about who the potential person of interest is. I mean, I don't know if that's the case or not, but goddamn, just like dial it back for a second, you know? Yeah, he died mid-sentence claiming how most shootings were gang-related and gun control wasn't needed. Yeah. Columnist for Fox News, I know, but like we don't know yet. How have they not confirmed a shooter yet? There's a person of interest, but they don't know. They don't know if they're conducting more investigations right now.
Kids are feeling the effects of what we like to call, with the Washington economy, with a lot of debt, plummeting small business, with higher regulation and high taxes.
When he did not get into West Point, Kirk dropped out of college and turned to political activism with a fury.
Universities are not about the pursuit of knowledge.
If it's that guy that the person presented as, then it's a person that works for the Heritage Foundation. That sounds insane.
That is rooted in bigotry, trying to classify people based on their skin color. If a woman is going to have an abortion, is it 50% the man's decision?
His outspoken ways drew a huge following and fierce opposition.
How do you feel about being called a fascist? What's your opinion on that?
I don't care being lied about.
Why is it a lie?
Because I'm not a fascist. I believe in a free society. Let me ask you, who's the fascist? The guy that's smiling in the sun, or the 500 people barking trying to prevent me from speaking?
Wow. What a known. What an expert debate. Yeah. If I'm a fascist, well, I'm smiling.
More.
How does that?
In order
you didn't even
to
fucking
create more conservatives,
That's not a counter
and more
narrative.
people who love the country, you need to have the 3 M's. Young people need to get married, they need to mate, and get a mortgage.
Bro, these are literally
The 3
some
M's
of
are
the
3
most,
things
like, the
the
least
Democrat
offensive
Party is
things they can
against.
find of Charlie Kirk, by the
For
way.
all of his really extremist views.
Like,
in the political
you had a bunch of CNN producers scour the internet to try and find perhaps the best liberal-facing Charlie Kirk clips. That was it. It was a short compilation, and that was it. You cannot tell me that that wasn't a deliberate attempt to try to make him look. What? The subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in the interest of transparency. Oh my God. Ain't no fucking way. Dude. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Brother. Is he talking about George Zinn, or is he talking about the new guy? Bro, there is what? Some might say the shooter never existed, I guess. Are they going to find a guy? Patel is just in a time warp. He's releasing the news that is hours old. Actually kind of funny. No shot. No shot. What the fuck? Stop sending me that Carol link, please. Yo, what is crazy about this? What is crazy about this process is, like, I can't tell if they're just, like, so incompetent. How is this possible? Red state, by the way. Maybe Trump should be sending the National Guard to red states. Seemingly, the law enforcement, the law enforcement operation there is not up to snuff. What the fuck? I can't believe it, dude. Wow. Wow. It's fucking real bad out here, dude.
Hey, stop! Stop, folks! Stop! Back up!
Charlie Kirk died a short time later. He was 31. He was a husband and a father of 2 young children. The president announced his death online. He wrote, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth.
The second guy they arrested was wearing completely different clothing from the police scanner in the roof video, but was only 2.5 miles away when they arrested him and apparently had a gun on his dash. Are you fucking kidding me? So you mean to tell me Utah cops went and arrested the first Utah guy with a fucking long barrel rifle? It's Utah. It's an open carry state. What do you mean? You're literally, you have to arrest everyone in Utah, I guess. What the fuck? Dude, yeah, no shit. Yeah, no shit. The guy, wow, you mean to tell me there was a guy with a fucking hunting rifle in a 3-mile radius of a shooting at any given moment in the state of Utah? This is the second guy that they've apprehended and released now, by the way. The first guy that they apprehended and released, they didn't even release, by the way. The first guy they actually still kept in jail for obstruction of justice, even though he wasn't the right guy at all. And he was very clearly a dude experiencing like a mental health episode. These two posts are the most embarrassing thing I've seen from an FBI director. So this is the guy that they fucking arrested, and it's a pellet gun with a silencer on it. Ruger Yukon Magnum 177 pellet. Oh, it's not even a silencer. It's just a pellet gun that has this thing on it. Okay, look, I don't traffic in Gladio. You're smiling in your thumbnail, change it. What thumbnail am I smiling in? What? I don't make these thumbnails, by the way. My editors do, but what are you talking about? Is it like a fucking random fan account or something? Or you mean my Twitch thumbnail? It looks like a smirk. Okay, you guys are fucking crazy. I think that's called a muzzle brake. I don't know why we would need it on a pellet. Second suspect released. Shooter still at large. Alex Jones drops a car vid. Bro, I was going to say, listen to me. Listen, I'm not like Mr., domestic Gladio, but god damn, dude, this has the fucking fixings of a domestic Gladio. If they can't find a fucking suspect, what are we doing here? Holy shit. It's actually wild, dude. Like, numerous people actually see the shadowy figure on a rooftop. He just gets away scot-free. Motherfuckers in Mexico by now. What the hell? It's been more than 1.5 hours. Nothing has been leaked about the so-called subject in the Charlie Kirk shooting. Only thing so far is they have a 25-year-old person of interest. Also didn't have helicopters up, so they aren't searching. Like, I don't even know what the weapon that was used. What was the weapon that was used? What was the bullet? I don't know about the no helis thing. Okay, just calm down. That's just like a random Twitter account. But like, listen to my words. Did they say what it was?
I was sitting in this parking lot going home. I started crying a few months ago. Charlie Kirk was a really sweet person. I first met him back in 2016 at the RNC in Cleveland. He was so young. He had to be like 20-something years old then, so happy, so full of life. He had big plans. how he was going to galvanize all the kids on campuses to vote Republican, wake them up to communism. And they killed him today with a high-powered rifle. Classic stuff. It's like crooks in Pennsylvania running around the roof. Nobody's doing anything. And they shot him and killed him. And the left's celebrating it. And all the Democrats calling for violence. It's everything else is just sick filth. But, Charlie Kirk really is a hero. And a family man. And somebody that had a real vision. And the left and the globalists have really screwed up because... Look, there's safety in numbers. And I was honest today in videos I posted. I said, I don't do a bunch of public events. I don't go to colleges because I guarantee you, if I went out for a year, 10, 15 events, I'll get shot dead. And I'm not scared of dying, but I can digitally and cyber level, really counter the globalist. And I remember telling people, I think I've even said it on air, I said, man, I'm surprised Charlie Kirk's not dead. Because the left can't deal with this. And he knew what he was doing. He put himself out there on the front lines, and he got millions of votes for Trump. And people that bitch and complain about Trump say he's not getting the whole agenda done quick enough or whatever. He's getting so much done. It's amazing. It doesn't matter. It's about the team he brought forward and about the fact that we know Kamala Harris, the Democrats, are absolute criminal, pedophile enablers. And it's about the RFK Juniors, the Tulsi Gabbards, and the Charlie Kirks. The left knew they couldn't attack Charlie Kirk frontally, so they kind of put out stories about this and that. He wasn't hardcore enough. He wasn't better enough. And a lot of people picked it up.
The left put out stories about Charlie Kirk not being hardcore enough. So it was the left. It was the woke globalist left that was saying like Charlie Kirk is a servant of the administration when it comes to the Epstein stuff or when it comes to Israel. Like, what do you mean? Who is the left in this regard? Yeah, me, a leftist, always saying, Charlie Kirk, you need to be more racist, man. Why aren't you racist enough? You're not racist enough for my taste. I love racism and I want more of it. Like, that's what the fuck was going on, I guess.
He's getting people registered to vote Republican. And they're night and day to Democrats. They're not purple, they're night and day. So he wasn't afraid to face evil. He wasn't afraid to put his life on the line. And I'm not the guy to act tough. Charlie Kirk had more courage than me. I've been honest about this on air. And I wouldn't even call it courage because I'm willing to die. I do a lot of events and go out and get attacked. And I'm just saying, you go out on a regular basis and you're an Alex Jones or Charlie Kirk around the country for years, I mean, somebody's going to shoot at you. And I've had my security, other security firms just say, Jones, you shouldn't even do it when I do it. I have to do it when I have to, when there's a lockdown or some incredible border tyranny and they're smuggling kids.
Dude, this is so funny. Look at this. So Brian Krasenstein posts, fuck you, coming after you, at FBI Director, at Kash Patel, at X. Asmongold responds, you thought you were cute with the 8647 shirts and other coded calls for violence. Now it's happening to you. It's not going to stop. Now it's only going to get worse, and no one should have any sympathy for you. Be safe. Meanwhile, he just literally like an hour ago was like, oh, we got to stop these calls for violence. Dog, 8647 is a call for violence? Are we for fucking real? This same guy, by the way, anyone surprised that what happened to Charlie Kirk hasn't been paying attention? Go anywhere, Reddit, Twitter, etc. You'll find thousands of unhinged direct calls to violence over politics until it's addressed for what it is. Things like this will continue to happen. 12:46 p.m. September 10th. 4:54 p.m. September 10th. He's like, yep, you said 8647. 8647. That was a call to assassinate the president. Like, if that's enough for someone to be the recipient of death threats, which, by the way, I mean, this is like, this is every day, 1,000 times a day for me. But it's just, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. 86-47 is just like, cancel Trump, like a cancellation of the order. But Republicans tried to make like fake controversy out of it to be like, oh, this is an assassination request. Remember, it was the former FBI director, Jim Comey, that posted that. Like, it means get rid of, dude. What is this? Did you see this loser cry bullying about you? Wait, what? What is this? Hopefully Hasan gets black bagged one day by Sam Hyde. Streamer Hasan Piker makes a public appeal against fascism at the National March. You are a despicable piece of shit. Surely people on the right will now stop calling for the death of Hasan, right? Surely they will now take a moment to think that their words have real consequences, right? This guy says you're a despicable piece of shit. Here he is saying, hopefully Hasan gets black bagged one day by Sam Hyde. Every single person online talking about the Charlie Kirk situation right now that is on the political right has at some point actively called for my death. Okay? Actively. Not that it fucking matters. Everybody does this so much that it's just like, it is what it is. It's just every day. Every fucking day. But it's so funny. I promise you, you can literally search anyone that is currently talking about how really fucked up this situation is. Just go and look. Keyword search Hasan Piker in their fucking tweets if they haven't deleted it. Under every tweet I see, people are advocating for you to be next or saying you call for this. It's concerning. Now, what's really stupid about those people saying that is, why the fuck would I call for it if I was going to debate him 2 weeks from now, dumbass? I was supposed to fucking debate him. It makes no sense. Yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely. I want to be shot and killed on stage alongside Charlie Kirk. That's what I wanted. I wanted there to be a fucking mass shooting incident, in my own fucking public appearance as a political commentator. These people are so stupid. Anyway. Do we know it's not a Groyper? Didn't they all hate him? We don't know. They're literally showing your tweets about Charlie criticizing him and saying he wanted him dead. Yeah. I don't think I would be, I don't think I would put myself in a close proximity to Charlie Kirk if that was my wish, right? Because that would put myself in the crosshairs, don't you think? It makes no fucking sense. Something to consider. Maybe don't call for people's deaths then. You're worse than Charlie. We as a country need to be better, and you certainly aren't helping the issues here. What the fuck are you talking about? Sleepy Joe could have sleptwalked through this election. I like that these guys who watch people actively call for my death will then turn around and be like, well, those guys actually claim that you call for the death of someone. Remember when they did that with, what's his face? Remember when they were like, when I said if Republicans take, Medicare fraud seriously, they would offer the capital punishment, the death penalty, to their own famous Rick Scott incident. And they were like, that's a death threat, which of course it wasn't a death threat, because if it was, I would have been fucking visited by the FBI. It's so funny that I have to sit here and act as though the motherfuckers that have spent the last year, and even longer than that, really, for some of them, who have openly said that I deserve to be killed by someone, shot down in the street by someone, are now talking about how I'm inciting violence. It's crazy. It's crazy. What do you do? Like, this guy literally said, I encouraged 9/11. I encouraged 9/11 when I was what, 10? 9 years old? That's what you think? This is what I mean. Words mean things, okay? Anytime people are fucking running around being like, you did 9/11, you encouraged 9/11, all this shit. What do you think the reason for that is? Where do you think that's coming from? It's so that the next fucking targeted political assassination is me. That's it. It's a reality that I have lived with my whole career, and I'm just going to continue doing exactly what I'm doing. It is what it is. Not really anything you can do about it. That's it.
Cartels, all that. Stop. I mean, I'll do what I have to. But also understand as a brain trust.
Hasan loves this stuff, makes him richer, right? Yeah, no, totally, dude. I love being told I deserve death every fucking day. It's my favorite. What an incredibly cynical way to look at the situation. People will be like, wow, sure seems like a lot of people are tuning in right now to Hasan. He must be profiting off of this. It's like, dog, I was live before this incident, okay? I'm live every day. I cover the news. Does it look like I'm excited? Once again, I was looking forward to debating Charlie Kirk in Dartmouth. Is sub only off now? Where are these chatters coming from? No, we just put it on sub only just now. We normally never do sub only. Yeah, I don't run any ads. If you want to subscribe, you can. It's voluntary. You don't have to. I don't run any fucking ads after all. And on top of that, I don't even fucking monetize my shit. You can monetize it for yourself if you would like to do so. It just doesn't fucking matter.
I've got to kind of stay alive. And Charlie Kirk knew that, but he decided to, Christ-like, put it all on the line. And man, like watching that Ukrainian woman bleed to death and nobody help her. And then watching Charlie get hit by that high-powered rifle in the neck was such a blast wave, it makes his whole shirt go crazy. So I thought it was hitting the chest. I'm just like, damn, that's a man right there, man. That's a fucking...
Jesus Christ, bro. That is an insane assessment to make.
Man right there. Seems smart. He knew it was coming. But he was so energetic and so positive. And we all say, this person won for Trump, that person won, Elon did it, I did it, Trump did it. Without all this team, we would have done it. Without Charlie Kirk, it wouldn't happen. And so the left's coming with their violence. They're coming with more attacks. And we can imagine the hell it'll be if we let them win and if we submit to them. So we're not scared of their attacks. And I guess the answer is we all have to go out. You know, in fact, I'm going to announce I'm going to go into a nationwide tour of universities for Charlie.
That's... Oh my Lord, that is crazy. That is crazy.
I think we can all do it. We have to take his example like Obi-Wan Kenobi in front of Darth Vader. And I was strategic about it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to do it because I'm going to do better over here. But you know what? That's a cop-out. Because if one guy will do it and get killed and intimidates us, they win. No, we all have to peacefully hit the streets. We all have to speak out at city councils, colleges. Everybody's got to be Charlie Kirk now, like with Spartacus. It's a true story, not just in the famous Stanley Kubrick movie. The Romans are getting ready to crucify 10,000 plus people because they would tell him who Spartacus is. And they go, he finally steps forward and goes, I'm Spartacus. And everybody else goes, no, I'm Spartacus. We're all Charlie Kirk now. That's what it's all about. So I promise I'm doing it. And I know I've got to put it, I don't care. You know, if I go out and some leftist guns me down on the thing, it's an honor. It'll just be a bigger example of people because you guys have summoned the whirlwind. And that's what it comes down to. Because they can shut down the internet and censor us all tomorrow, but they can't stop us in the streets. We love you, Charlie. We love your family. We're so proud of you. Think about these bastards. They just, the corporate media covers everything up. They love it.
I don't. These conservatives really think they're a targeted group. I mean, that's a big part of their worldview, right? Permanent perceived victimhood. That's it.
Of death, they scum. We're going to get them. We're going to save this country and the world together. Because people like Charlie Kirk's courage. We love you, Charlie. God bless you.
Fascists love claiming to be permanently in a state of victimhood by simultaneously weak and also all-powerful individuals. It's crazy because he's Mr. fucking mass shootings are fake. You know, remember, he is such a proud advocate against gun control that he has gone to unimaginable lengths, including receiving tremendous financial repercussions for the lengths he went to, calling everything a false flag, including Sandy Hook, famously, which led to a torrent of hate and stalking against the victims of this horrifying mass shooting. I'm surprised not saying this shooting was a false flag operation set up. I guess it's a little bit different when it's not Sandy Hook, you know? When it's not victims, when it's kindergarten children that he doesn't know far away. But yeah, as I was saying, every single Republican today being like, this is despicable, you're a despicable piece of shit, whatever. Just key search if they're knowledgeable of who I am. Key search Hasan. See what they've said about political violence against someone like myself. Not that it matters. You got to let this stuff wash over you, you know?
Ideas and challenging people's ideas, whether you agree with him or you know, love him or loathe him. He was in the arena face to face with people across this country.
Yeah, and that's the point, is what is democracy? Actually, what is politics? Politics is a thing that humans invented to prevent violence, right? Because it used to be the cavemen, whoever had the biggest stick or whoever had the most friends, that's how you solved arguments. And we as humanity basically decided we need to put something in place so that we can do battle, but battle in the arena of ideas. And so, you know, Charlie was an expert at that, at going forward and convincing people or not convincing them, being challenged by them or challenging them. But whether you liked him or you didn't like him politically, this is exactly what our country should be doing right now. And instead, when you see violence, whether it's Charlie Kirk or whether it's, you know, the politicians in Minnesota, whatever it is, it means that democracy is failing, and it means that democracy is broken. And
I guess it's because it's got to be, to a certain degree, it's got to be white supremacy, right? Like, because nobody fucking cares. This is what boomers who had no idea who he was are watching. Yeah. If you're a liberal boomer, you think like this guy is a beacon of political excellence. Like all he wanted to do was discourse. All he wanted to do was discourse. And the reason why these guys say stuff like this is because I guess they're not black, they're not brown, they're not undocumented, they don't have any fucking trans people in their lives. Like they just don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Because like Charlie Kirk wasn't just like a regular dude, you know what I mean? And I guess in this day and age, no Republican is really a regular Republican when you think about it. But like every part of his advocacy, if you were to fucking let those videos run, would cause the CNN audience to have a very different reflection of who Charlie Kirk is and what his footprint looked like. Okay? The only way you just go, oh man, he was just like a regular ass dude. He really wanted to let a thousand flowers bloom, you know? He just wanted to do discourse over and over again. Is I think doing a disservice to the truth, which of course fucking mainstream media, it doesn't even matter at this point, but
Bannon and those guys talking about how this is all proof of a war on MAGA. There's a body count across the ideological spectrum out there. And when you talk about there being a war, there's a real danger of activating a tiny subsection of the population who are going to believe that garbage and they're going to act on it. And we need a lot less of that kind of rhetoric right now.
Yeah, it certainly pours gasoline on what is already, an incendiary moment. David, President Trump obviously expressed his sadness over Charlie Kirk's murder and the assassination. Can you talk a little bit about the personal relationship between the two of them?
Yeah, you know, Charlie was beloved. He's a part of the family. Like Trump has 3 sons. Well, Charlie Kirk is the adopted son. The president really liked Charlie, Don Jr., Eric, the family. Charlie was a welcome addition everywhere he went. Jonah's point, disagreements is what politics is about. Look, I don't agree with Gavin Newsom. I don't think Charlie Kirk agrees with Gavin Newsom. But it was refreshing to see Gavin Newsom and Charlie Kirk sitting down and sparring right? Having a debate, a
Sparring.
marketplace of ideas is what it's about. And when people are brave enough to do that, they should be rewarded, not assassinated. We need more Charlie Kirks in America, not less.
Congressman, to people considering, go ahead, John.
Find the shooter really quickly, because the conspiracy theories are going to explode if they don't find this guy quick, and it's going to feed an even nastier environment. So, Godspeed to the FBI and to law enforcement in Utah, but they need to find this guy.
Congressman, I mean, to people considering getting into public service or political activism, and I mean, tonight certainly having second thoughts, or even having debates with people and not just sort of staying in your silo and arguing with your friends about who the enemy. What would you say to somebody tonight?
Look, it's a real concern of mine, because after I heard this news, I remember just feeling for about 10 seconds like I'm done with politics. Like this isn't worth it. And then, I thought better about it, but that's what a lot of people get. They're feeling exhausted, or they see violence and they check out. And so whether it's somebody running or even somebody just staying involved, this has a tendency to discourage that. But this is exactly the moment where people need to double down in how we do politics, in showing America and showing the world that we don't do this with violence. We do this by stepping up and stepping into the arena. So if you're thinking about running, and you're thinking about not running because of this, you're probably the exact kind of person we need to run. Somebody who's doing it for the right reason, so we can show the world and show ourselves, more importantly than the world, that this works, we work, and we're going to succeed despite this really low moment.
Yeah. David, Adam, Jonah, thank you. Coming up, we're going to get reaction from Capitol Hill, where lawmakers, we said,
access to the White House.
We're live from the center of the political universe.
Capitol
Did you ever
Hill.
finish
My Democratic
Eddington? I
source tonight
did.
is Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren. You don't get what you.
I did. It was great. Eddington was awesome. They have no solutions. They have no solutions. They just don't. Because the one solution to this is like, everyone is tackling this from the angle of everyone's tackling this from the angle of like political violence, right? Which is understandable. This is an act of political violence. Okay, it is unique in that regard. It's not the normal type of violence that you see. And I guess like for an audience that is increasingly more receptive to consistently seeing little kids die in schools and shit, like this is a different type of mass shooting, or not even a mass shooting. This is a different type of a shooting, all right? But overall, like a solution not just for this, but just in general for all shootings is obvious, and none of these motherfuckers want to do that. So Mamdani on the Charlie Kirk murder. Here's what he had to say.
I do want to take a moment to address the horrific political assassination that just occurred today in Utah. Charlie Kirk is dead, yet another victim of gun violence in a nation where what should be a rarity has turned into a plague. It cannot be a question of political agreement or alignment that allows us to mourn. It must be the shared notion of humanity that binds us all.
I need you to understand something. Charlie Kirk has said that Zohran Mamdani is responsible for 9/11 like 1 month ago, and has actually only ramped up the intensity of the violent rhetoric against Zohran Mamdani. Okay? Just remember that. When we talk about like the violence, when we talk about who is victim of violence or who is engaging in violent rhetoric, okay? Charlie Kirk has all but called for the assassination of Zohran Mamdani by consistently saying that he And Muslims like him were responsible for 9/11. Just remember that. Those on the left, politically, are always expected to show kindness and grace, even to people who never show them an ounce of that in retaliation. Yeah. Look at this. This is what Charlie Kirk had to say when Zohran Mamdani won the Democratic primary. 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2,753 people on 9/11. Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. Jessica Tarkov responds says, Charlie, this is so gross and Islamophobic. Take it down. Debate me on the merits. Just don't throw out petty, thought-terminating cliches. This is in 2015. That doesn't work anymore. What Muslim country do you prefer to live in, Jessica? What Western city or country has improved as the Muslim population has increased? America's largest city was attacked by radical Islam 24 years ago, and now a similar form of that pernicious force is poised to capture City Hall. Be courageous enough as a liberal to call it out. I know deep down you are worried about what he will do. You are just afraid to say it. Just, will CNN show this? Probably not. Do you understand why I think it's a little fucking disingenuous that liberal media looks at a guy like this and says, oh, he was a brilliant debater. Oh, he was such a good guy. He was the best guy. He was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Just the kind of guy that you would want running the country. You can be grossed out on the one hand by this violent act and believe that political violence or any kind of violence like this has no place in civilized society. Okay? Theoretically, of course, America's a very violent nation. I'm just saying in theory, it has no place. It feels out of place. It rips apart the social fabric. It makes you feel like you're unsafe. That's understandable. That's how I feel as well. But you don't have to fucking turn around and be like, this was the best guy that has ever existed. Okay? That's it. And it's clear that there are plenty of fucking people that are capable of doing that. So one must ask the question why CNN is incapable of doing that. Maybe it's because they don't give a fuck about this kind of stuff coming out of Charlie Kirk. And this is just one group, by the way. Key search trans to understand more. Key search abortion to understand what his opinion is about women's bodily autonomy. Key search migrants to understand how much death and destruction he wanted for the migrant labor force in this fucking country. Our neighbors. That's it. That's it. Why would CNN broadcast the worst things that some guy who just died said? Wouldn't that be promoting violence? No, dummy. No. I'm not saying he deserved to be shot either. Don't fucking try to slam words in my mouth. I'm saying have this in the back of your mind. Be cognizant of what kind of reputation you are laundering. Unless you personally think that this kind of reputation laundering is worthwhile because you don't actually fear this kind of attitude taking hold in society. I doubt they would give you the same reception. Fuck no. I would get no reception. I don't expect that. I don't care. They're shying away from saying he was even a controversial figure. And the reason why they're doing that is because they're worried about the backlash from the right. But if this is his output, you obviously should be a little bit more careful in the way that you reflect upon this person's entire career, especially when you're talking about his political contributions. Do you understand? Because that is what his political contributions are. This doesn't mean he deserved to be shot and killed, but that's what his political contributions are. So if you turn around in the aftermath of his untimely demise and launder his reputation, you're basically saying, I like this political contribution. Or at the very least, I don't care that this is the political contribution that he has done to American discourse. It is a normalization of some of the most heinous, racist, fascist forms of thought.
Videos in regards to Charlie Kirk, and this video's for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you. This video's in regards to Charlie Kirk, and this video's for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck.
People are so funny when they go, we should report him to the FBI. Yeah? So the FBI can fucking give your home address to the guy so he can come and kill you? The FBI is run by Kash Patel, brother. 2 days ago, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America.
American way.
That's the guy, man. Yeah. Controversial streamer who said America deserved 9/11 dies the gunshot wound by American patriot fearful of Islamic style terrorism in the country. That's the headline. You're misunderstanding my point, chatters. My point is not that the media should reflect critically of Charlie Kirk's entire political contributions, but at the very least, they should be cognizant of said political contributions and not whitewash and launder his reputation. Anyway, let's get back to Zoran.
And that humanity, it reminds us that this news is not just that of the murder of a prominent political figure, but also the news of a wife who grieves her husband, of a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old who will grow up without a father, and the fact that there are families feeling that same anguish right now in Colorado as they wait for their children, also shot at a school, to emerge from surgery. It is the same anguish that too many across our city and our nation reckon with in silence every day as we contend with an epidemic of suffering. We can and we must do more to challenge a status quo that has allowed this pain to become routine.
Trump addresses the nation? What the fuck?
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of...
He did a State of the Nation for this. That's crazy.
...of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy.
Why is everybody saying AI? Why is everyone saying AI? Why would he cover his left hand if it was AI, chat?
Justice and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth.
I can't deal with this fucking community
Charlie
sometimes.
was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, it's now illegal to criticize Republicans because otherwise, you know, people shoot at Republicans sometimes. They shoot at Democrats mostly. They shoot at people apolitically, you know. But it's now making it illegal to criticize Republicans, no matter how hard they say you should die.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Yep, Laura Loomer. Here we go, baby. Oh, man. Remember what I told you? There's two different things that I'm worried about. One was decentralized violence from people who are seeking out revenge fantasies. And then I said, I also worry about the administration using this as an opportunity to engage in unimaginable political repression, going after political dissidents. Well, both of those things are happening.
Law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love.
No mention of the Minnesota? Yeah, of course not. And also, if he were to mention it, he would say it's a radical leftist that killed them too. Also, free speech. Fuck you mean free speech, brother? What the fuck are you talking about? Your administration has unironically eroded what remained of the limited constitutional protections around free speech.
Love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Brother. When a Republican calls someone a terrorist, that person goes to jail. When a liberal calls someone a Nazi, that person feels bad for a brief moment until they realize, no, actually, they are a Nazi, and that's good. Okay, I'm going to go back to 0.18 because there's a cut there, and that's the reason why it's
tonight,
AI.
all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot.
I cannot begin to explain how stupid you guys are. Stop. Stop, dude. It's just a fucking different frame rate. Stop.
Horror. Charlie was a patriot.
It's just, bro, you are the stupid one. Oh my God. It's a little sus. I'm not going to lie. Dude, it most likely is artificially boosted like a filter.
Are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot.
Yeah, the tree moved when he moved his hands. I see it. The tree in the background moved when he moved his hands. One must ask the question, is this worthwhile to pursue? Okay? Is this AI? What if it is AI? What changes about the dynamic? Because some of you guys fail to comprehend that Donald Trump just used the Charlie Kirk assassination to say he is going to go after political dissidents. And some of you fucking morons in the chat are like, it's AI! What? Who cares? The president just officially declared war on political dissidents, and you're looking at some fucking Adobe Premiere artificially boosted artifacting that took place in the background of the video. Wake up! Donald Trump just addressed the nation in honor of Charlie Kirk and said, I'm going after every political dissident that criticizes the Republicans. And your fucking asses are focusing on AI. Anyway. Obviously, Donald Trump is not a protector of free speech at all. And I think the reason why he mentioned this is because he's not a protector of free speech at all. And he mentioned this because he wants to go after any sort of free expression of political dissidents.
They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it?
Kara, what do you make of that rhetoric?
I'm not at war with Jesse Waters or Steve Bannon or anything else. I think it's dangerous, and I think what happens is it gets amplified and weaponized online. I've talked about this a lot, and then it just goes on, and it goes into the right-wing conspiracy. We don't know anything right now, and so why don't we wait until we figure out what happened here? At the same time, lower the temperature, and it's very hard to do that online because it's so attractive to scream and yell and dunk, and sometimes it's funny, but much of the time, like this, it's incredibly ugly.
There's, I mean, Doni, I mean, you've looked into this a lot. I mean, there's not only a whole ecosystem, but there's profit to be made in outrage on all sides of a political aisle.
Yeah, massively. And I mean, just saw those comments from the president right now on set. I was going to say, when it comes to the talking heads on MAGA media, you know, you can understand potentially, you know, many of them were personal friends with Kirk. Maybe, you know, in the heat of the moment today. What I was going to say was hopefully the president would maybe try and calm things a little bit, but clearly that doesn't seem to be the case. And look, this is precisely what I guess the mantra that many in the MAGA sphere push every day, that the country is at war, that the left is trying to violently attack you. And so I guess it's unfortunately not surprising it's being pushed in this way.
Yeah. We only have like 30 seconds left, but it's interesting to me that Charlie Kirk, again, whatever you thought of what he was arguing, he was in the arena. He was in the arena. He was in the arena. And that's, there's that Charlie Kirk, again, whatever you thought of what he was arguing, he was in the arena. He was.
Okay, we're going to skip that. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Let's take a look at what Sean Hannity's saying.
His wife and his children and his entire family as the country now mourns what is a tragic loss. Now, moments ago, President Trump just released a video online reacting and addressing the nation from the Oval Office regarding Charlie's assassination. We will play that for you momentarily. It was just released. But first, President Trump first reported the news on Truth Social. This is what he wrote. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania, and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. We'll play his comments in a minute. Also, President Trump ordered all American flags to be flown at half-staff now through 6 p.m. on Sunday. And tonight, the manhunt for the shooter continues after one subject was brought into custody but released after an interrogation with law enforcement. According to the FBI Director, Kash Patel, I hope this individual is found swiftly, brought to justice, and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Tonight, as we try to make sense of what is a senseless act of violence, we are filled with sadness, outrage, anger, rightly so, righteous indignation. You know, at what point do we finally say in this country, enough is enough? And let me be very clear here. This needs to stop. What we saw today was a political assassination. We're not going to show the video. Most of you probably have seen it online. It is horrific to watch. As Utah Governor Spencer Cox said in no uncertain terms during an emotional press conference this evening. Take a look.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Now, we don't yet know about the circumstances surrounding today's assassination of Charlie Kirk. This does have all the earmarks of a political assassination. All Charlie wanted to do, and he did so bravely, he did it passionately, he did it with vigor, he did it with intelligence, was offer for many on college campuses validation for their political beliefs, young people around the country. He often went into very hostile environments on liberal college campuses. He went there to have a dialogue. He'd always answer any and all questions. He challenged the institutionalized liberal indoctrination of many of these campuses. We have discussed this throughout the years. I thought college campuses were supposed to be bastions of freedom of speech, you know, the safe space, to use a liberal term, for free and open.
I'm going to keep it $1.50. Is there any difference between what Sean Hannity is saying and what you have heard so far from CNN? Have you noticed that?
Why? Again, we don't know.
Is there any difference whatsoever?
Motivation behind this shooting, but common sense will tell you that the odds are very, very high. This is political in nature. We will learn more in the coming days and weeks ahead. But I would argue that tonight is really not the night to show, which I can do. I can do hours.
Interesting.
While expressing his political views. It happened on a college campus where open exchange of opposing ideas should be sacrosanct. Violence and vitriol must be purged from the public square, and members of other political parties are not our enemies. They are our fellow citizens. May Charlie Kirk's memory be a blessing, and our prayers are with his family, his friends, and those who loved him tonight. And as we come on the air this evening, we're hearing from President Trump, who just posted a video recorded from the Oval Office tonight.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Those are the words from President Trump on the murder of Charlie Kirk today, someone who obviously was a leading advocate of his, an ally of his. And tonight, as we are still very much covering the investigation of what happened today and who is responsible for Charlie Kirk's murder, I want to begin with CNN's chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller. Because, John, obviously there's a lot of questions on what's happening with this investigation right now.
Just said,
given what we are now hearing
fire.
tonight, this update from the FBI director that they have released this person of interest who was in custody.
So it's been a fast-moving investigation, but also one with some false starts. Caitlin, you've got an individual who went to a rooftop dressed in dark clothing, found a sniper's perch, and made a very long shot, a single shot that resulted in this assassination. Reviewing security camera video, they found someone who had similar clothing who was in the area. We don't know the full details of how they got from that video to that individual, and had that person in custody as a person of interest, and determined that in their belief this was not the shooter. That brings them back to square one. We refer to it as a manhunt, but you know, in the manhunt, as you and I most often talk about them, it's you know who the person is and you have a dragnet out searching for them. In this case, there is another person of interest, but that's, again, someone that they want to talk to, someone they want to investigate, but not someone that they have enough evidence on to charge right away. So this is a very difficult case for the authorities in Utah and the FBI.
So is it clear if anyone is in custody right now, or is the answer still no based on what we know so far?
Based on what we know so far, they have somebody they're interested in who, according to my sources, when I last spoke to them, was not in custody. But, you know, in a case like this, you're looking for someone who has detachment and a lack of empathy, who likes to be in control. The offender characteristics of the assassin sniper are something that's been studied very closely, especially by the Secret Service. And it's someone who's methodical and patient, self-reliant. In other words, Caitlin, this is the kind of person who would have planned to get in silently, try to be invisible, take this shot, accomplish the mission, take the gun with them, and leave little evidence behind, which is why I think they're having a very difficult time getting started on this. This is someone who was a planner.
And John, also what stood out to me from what we heard from officials earlier was they said it was a single shot that was fired. It wasn't multiple shots in Charlie Kirk's direction. They said it was about 200 yards away from where he was sitting under that tent. What does that tell you about the person's familiarity with firearms?
That tells you that the person is not new to shooting, that they understood exactly what type of long rifle to bring, what kind of optics in terms of scopes and sights to have on that, what the windage was that might affect a shot from that distance. This is someone who knew exactly what they were doing and is probably known to others, and this may be working to the advantage of law enforcement, as someone who has a long history in shooting. This wasn't an amateur.
John Miller, if you learn more, please come back and join us tonight. Thank you so much for bringing us that reporting. Also here is Eva Terry. She's a reporter for Utah's Deseret News, who was on the ground at this event when the shooting happened. And first off, let me say, Eva, I'm so sorry for what you had to.
I mean, this is pretty crazy. Like, you're not going to mention that Donald Trump is saying that he's going to war with the left ideology? Like, they just keep going back and forth on the details of the incident. I know I initially said that this wasn't like, as time is passing, the more I look at this shooting in great detail, the more weird it gets. That's all I'm saying. Shooter has a clear-cut vantage point, no security, direct one shot, one kill. There's an incident that takes place in the aftermath of the shooting where there's like a crazy guy that's yelling that makes that draws a lot of the attention of the police. And then in the process of like drawing that attention, the shooter runs away. They have at this point apprehended 2 different people and released the second person. The first one they just put in prison for the first one they put in prison for what do you call it? For obstruction of justice. There are cameras everywhere. There are cameras everywhere on college campus. There were a ton of people everywhere on this college campus. Very strange situation. Admittedly, if you were going to go crazy at some point after seeing someone get a hole blown in their neck is a good time. They haven't released any surveillance camera footages. Yeah, I just don't understand it. That I don't understand. There is a consistent surveillance. There's mass surveillance. But yeah, the president is laying a pretext for investigations and other actions against a currently undefined group of people and organizations in the wake of Kirk's murder in ways he has not for other murders. As much as Edward Isaac Dover despises me, ironically enough, I would fall victim to this kind of investigation, and he probably wouldn't have an issue with that. He's right. This is a truly terrifying statement that he just put out there, and it seems like CNN's not really talking about it. Do I think Kirk will be MAGA's Horst Wessel? Yes, I do. I do. I think it's happening right now. I don't think the media hagiography will have to move the needle. For instance, the Facebook squishy libs are not buying it from what I can tell. I mean, there isn't the same level of like anger and resentment towards Charlie Kirk, and so there isn't the, like a lot of people that are aware of his worldview are not as well, they're disturbed about the incident, but they're not as like, let's just say sad, right? But plenty of people don't know about Charlie Kirk's background at all. They only know him as just like an influencer that owns the libs or whatever. You're in the top 3 most liked comments under Trump's post? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What did you just link me? If there are a lot of people who are just encountering Charlie Kirk for the first time today, they're going to be hearing a lot of positive coverage. People are going to be encountering Charlie Kirk for the first time with statements like, oh, he's just like a positive force for American politics. He just wanted to bring people. He wanted to bring a diversity of opinion. He wanted to simply debate people. New York Times has another POV of the possible shooter on the rooftop, by the way. Let's take a look. No, it's not another POV. It's the same one that we just showed. Remember you guys said it was a speck of dust? Yeah. You said that. No, I read someone else's comment in the chat and I said, I don't think that's the case. See, even a chatter apologized for calling it a speck of dust. I was so wrong. Y'all are... Anyway. The man next to him in the white hat tips his hat, then starts recording a few seconds before he gets shot. What? Why are you stifling debate on the issue of the speck of dust? Okay, stop. The first reply here to this? What? It's not. It's just this. Why do you guys keep saying that the first reply to this is what? I don't understand. Why don't you just link me the fucking reply? It was someone asking him to arrest you? I don't see it. Oh, it's this. President Trump, please arrest and deport Hasan Piker for encouraging this level of violence. Guy whose username, Imperium First, political extremist, America First, Christ is King. Do I think this is a groiper and that everyone is like overplaying their hands? It doesn't matter. Even if it's a groiper, the Republicans will shut the fuck up and move on to the next thing. So it don't matter. No, not this person. This person is a groiper. I'm saying, what is this going viral? What is happening? Before people say, wear a bulletproof vest. Oh, yeah. Again, he got shot in the neck. A bulletproof vest would not have saved Charlie Kirk. Okay? Security did not save Charlie Kirk. The only thing that could have potentially saved Charlie Kirk from getting shot in the neck was if our administrations, prior to this one and this one as well, actually had reasonable gun control as a policy provision in the immediate aftermath of, I don't know, 100 other school shootings that took place. This is why I keep responding over and over again to people that go, hey man, why don't you get security? Hey man, why don't you get a vest? There's nothing. None of those things will save you. They're going to attack South Park for sure. Even if it's a Groyper, they will still call them far left. They still maintain that Vance Belter was left wing. Yeah. That's all they do. They just they just lie about everything. They lie about everything. It don't matter. They're going to blame South Park. They're going to blame the left. And it's very obvious that Donald Trump is going to use, it has already signaled that he's using this death.
Grief and anger at the.
Can you update this post to state that the school shooting took place today as well, just to further highlight the point you made? I already did. Anyway. He called Charlie Kirk a martyr in the video. It's just, things are going to get so much worse, dude. So much fucking worse. And I fear that the liberals are letting it happen in a little bit.
Let's use this for something positive and productive as we lift up in prayer Charlie's widow and young children and everybody involved in this.
But I wonder, given that's what happened in the House of Representatives in a moment where you're just trying to call for a moment of silence, that people might see that and hear your words tonight and say, you sound more optimistic than others about turning it down or reaching that moment. What would you say to people who are skeptical about it?
Well, I understand the skepticism, but I do think we all need to be optimists. We're going to channel, Abraham Lincoln. Let us really appeal to our better angels. We're in a pivotal moment as a nation. We're coming up on our 250th birthday. We're still at a grand experiment in self-governance. We don't know how long this grand experiment will last. We don't have a monarch. We don't have a king to sort things out. It's government of, by, and for the people ourselves. It means the people should be engaged. They should be informed. They should engage in thoughtful debate, as Charlie Kirk was a model and a leader in. But at the end of the day, you can't take that home and you can't hate the person on the other side. We're all in this together. And we do well to remember that. And when we do, then we are optimistic because we remember what's great about our country.
Well, and the point we were making at the beginning of the show was that he was having debates with people who, a lot of people don't like his viewpoints or disagreed with them, but he debated with those people who didn't. And, you talked about members being worried about their security. Understandably, they get a lot of threats. Yeah. And, just judges, we see this all the time. The president mentioned judges there. We've seen how that's happened and that's played out. What would you say to your members about the importance of having those face-to-face conversations with people they disagree with?
Well, I've been talking about this, since before I got to Congress almost 9 years ago. My first act as a member of Congress was to draft a document called the Commitment to Civility. We got every member of the freshman class except one person that year in 2017 to sign on, Republicans and Democrats. And the idea was we're going to have differences of opinion, but we have to treat one another with dignity and respect. That's not your enemy, that's your fellow American and colleague. Basically follow the golden rule. I'm an advocate of that, have been consistently all the time. I think we should engage the debate. I think it's incumbent upon, particularly members of Congress, to go out into that free marketplace of ideas and share their thoughts and take and receive and have dialogue with people who disagree. That's the beauty of America. We don't censor and silence disfavorable viewpoints. We
town
flesh them out.
halls and having people speak to their representatives.
Of course, but as you've seen how town halls have devolved now into these, shout fests, there's not productive dialogue. So, there's fault on all sides, but everybody needs to take a slow and steady account of that. I think as Governor Cox said in Utah today, he said, let's evaluate who we are and who we want to be. He's right about that. Now's the time of reflection for America. We can stop this and stop the trend, but we just got to respect one another.
House Speaker Mike Johnson, thank you for joining us here tonight on set.
How can you,
Really appreciate
like, how can anybody claim to be a fucking journalist and have the current Republican Party say, like, we value free speech in this country, we value fostering debate in this country, while they are the administration that's, like, threatening to deport people for fucking being anti-Israel? Like, what are we doing? Like, really? That's not an inconsistency that you want to address here right now? Donald Trump just said he's launching a war against the left and any kind of, like, liberal left flank organizing that takes place, using Charlie Kirk's death as a moment of martyrdom. And these CNN liberals are just, like, not even addressing that. They're giving the same favorable obituaries, talking about how Charlie Kirk was just a debate guy. He simply wanted to debate. He simply wanted to foster conversations, productive discourse, all this shit. Fox and CNN are fucking identical in their coverage of in their coverage of Charlie Kirk's obituary. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality where I see something differently than these guys do. Obviously, my expectation isn't that they just, like, are you going to say why they're identical? Yes. It's because they clearly don't give a shit. I need you to understand something. My expectation isn't to be like, Charlie Kirk was a bad dude and he deserved to die. Like, that's not what they're going to say. Of course they're not going to say that. But Brian Stelter's assessment here is literally identical to Fox News. Okay? Charlie Kirk was a hugely successful political field organizer, TikTok influencer, radio host, nonprofit leader, and public speaker, all rolled up into one telegenic figure. Charlie Kirk pioneered a new model for conservative political advocacy, merging multi-platform media commentary with in-person gatherings and get-out-the-vote drives, earning the envy of his rivals on the left. Here's our first take on his impact. Like, just say that he was a conservative firebrand here. Okay, these are some of the words that you can use to signal that this person, to your base, is not a person that you agree with ideologically. You say he was a conservative firebrand. A lot of statements that he made were quite impactful, and in certain instances drew both ire and envy. Okay? If I am a news producer, I'm going to put my fucking news producer cap on for a second. That's how I talk about it. Okay? Conservative firebrand Charlie Kirk had many inflammatory moments. His commentary was quite impactful and actually caused him to become a loyal ally to the Trump administration, which saw his commentary as invaluable. Okay? Charlie Kirk was an opponent of gun control, said that gays should be stoned to death. Okay, maybe not that part. You don't have to say those things. But, like, you don't have to just be like, he's amazing, he's the best. Breaking, two of the biggest freaks online are teaming up again. Oh, here we fucking go. Anyone surprised that Charlie Kirk hasn't been paying attention? Go anywhere, Reddit, Twitter, etc. You'll find thousands of unhinged direct calls to violence over politics. I'm gonna get fucking killed, dude. I swear to God. Holy shit. To go beyond. The political violence. Kirk didn't pioneer anything. He just professionalized and monetized it. Can we do a vote on whether you should hire security? Oh my fucking lord, dude. We have reached new levels of parasocialism. Can we run a vote in the chat?
In my
Wait, what is this? Is this Asmongold's new take on political violence?
and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily.
Dude, he's such a pussy. Just say you want me to be fucking killed, okay? What is this? What is this wishy-washy like, oh, the left gets to do terrorism and the left is defended for doing terrorism and they should actually experience the violence themselves. That's what he's trying to say.
And then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it, because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just
Twitch partner streamer, by the way.
Simply a response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie.
Dude, this is so fucking stupid, okay? This person is more my contemporary on the opposing side than fucking this rat is. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks from now. What the fuck are you talking about? I've known this person for longer than I've known Asmongold. He has abhorrent views, okay? And I despise his views. But he's over here using the death of a dude I was supposed to debate 2 weeks from now to fucking call for violence in the pussiest way possible without naming names here too, because he doesn't want to get banned. He doesn't want to go that far because he already experienced that. He already experienced that issue one time when he actually said, you know, Palestinians deserve genocide. While he's fucking crying on the sidelines about 86-47, he's literally saying until the left start dropping like flies, they won't understand the violence that they're causing in this country. Why the fuck would I want to debate Charlie Kirk if I wanted him to be killed? It's so fucking stupid. This is a much more active death threat than any number of different clip chimp things that he could point to about me, okay?
Charlie Kirk, you know, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental.
He's such a fucking coward. He can't, you know what he's saying, but he can't openly say it. He has to like dance around it, you know?
Apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored.
Yeah. I'm willing to bet. Is this on his latest YouTube video or something? Let me see. Let me see if Asmongold's audience understood the assignment here. Let's take a look. Because anytime this fucking clown actually goes offline, as you guys know, right on fucking cue, I know about it. Why do I know about it? Because his fucking audience comes in here to start issuing death threats. Okay? They kill us while calling us violent. He hasn't streamed in a week? I know. That's why I haven't been getting as many fucking death threats. The way the left is celebrating this on Reddit and Threads is absolutely disgusting, shameful, which is why we must kill them. People are so fucking stupid in the way that they analyze the situation. They're so horny to fucking disparage. They're so horny to just be like, oh yeah, fuck this guy. Hasan deserves worse or whatever the fuck. They're so cowardly in their commentary and their rhetoric. Why would I advocate for violence to take place against a person that I'm supposed to be sitting next to in a public event? Well, like, it doesn't make any sense. It's also outside of my advocacy in general. It's not something that I advocate for anyway. But it's crazy that it doesn't even make sense from the perspective of just self-interest. It doesn't even make sense from self-interest. Yeah, dude, I want to get fucking killed. Personally, that's what I want. Oh my God. Using the death of a political commentator to issue a non-specific, somewhat vague, within the confines of permissibility death threat to another political commentator who was supposed to debate the first political commentator that died today. Sick. All while fucking crying about how all the violence is coming from the left.
It entirely. So the death of Charlie.
Yeah, he's couching his death threat in the "they won't stop this violence until we start killing them."
Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in
anyone who's been in the crosshairs of Asmongold has been the recipient of unlimited amounts of death threats, okay? I know this better than anybody else because I've been in his crosshairs quite a bit. Now, of course, I have a very sizable audience, so it doesn't really fucking matter. We just ban him and we fucking move on. Okay? This post full of death threats for pointing out Charlie's comments about empathy. I mean,
any type of social discourse, and I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next, because
yeah, he doesn't have to worry about it because he doesn't do anything outside. He never leaves his fucking house. I do. I go out in public all the fucking time.
I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop.
Yeah, until the left has a couple of their content creators killed, will the violence not stop? Meanwhile, the violence, is it coming from the left? Nobody knows. We don't know. Overwhelming majority of the violence is coming from the right. Are there instances where there is a left ideologically aligned shooter, attempted assassin? Certainly. Okay. America's a very violent nation. It's bipartisan, that violence. It is shocking, though, what the disparity actually looks like in terms of political violence, in terms of mass shootings. Okay? And we don't even know anything about this fucking instance regardless. And yet, here is Asmongold posturing about how this is actually a direct byproduct of the violent rhetoric. Now, if, for example, liberals and leftists saying Charlie Kirk is a Nazi, is violent rhetoric, what is it when you call me a terrorist? 1,000,000 times over. Every single fucking day. Every single day. What is it when you demand the government actually deport me? What is it when you demand the government actually arrest me? Every single fucking day. It's not even deplatforming at this point. He just literally cries and demands that the government actually take action. Over and over again. Well, that's patriotism, I guess. Yeah. Anyone trying to play the blame game when a shooting happens and says which side the shooter was on is fucking R word. Read their comments, the manifesto. They're not left wing or right wing. No, they were. They were a Nazi. So of course it came out and was like, this is apolitical. It's crazy. Oh. The shooter today had a manifesto? No, that was the prior week's mass shooting. I agree with what you said, except that this is 90% left and 10% right in terms of violence. It's pretty even down the middle. The left side is just more recent. Saying it's mostly the left is just flat out wrong. I love this guy. This guy's like, listen, it's 50-50. It's not. It literally is not. Look at it. Look at the actual numbers and you'll realize it is not 50-50 at all. Yeah, I saw this as well. Anyone surprised at what happened?
Like this, and those days are over.
There are no repercussions for this anymore. Let's go. Isn't that good? You deserve to be suppressed. Your views deserve to be shut down.
They literally just unabashedly think that it's okay as long as it doesn't happen to them. It's completely beyond reasonability. Yeah. No, there is no extremist linked deaths from 2013 to 2022. It's not even a question. By the way, this is ADL, so of course they have domestic Islamist extremists as a separate category. But back then, every time there is a mass shooting, they immediately go trans. There are unironically people who think like trans people are overrepresented in mass shootings. That's how crazy it is. Isn't that wild? It's just, it blows my mind, dude. It blows my fucking mind. So much of the domestic terror on U.S. soil, like the overwhelming majority of domestic terror on U.S. soil, is conducted by far-right anti-government extremists. And yet we just sit around and we're like, well, the left is real violent too. It's like, that's not the case. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that's what Charlie Kirk was unironically arguing about in his final breath, literally. Survey of Americans being asked, of all the U.S. murders linked to political extremism over the last decade, how many do you think have been committed by overall left-wing extremists? 25%. Right-wing extremists overall, all Americans polled, almost close to 50%. This is from 2022. Biden voters overwhelmingly say it's right-wing extremists, which is ironic because they're correct. Democrats also say it's overwhelmingly right-wing extremists, which is also correct. Trump voters believe Republicans don't even reach the 50%. Not even 50% of Republicans think that most of the murders, U.S. murders linked to political extremism over the last decade are from left-wing extremists, except for Trump voters. I wonder why. Almost all versus more than half. Yeah. I mean, we saw this. We saw this with Thomas Crooks. It don't matter. It don't matter. Dude was a registered Republican. They're like, nope, that's a blue-haired libtard. That's right. He was blue-haired. Registered Republican. Wearing the gear. What is this? What the fuck is this? Hold on. This is start to finish the most Conor O'Malley video I've ever seen.
It's your boy out on TikTok. There was just a gunshot at Charlie Kirk. We're in Utah. There's a gunfire. This is not a joke. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. It's your boy out on TikTok. There was just a gunfire in Utah. This is not a drill. There is a gunfire in Utah. Shots fired here in Utah. This is not a joke. Charlie Kirk, Outer TikTok, Mormon Central, Utah. There was a gun that just fired off here at Charlie Kirk. I am not playing with y'all. Hey, make sure you go to church on Sunday. Read the Book of Mormon. This is not a drill. I'm not playing with y'all. Hey, Jesus is Lord. Jesus will protect you. Jesus is your savior, bro. I'm not even lying. Make sure you subscribe to Outer TikTok on Instagram.
I mean, what do you say to this motherfucker?
It's your boy.
Key text for the current era. He's since apologized and taken it down and pledged to be a better content creator. Eddington was a documentary. It really was. Especially when you consider how confusing and strange the incident is. Bro, clout chasing in the immediate aftermath of an assassination like this is, I guess it's expected. I don't know. I guess it's not like unexpected when you think about it. I mean, this is 2025, you know? This is the most 2025 thing that could have taken place. Just call him a clown. Bro, this is wild because it's not even like suicide forest level, because like there is a serious lack of self-preservation when you're filming this, because you have no indication that the shooter is gone. Like, do you understand? And instead of ducking and running away, the shooter is there, okay? He's there. He's still on the rooftop, most likely. This is right after this is right after Charlie got shot. And he just goes, time to whip out the phone, baby. Fuck it. Sigma grind set till the day I die. Throwing up peace signs going like this. You ain't never seen a real content creator demonstrate Sigma grind set, okay? You ain't never seen one like this. This is the guy who did it. Perfect cover. To be fair, I would assume it was targeted and nobody else would get shot. That's a crazy assumption to have, man. I'm sorry. That is a crazy assumption to have. What are you guys talking about? He also plugged his TikTok like 18 times. Oh. But speaking of, the greatest obituary of all time, the one that really takes the cake here. Rabbi Shmuley. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people were writing obituaries to Charlie Kirk. Rabbi Shmuley was doing something different. I'm just going to let this video speak for itself.
It's odd to have to make this comment from a hospital where I am right now, but I know Charlie Kirk extremely well. We've been friends for more than a decade. Thank God I was involved in bringing Turning Point closer to Israel. I spoke for Turning Point so many times. Introduced Charlie to many pro-Israel supporters, benefactors. This is such a tragedy, his shooting. And I want to tell you, as we pray for he's 31 years old, and he's a father and a husband. As we pray, and a phenomenal friend to the Jewish people in Israel, as we pray for his complete recovery in his life, and we should all be praying, I have to say I'm not in any way surprised or shocked. The culture of demonization, especially of pro-Israel activists, and he's so pro-Israel on campus, it's become lethal. And I live with lethal threats every day of my life, and it shocks my wife and my children and all the people around me. And it's become sick. And you'll say to me, okay, but the guy who shot him, we don't know why. Yeah, we don't. But we do know that it's the pro-Israel activism and activists who get the most threats. And from these disgusting anti-Semitic sickos. Yes, it's also demonization of conservative activists and MAGA and all that, of course. But Israel is the top of that list. And remember, like even with President Trump, the number one country trying to assassinate him is Iran. Not because of trans stuff or anything, but because of Trump's incredible support for Israel and how he took out Qasem Soleimani. So I pray for Charlie Kirk, and all of you should pray. My show is going to be dedicated to him today and his recovery. Watch it soon, God willing.
I've spoken to my friend many times. I'm in shock and praying for his recovery. Help protect Rabbi Shmuley. GoFundMe. I'm sorry. If someone were to write this in a writer's room at a comedy trope, at a comedy team at like SNL or whatever, okay? A rabbi who plugs his own GoFundMe while using the death of a friend to promote his show, you would understandably get fired for anti-Semitism. Okay? That would be, they would be like, that's insane. What the fuck are you? This is like a Nick Mullen bit. That is crazy. That is a crazy thing to do. Why is Rabbi Shmuley like this? I don't understand. There's another angle of that crazy guy on Reddit. He's following the suspect. Wait, shut the fuck up. Dude, what a crazy. No, he probably followed the old man, the other TikToker. It's got 7 donations. Oh my God. A chatter looked at it. It's got 7 donations for $691, and one of the donations is $500 on its own. I don't know what else to say. But I do have to go because I have to do some media hits. So I'm going to have to end it here right now at 8 hours. I'm not going to do it live, I don't think. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Be safe. Be kind to one another. Free Palestine. What can I say? What a fucking insane day. Jesus Christ, dude. Anyway. I'll leave it on let's see. Let me find something cheerier to leave it on. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye.
Married, we're on the road, visited my husband's hometown. Look up at the sky and hear an awful sound. 4 Hellfire missiles in the sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. Got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag